Hello, friends. So, with this project, we're going to make a calculator application. And while we're doing that, you'll develop a great understanding of the transformation between data types. You're also going to learn the use of if-else in detail. We're also going to reinforce the use of methods and learn the convenience of using layout. So why don't we just move on over to Android Studio and dig in. So I want to first show you the finished version of our application. So here there are two text views in linear layout. Now, while the first text view takes action steps, the second text view will include our processing results. There's a grid layout under the linear layout. Our numbers and operators are included in the grid layout. Now, if we look at the operation of our application, for example, if we make 5 plus 4 times 3 minus 2 divided by 5, and press equals button, now we're going to see that the result is printed in the result text view as 5. All right, so likewise, we see that the processing steps are printed in the text view at the top. Then when we press the AC button, we see that that clears the data in both text views. Also, after writing a few numbers, when we press the DEL or delete button, we're going to see that the numbers are deleted one by one. All right, so in addition to all this, we're going to be able to use double numbers that will not only operate with integers, but also in our calculator. So for example, when we'll type 6.5 plus 4.3 and press the equal button, we'll see that the result is printed as 10.8. So sure enough, my friends, you have got enough learning to achieve this, but don't worry, I'll be with you every step of the way. So we're going to design our project in the next video. I want to see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous video, I gave you some general information about our application that we're developing. So in this video, we're going to continue to design our application. So let's open Android Studio and start the design. Now, of course, I've created my project before, and I named my project Calculator X. You can create your own project. And first, I'm going to delete the text view component here, and then I will select the Show System UI option. Now I'm going to expand my design space. First, I'll close my palette and then close the Components tree field. And then finally, by selecting the Split option, I can make both the XML parts and the designer parts appear together. Now, with such a project, I am going to be writing linear layout instead of constraint layout, since it will be a lot easier to work with our linear layout than a constraint layout. You can, of course, work with constraint layout if you want, but like I mentioned before, I'm going to be using linear layout. Well, okay, I hear you ask why, but it's just going to give us that sort of speed, efficiency, and, well, let's be honest, convenience that I kind of like. So after I create the linear layout, I'll just add linear layout and the grid layout inside. Linear layout is going to hold our text views. So I'll choose a width of the text view as a match parent, and I'll select the height to be 90, and I'll select text size to be 30. Now you can also change these features in the attribute section, whichever you prefer. It's okay. But I'm going to continue and set the ID of the text view as text view history. I'll set the gravity value to be center and end. Because we determined in our application earlier, that's what we're going to do. Then finally, we'll assign the color values for the text view. Terrific. We'll just open up the colors XML file in the values folder inside the res folder of the project section. So there are 3 colors available here. So we're going to create our own 3 colors. What do you think about that? So if you take a look at the original project again that I showed you, you see the 3 different colors, orange, white, and black. That's what I used. So I'm going to create these 3 colors in the color XML file, black, white, and orange. And I will create the corresponding colors according to these color names. I'll close the color XML file, go back to the design section. And when I write the background here, colors I created are presented to me. And now I can choose a color that I want from here. I'm going to choose black for text color. All right, so with that, the first text view was created. And all I'll have to do is now copy and paste these features for another text view. And I just go in and adjust the properties that I want to for the second text view. I'll also write 0 as text. Cool, and with that, we have created our text views. So that means in our next video, we're going to create the grid layout and place our buttons inside. Well, I want to see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we created our text views and linear layout. In this video, we are going to create our grid layout and buttons. So for that, let's open up Android Studio. Now first, I'll create my grid layout just below linear layout. I'll set the width as the match parent and the height as the wrap content. I need to determine the number of rows and columns of the grid layout. Therefore, I'll set the number of rows to 5 and the number of columns to 4. Then I can close the grid layout tag and create my buttons between these tags. So first up here, I'll create my AC button and set the ID of this button as BTN-AC. I'll set the height of the button to be 80, and I'll define its width as wrap content. I'll make the text of the button as AC. So I'll set the text size to 30. I'll make the button's text color orange. And the background color white. All right, cool. So now I need to specify the row and column number of my button. So what I'll do here then is I'll set the layout row and layout column property to 0. And by doing that, I position my button at the 0, 0 point, right? Then finally, I can set the layout column weight property to be 1 for all buttons. That way, all the buttons will be properly placed on the row where they're located. All right, so now the design of the first button is done. We can go ahead and design the other buttons. So for that, I'll just make 3 copies of this button. Right? And then I can just set the ID of the second button to be BTN-DEL. Okay, so I'll correct the text here to be DEL. And then finally, I'll set the column number to be 1. I'll set the ID of the third button, BTN-divide. And I'm correcting the text to be slash. So finally, I'll set the column number as 2. And I'll set the ID to the last button of the first line as BTN multi. And I'll just change the text to be the multiplication sign or X. And now I can set the column number to be 3. All right, so that's the first 4 buttons. They look pretty well placed for now on the first row. So now I get to create my buttons on the second line. All right, so to do that, I'll just copy the 4 buttons that I created and paste them just below the last button. So I create the last button of the second line. So I'll set the ID of this button as BTN minus, and I'll just change the text to be the minus sign. I'll make the row number as 1. That way the button immediately goes to the bottom row. And I'll set the ID of my other button to be BTN 9. And I'll just make that text 9 and make the row number 1. And I'll also just change the text color to be black. I'll set the ID of my other button as BTN 8. And I'll just make the text the number 8. And I'll make the row number 1. I'll also make the text color to be black. And I'll define the ID of the last button in the second line to be button or BTN 7. And then I can just change the text to the number 7. And I'll make the row number 1. And of course, we'll make the text color black. All right, so there's the second row. Now we can go ahead and create the buttons of the third line. So to do that, I'll just copy the 4 buttons that I've created and paste them just below the last button. And what I'll do here is create the last button of the second row. I'll set the ID of this button as BTN plus, and I'll just change the text to be the plus sign. I'll also set the row number to be 2. Then I can set the other ID of this other button here to be BTN 6. And I'll just change the text to 6 as we have done in the past. So now I'm making the row number to be 2, right? So I'll also make the text color black, set the ID of the other button to be BTN 5, and I'll change that to be the number 5 and make the row number 2 and the text color black. Now I can set the ID of the last button in the second row as BTN 4. And I will change that text to be the number 4 and the row number to be 2. And I'll make the text color black, of course. And that is the third line done. So now I can create the buttons in the fourth row in the same way. So in the fourth row, I'll just create the equal button. And I'll set the ID of the equal button as BTN equals. And I'll also just change the text to be equal. And we'll also make the text color white, right? And the background color orange. You've seen a calculator before. So I'll set the row number to be 3. Now also, this button is going to take up 2 rows of space, right? So I'll set the layout row weight property to be 1. And then I'll set the layout row span property to be 2. And then I can set the ID of the other button to be button 3. I'll just change the text to be the number 3. All right, so that is line number 3 for row 3. And just make sure that you change the text color to black if it isn't. And I'll set the ID of the other button to be btn2. I'll change the text to be the number 2, and I'll make that row number 3. And double check, make sure the text color is black. And now I'm defining the ID of the last button in the third row to be button 1. So I'm correcting the text one more time to be the number 1. And I'll make that row number 3. Also text color black. All right, so that's the 4th row. Well done, we got another one. So let's create that 5th row. Now, since there are 2 buttons in this row, I'll just copy and paste the 2 buttons. So in the last row, I'll create the 0 button first. I'll set the ID of this button to be btn0. I'll set the text as 0. And specify the row number as 4 and column number as 1. And of course, this button will also take up 2 columns of space. So that means I'll set the layout column span property to be 2. Now, finally, I can create the dot button. And I'll define the ID of this button as btn dot. And we'll just change the text to dot, period, point, whatever. And the number of row will be 4, and the column 0. Whew. All right, my friends. Thanks for sticking with me. That is the creation of our linear layout, text views, grid layout, as well as the numbers and operators. All right, so that finishes up the design. In our next video, we're going to define our design in the Java class, and then we can start writing our necessary code. All right, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So we have finished the design of our project previously. So in this video, we can start writing Java code. So let's go ahead and open Android Studio for this. So we finished our design like this. Now we can move on to the main activity and define the components that we've created. So first, I'll define my buttons. For that, I create the necessary objects from the button class. All right, so now I'm creating text view objects. Now all we need to do is match these components with their ID in the onCreate method. And that way we have matched all of the components with their IDs. So now we can activate the button click feature. So we've activated the BTN 0 button. And before we write the click feature of the other buttons, we're going to create a method called number click. And we'll just write the necessary code in the number click method. And then we can call this method in the click methods of the buttons. So it's because of this number click method that we will be able to print the numbers in the text view result. So apart from the onCreate method, I create the number click method. And then this method will get a string type view object from the outside. And then I create the string type number object above. And I'll assign a null value to this object. So it's thanks to this number object, we will be able to check whether the text view result is empty or not. All right, so now let's go back to the number click method and write in the necessary code. So if the number is null, we will assign the view object to the number variable. If the number is not null, we will assign the number and view value to the number object together. All right, so finally, we will print the number value in text view result. So then I will write the number click method into the click methods of the buttons. So whatever button is clicked, I'll write the value of that button into the number click method. So let's create this for the other buttons as well. Then I can activate the clicking feature of the other buttons just by copying and pasting. Cool, so we have now activated the click feature of the buttons. Let's just do a little test. So we're going to run it in test. So currently the text view result component is empty and the value of the number object is null. If we press number 5, the number 5 will be printed in text view result and the number value will no longer be null. Now currently the number value is 5, so if we press the number 8, 58 will be printed on the screen. So whatever button we press, that'll be written next to the numbers on the screen. All right, so that's it so far. That is defining our components in Java class. We've also printed our numbers on the screen, so that means that in the next video, we're going to activate the click feature of our operators. So I want to see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous video, we paired our components with their IDs and then activated the clicks feature of our numbers. So in this video, we're going to activate the clicks feature of our operators, and then we'll be able to write the required methods. All right, so let's go on to Android Studio. Now, first of all, let's activate the clicks feature of the operators. Now let's write the necessary methods for the operators. To do that, first of all, I'll just define two variables of type double above the onCreate method. So I name these variables as first number and last number and set their initial values to 0. The last number will always keep the last value printed on the screen. So if a new value is entered on the screen and any of the operators are clicked, the values in the last number will be transferred to the first number, and the new value of the last number will be the number on the screen. All right, so let's write up the necessary methods. First of all, I'll create a method called plus. Now here I'll pass the value in the text view result to the last number variable. And then I'll transfer the sum of the first number and the last number to the first number value. And then finally, I print the first number value on the screen. All right, very cool. So now we're going to create the method called minus. So here we will need to use an if-else structure. Because the first number value is 0, subtraction will always be negative, yeah? So that means we need to do a check just like this. So if the first number value is 0, pass the number in text view result to the first number variable. If not, pass the number in text view result to the last number variable. Then transfer the difference between first number and last number to the first number value. And then finally print the first number value on the screen. Just like that, huh? Awesome. So now let's create the method called multiply. So here we will need to use an if-else structure as well. Because the first number value is 0, multiplication will always be 0. So that means we need to do a check like this. If the first number value is 0, set the first number value to 1. Pass text view result to last number. Export the result of the first number and last number multiplication to the first number value. If the first number value is not 0, pass the text view result value to the last number value. Export the result of the first number and last number multiplication to the first number value. and then print the first number value on the screen. Great, so finally we're going to create a method called divide. And here again, we will use the if-else structure. Because the first number value is 0, division will always be 0. So we need to do a check just like this. If the first number value is 0, pass the text view result value to the last number value. Export the result of last number divided by 1 to the first number value. If the first number value is not 0, pass the text view result value to the last number value. Then divide the first number value by the last number value and export the result of this operation to the first number. And then print the first number value on the screen. And there you go, my friends. What do you think? So we've now activated the clicks feature of the operators. We also wrote in the methods that perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So in our next video, we're going to continue by writing the Java code. All right? So I want to see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we activated the clicks feature of the operators and also wrote the necessary methods for 4 operations. That means in this lesson, we're going to continue by writing Java code. So let's just jump into Android Studio and let's begin. All right, so here let's have a look at the finished version of the project again. So if I write 5 plus 3, it's not going to add, right? But if I press another operator, it will add, right? So for that result, we're going to need to define 2 variables here. While one of the variables controls the operator's click, the other variable will keep the previous operator information in memory and then determine which action to take. All right, so let's move on to the main activity and make our necessary code. So first of all, let's create a variable in string type named status in global field and assign null to this variable. Next, we'll create a variable type Boolean called operator and set its value to false. So now we can set the operator value to be true in the number click method. Now let's write the necessary code inside the btn plus method. So if the operator is true, we will write the multiply method if the status is multiplication. If the status is division, we'll write the divide method if the status is subtraction. We're going to write the minus method. If not, we will write the plus method. See how that works? So finally, we're going to assign the sum value to the status variable outside the if structure. And we will assign false to the operator variable. We also need to set the number null again. And I'm going to do this method for the btn minus. So if the operator is true, we will write the multiply method. If the status is multiplication, if the status is division, we will write the divide method. If the status is sum, we will write the plus method. If not, we will write the minus method. And finally, we will assign the subtraction value to the status variable outside of the if structure. And then we will assign false to the operator variable. We'll also need to set the number null again. All right, so if you're with me so far, we'll continue for the btn multi. If the operator is true, we will write the plus method. If the status is sum, if the status is division, we will write the divide method. If the status is subtraction, we will write the minus method. If not, we will write the multiply method. All right, so now we will assign the multiplication value to the status variable outside of the if structure. And we will assign false to the operator variable. And again, we'll also need to set the number null. And finally, we'll do this method for the btn divide. So if the operator is true, we will write the multiply method if the status is multiplication. if the status is sum. We will write the plus method. If the status is subtraction, we will write the minus method. If not, we will write the divide method. And finally, we will assign the division value to the status variable outside of the if structure. So now we will assign the value false to the operator variable. And we will also need to set the value null again. All right, so let's run our application now. So when we write in here 5 plus 3, some value occurs in the status variable. Now if I press another operator, yeah, you see what happens? And the addition was done. 8 values were printed on the screen. So I'm going to explain to you later on why 8.0 is printed on the screen. But let's finish up here, and we'll continue in the next video. So hold on to that thought. All right, hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the methods for the buttons that perform multiplication, addition, subtraction, and division. So in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary methods for the AC, equals, and delete buttons. So let's open up Android Studio, and sure enough, here we are. Let's have a look at the finished version of the project so you can see where we're going. Now, if we'll add 5 and 3, the result is shown as 8.0. Now, the reason for this is that the number types that we use are double, and they're shown like this when the double numbers are converted to string types. So you want to just solve this problem first? All right, so let's move on to the main activity. Now here we will create an object from the decimal format class and call it myFormatter. So now we will determine the type of this format. The sharp sign I'm going to use here, and that'll correspond to each digit. The dot sign indicates the length of the decimal part. All right, so here let's set it to be 6. Of course, you can determine whatever length you want, but I want to show you something, so just follow along. Now let's go on to the relevant methods and use this format. So first of all, I can use this method in the plus method. Similarly, in other methods, we will use this method to print the result on the screen. Why don't we just run and check the project? So if we add 5 and 3, yeah, see, so the result will be printed on the screen as 8. All right, so now it's time to write the necessary code for the equals button. If the operator is true and if the status is sum, we will write the plus method. If the status is subtraction, we can write the minus method. If the status is multiplication, we will write the multiply method. And if the status is division, we will write the divide method. If not, we will pass the value in TextView result to the first number variable. And we will make the operator value false outside of the if structure. So what do you say we test it out? So if we add 5 and 3 and press the equal button, the result is printed on the screen as 8. All right, cool. So let's write the methods for AC and DEL. So pressing the AC button, that's going to return all values to the initial value. So for that, I will set the number and status values to null. And I'll set the text view result value to 0. And I'm cleaning inside the text view history. Also set the first number and last number values to 0. Now let's write the necessary code for the DEL button. So here we will use the substring method, and that'll return the desired length of a string expression. Number equals number dot substring. In parentheses, I will specify which characters to print on the screen. So that way, when we press the delete button, we want it to delete the last digit and print the remaining number on the screen. So for this, I'll write 0 and number dot length minus 1 in parentheses. And finally, I'll print the number value on the screen. Cool, so let's run this and test our application. So I'll write 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 on the screen, and that way when we press the delete button, we will see that, it's deleted one by one. So I'll write 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 again and press the AC button. All numbers on the screen are cleared. All right, so that finishes this lesson, and in the next one, we're going to write the necessary code for the dot button. All right, so I want to see you in the next lesson. All right, hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the code for AC, equal, and DEL. So in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary code for the dot button, and we'll show the operation steps in the text view history. So Why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio? So we're going to write the necessary code in the method of clicking the dot button. So here we will use an if-else structure. If the value of the number variable is null, then pass the value 0 dot to the number variable. If not, pass a number value and dot value together into the number variable. And then finally, print the number variable in text view result. All right, so that's the necessary code for the dot button. Let's go ahead and write the necessary code for the text view history. So for this, we're going to first have a look at the finished version of the project. So when I press the number 5 here, nothing is printed in the text view history. But when I press any of the multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction operators, well, 5 numbers and the operator are printed together in the text view history. So as a result, the operators are controlling this process. So that means that we will write the codes in the click methods of the operators. All right, so let's go on over to the main activity now. So first of all, I'll create 2 variables of a string type. Named history and current result. And now I will pass the information in the text view history to the history variable. And I will also pass the information in text view result to the current result variable. So now I will write the necessary code in the method of clicking the plus button. History equals text view history dot get text dot to string. Current result equals text view result dot get text dot to string. Now let's print them in text view history. And I'll just write in text view history dot set text history plus current result plus plus. So now I can copy this method, paste it into the click methods of the other operators. And I'll just change the operator sign. That's all we're doing here. That's the code for these operations. If you don't believe me, let's run it and test. Okay, so then we'll write 5.6 plus 2.3 minus 4.5. And we see that the processes are printed in text view history. Now, when we press the equal button, we see that the result is printed in text view result. All right, so we're going to finish our lesson here. And in the next lesson, we're going to try to fix the errors that might occur when using the application. You say, what errors? But that's all right. I'll see you in the next video, and I'll show you what I mean. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to try to fix some of those errors that might occur when using the application. So for this, we'll just start up in Android Studio and open the finished version of the application. All right, so first I want to have a look at the error caused by using the dot button. For example, after typing 5.6.7, when we press the point button again, an unwanted expression, such as 5.6.7 point is printed on the screen. So as a result, there's got to be only 1 point in a series of numbers, right? Otherwise, the transactions are going to be incorrect eventually. So I'll try to fix this problem. How do we do this? Well, I'll create a variable of the Boolean type in the global field. I'll call this variable dot. And I'll also transfer the value of true to the value of this variable. Then I will write the necessary code in the method of clicking the dot button. And I'm fixing the if-else structure here as follows. If dot is true, I want to do the necessary action. So finally, I'll pass the value false to the dot variable. I also pass the true value to the dot variable in the plus, minus, multiply, and divide methods, and in the click method of the AC button. Thus, clicking the dot button will be activated when all data is cleared with the AC button or clicking any of the operators. Otherwise, it'll be passive. All right, so let's run the application and test it. So when I press the dot button again after typing 5 dots, no more dots are written on the screen. But if I write 7.8 after pressing any operator, a dot will be printed on the screen. And if I press the dot button again, no dot will be written on the screen. So if I press the dot button after pressing the AC button, the dot button will become active and the dot will be printed on the screen. Okay, so that's what I mean by fixing the point button error. So now let's see what I mean by solving the error with the DEL button. So if we press the del button after pressing the AC button, the application will close. Also, if I press the del button after deleting the data on the screen, the application will close. So we're going to see how we can fix these errors. So first, let's create a variable that checks to see if the AC button is pressed. So I'll call this variable btn AC control. And I'll also transfer the value of true to the value of this variable. Then I set the value of the btn AC control variable to true in the method of clicking the AC button. I also create an if-else structure within the method of clicking the del button. If btn AC control is true, that is, if the AC button is pressed, I will print 0 in the text view result. If not, I will need to check the length of the number variable here. I'll create another if-else structure for this. If the length of the number variable is 0, I transfer the value false to the del button. Thus, if I press the del button after the data on the screen is deleted, the application will not close. And we also need to make an arrangement here regarding the dot button. If you just take a look at the application again, for example, if I press the del button after writing 5 dot, the dot will be deleted, but if I press a dot again immediately, the dot will not be printed on the screen because the dot variable will take false, right? So I want to show you how to fix that. So if the number variable contains dots, I pass false to the dot variable. If not, I'll pass true to the dot variable. I'll also write the value of the number variable on the screen. And then finally, I can pass false to the value of the btn AC control variable inside the number click method. Then I'll also set the del button click property to true. All right, so that does that. Let's test it out. And we'll write 5.67 and press the del button. So if we now press the dot button again, the dot will not be printed on the screen because there is a dot in the number variable, that is, in the number array on the screen. However, if we delete the 6 and dot and press the dot button again, the dot will be printed on the screen. If I press the del button after pressing the AC button, the application will not close and the screen will be printed as 0. Okay, so now let's write a few numbers on the screen and press the del button until all the numbers are deleted. And sure enough, after deleting all the numbers on the screen, when we press the del button again, the application does not close because the length of the number variable is 0. So the click feature of the del button has now been disabled. So that finishes this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to fix the errors that are caused by using the equals button. All right, stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we fixed the errors caused when we use the del and the dot button. So in this lesson, we're going to fix the errors that could be caused by using the equals button. So in order to do this, we'll go to Android Studio and open up the finished version of our application because I want to show you something. So let's write 5 plus 4 on the screen and press the equal button. Right. So now let's press the 7 button. Yeah, so 47 is printed on the screen instead of 7 because when we press the equal button, the value of the number variable is not reset. We can also solve this error with the help of an operator. So first of all, I'll create a variable of the Boolean type in the global field. And I'll call this variable btn equals control. And then I can pass the false value to this variable. So now I'm passing the value of true to the variable btn equals control inside the click method of the equals button. All right. So now I've got to check this in the number click method. All right. So here I'm just correcting the if-else structure, just like so. If btn equals control is true, I pass the 0 value to the first number and the last number variables. I'll also pass the view object to the number variable. And then finally, at the end of the method, I'll pass false to the variable btn equals control. All right, so let's run all that and test our application. We'll write 5 plus 4 on the screen and press the equal button. Now let's press the 7 button, and there's the number 7. Lucky sevens. Okay, my friends, so that is our calculator application. What do you think? So just summarizing what we've done, we first created our design consisting of text view and buttons. Then we defined these components in the main activity. We activated the click properties of the buttons and created the necessary methods. And finally, we fixed the errors that may occur, and you saw will occur. So you can develop this application even further and, of course, create way more beautiful designs. I just wanted to give you a head start. All right, so that's it. We're going to finish up here, but I do want to see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we're going to make a little guessing game with you. It's a numbers guessing game. So by working out this application, you're going to take in a lot of information. You're going to learn a few things too. For instance, how to switch from one activity to another, how to transfer data between activities, how to prepare the splash screen, and how to make an animation. So if you're ready, I am. Let's head on over to Android Studio and have a look at what the finished product looks like so that you can see where we're going. So when we open up our project, there's a splash screen, and there will be an image view and a text view on the screen. And we'll animate both components. The picture revolves around itself, and its size gets bigger and bigger. And the visibility of the text view is increasing, and the text view becomes visible. And the login page of our application opens. And then here's where we can inform the user about the application. And here we're asking for the user to choose a number of digits. Now here, the number of digits of the randomly generated number and the number of digits that we select will be the same. Then when we press the Start button, we switch to Game Activity. Now there is one edit text here, and we will write our guesses in here. So let's say that my first guess is 50. And then we confirm the guess by pressing the Confirm button. Now here, there's a text view that directs the user and a text view that is stating our remaining time at the right. At the top, there's a text view that is stating our last guess. So in this way, we'll try to find the randomly generated number by creating our guesses. If the guess is not correct, this will decrease. And now I'm entering the same numbers to see the result page. Now, if our guess is correct, or we run out of guesses, an alert will open. And here, our guesses and randomly generated number will be shown. And finally, here we will ask the user a question like, would you like to play again? And what if we press the yes button? The game will restart. If we press the no button, the application will be exited. All right, my friends? Yeah, it looks simple on the surface, but now that you know a few things, we can start building this application. All right, so we're going to do up our application in the next lesson. So I want to see you there. Hello, my friends. So previously, I gave you a general outline with some information about the application we're going to endeavor to build. So in this lesson, we will create the splash screen. So just open up Android Studio for this, and here I've already created my project, of course. I named my project the Number Guessing Game. You can also create your own project and name it what you will. So first, I will create a new activity for my splash screen. And I'll call this activity Splash Activity. And I'll add one image view to this activity. Here I can select a picture in the drawable folder. And of course, you can use whatever picture you want. Now, the idea of the image view may remain the same, but I want to fix the layout width and layout height property to 350. Then I'll hover over the image view, right-click, select the center horizontal feature, and I'll also make the layout margin top property 30. All right, so now I'll add a text view. The ID of the text view may remain the same, and I'm making the layout width property 350. So here I'll edit the text, and it'll be Number Guessing Game. And here I can fix the text size property to 36. And I can choose a color like this for the text color. So now I can make the text style property, and I'll make it bold. And I'll fix the text alignment property. Now finally, when I hover over the text view, right-click and select the center horizontally feature. All right, so I also want to make this layout margin top property 50. Okay, my friends, so that's pretty much the design of the splash screen. Yours may look a little different. That's okay. But let's move on and create some animations now. So for this, I'll just hover over the res folder and right-click. I'll select New and Android Resource Directory. And here I can select the anim folder as my resource type. And I'll press the OK button. So now we have an anim folder and the res folder. And now I can just hover over the anim folder and right-click. I'll select New, Animation Resource File. And I'll set the file name to be Image Animation. And then I'll press the OK button. Okay, so that's where the animation file that's required for the image view is going to be created and stored. So why don't we just create the animation file for the text view with the same method. Now I'll set the file name to be text animation, press the OK, and that way the animation file that's required for the text view was created. All right, so now we can write some code for this animation. So I'll open up the image animation file. You can see there are 4 animations in here. We will use rotate and scale animations for image view. And so this rotate animation, well, it's thanks to this that the image view will turn around all by itself. I just love it. Even the simplest of animation just fascinates me. Okay, so, and thanks to this scale animation here, the dimensions of the image view will gradually increase. All right, so why don't we just go ahead and write the necessary code for this rotation animation. First of all, I can specify the duration of the animation is 4,000 milliseconds. And now I can determine the center point for image view. So in other words, image view is just going to turn around, centered at this center point. Of course, it centers on a center point. Um, so for this, I'll just set the pivot X and the pivot Y values to be 50%. So now I've got to determine the degrees. So image view will start to return from 0 degrees, that is from its starting position, and will rotate until 360 degrees, that is usually all the way back to the same position. All right, so let's write the necessary code for the scaling of this animation. So I can set the duration of the animation to be 4,000 milliseconds. I'll set the pivot X and pivot Y values, 50%. I'll set the from X scale property to 0.0. I'll also set the to X scale property as 1.0. Likewise, I can set the from Y scale property to be 0.0, and I will set the Y scale property to be 1.0. So it's thanks to these features, the image view will start from a very small size and will grow steadily, reaching the normal view after 4,000 milliseconds. All right, so that is the animation code for this image view. So now let's go ahead and write some code for the text view. So for that, I'm going to use the alpha animation for this text view. So it's because of this animation, text view will begin to appear gradually. So first of all, I'll specify the duration of the animation. And just like the other one, I'll set this animation time to be 4,000 milliseconds. Then I can set the value from alpha as 0.0. And I'll also set the to alpha value to be 1.0. All right, so that means it will increase the visibility of text view and then reach the normal appearance after 4,000 milliseconds. All right, so that is the necessary XML code for this animation, for both of these animations, in fact. In the next lesson, we're going to write our Java code. So I want to see you there. Hello, my friends. So in that previous video, we designed the splash screen activity and wrote the necessary XML code for animation. Now we're going to focus on some Java code. So I'll open up Android Studio, and first I'll need to define the components. So I'll create two objects from the animation class. I'll call them animation image and animation text. Now I can load the animation files that I created for these objects. So for this, I'll use the animation utils point load animation method. And I'll write this as context and select the image animation file as animation. Now I also load the text animation file into the animation text object. All right, so now we can start the animation. I'll use the set animation method for this. And just like that, the animation is done. But after the animation is finished, the main activity needs to be open, right? So for that, we will use the countdown timer class. So here I'm writing new countdown timer. I'll need to write two parameters in parentheses. So the first one is after how many seconds that we want the main activity to open. So we'll need to write that time. I'll write 5,000 milliseconds here. That's 1 second after the animation finishes. The main activity will open. And now I can set the second parameter, to be 1,000 milliseconds. So that means that the time will increase by 1 second interval to reach 5 seconds. Follow? So now we need to implement two methods. So to do this, I'll just click on this red bulb on the left here and implement the methods. So the first method will state what will happen at each second. We won't need to write any code here. The second method states what happens when the time expires. All right, so here we will write pass codes to main activity. And I will use this method for this. And now I can use the finish method. So I remove this activity from the back stack. So if the user presses the back key, splash activity is not going to just spring open again. And then finally, we'll start the countdown timer method by typing .start. Now there is one more thing that we've got to do. So currently the starting activity is the main activity, right? So if we run the application, main activity will appear. So I want it to open with a splash screen, so I'll open up the manifest file here. And I'll just set splash activity as a starting activity. So let's check it out, run it, and test. There you go, my friends. That's the animation. You can play around with it if you want, but we're going to continue in the next lesson where we will design our application. I'll see you there. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we created that splash screen. Very splashy indeed. So that means in this lesson, we're going to create the first page of our application. So here, there's a text view, and that gives the user information about the game. A radio button that indicates the number of digits, and a button that starts the game. So let's open up Android Studio and make this design happen. So first up, I'm going to write the message that will be displayed to the user inside the text view component. Now, since this message is going to be a little long, I'll create the message differently. So I'll open up the string XML file located under the values folder. Now here there's a string with the name of the application. So I'll copy and paste it. Here I will name the message that I will create. And I'll define this as info. Of course, you can create any name you want, but just remember what it is. So now I'll write my message. I'll copy and paste the message that I created before. All right, so now let's import a message that we created into TextView. So I'll select the Pick a Resource option to the right of the text section. And here I can select the message called info that I just created. And the message I created has been transferred into TextView. Very cool. So now let's play around. I can make the layout width property of the TextView component 350. I'll make the size 24, and let's change the font color to black. I'll also make the text alignment property center. And then finally, I can make the layout margin top feature 50, and I'll remove the constraint bottom feature. All right, so now I'll create the radio button components. I can just add one radio group for this. I'll add 3 radio buttons to this radio component, and each will act independently. So that way the user will be able to make multiple selections simultaneously. However, we do ask the user to make only one choice. So that's why we use the radio group component. All right, so now I'll just center the radio group component horizontally. I'll set the layout margin top property to 50. And I'll just quickly edit the IDs and the other features of the radio buttons. And then finally, I'll select all radio button components and set the layout margin value to 10. And now I add a button. Now I'm fixing the ID and the other features of the button. And I'll change the background color. All right, so finally I'm changing the background of constraint layout. All right, so that's our design. Maybe yours looks a little better, a little different, but that's the bare bones. So in the next lesson, we're going to write our necessary Java code. So I hope yours doesn't vary too greatly. In any event, I will see you in the next lesson. All right, hello, my friends. So in that previous lesson, we finished the design of the home page. So that means in this lesson, we're going to write some Java. So for this, we'll go straight to Android Studio. And now we can define the components that we created in main activity. Now I'll also match their IDs in the onCreate method. And now I'll add the click listener feature to the button. So when I press the button, the game activity will open. Now that's why I'm creating an intent here. And Android Studio gives us a warning because, well, I haven't created the game activity yet. I know. I will create the game activity soon. So now I will control the radio button components by creating an if-else structure. If the user has made no selection, in other words, radio button components are not checked, I will show the user a snack bar. Since the snack bar feature belongs to the material design library, we will first need to add the material design library to the Gradle file. You can add this library by writing All right, so now we need to sync. All right, so now I can create that snack bar. All right, so it wants a visual object here, so I'll write the V object, which represents the button. Now I'll create my message. So if the user has made a choice, I have to convey the selection made by the user to the game activity using the putExtra method. So here we will set a special key for each entry. We will get the data from the game activity thanks to this special key. So finally, I can switch to the game activity using the start activity method. All right, so now we can create the game activity, Android Studio Wise Guy. So I'll call this activity game activity. So let's run it and test it. So far, first of all, I'll press the start button and I won't select anything. So here's our snack bar. So now I select the 2-digit number option, press a button. All right, so the game activity opens. And just like that, that's what we have endeavored to do in this lesson. So if you do want to continue, which I do, I want to see it in the next video. That's where we're going to get into the game page design. Hello, my friends. So in the previous video, we wrote the necessary Java for the home page. So in this lesson, we're going to design the game page. So there's going to be 3 text views on this page. And into these text view components, our last guess, our remaining rights, and tips will be written. So these text view components will be invisible when the game starts, and it will be visible when the button is pressed, right? Oh, there's also going to be an edit text where the user will write their guesses. Now let's move on to Android Studio and start designing. All right, so first up, I'll add a text view to the design. And I'll make the ID text view last. I'll make the size 24. I'll also make the color black. So I'll add one more text view and I'll make this ID text view right. So I'll make the text size here 24. Also, I'll have the text color be black. Now I'm adding one more text view and I'll make this ID text view hint. And I'll make that size 24 as well. All right, so I'm going to turn this color red, and I'll add an edit text number. So I'll make the ID here, edit text guess. And I can delete the text property. I'll write enter your guess in the hint feature. And I'll change the color. And then finally, I can make the text alignment feature center. And I'll add a button. And I'll change its ID to button confirm. All right, so I can set the layout width property to 250. I'll write confirm in the text section. And we'll make this color white. And I'll change the background color. Let's make the size 36. So now all I'll do is select all the components and center them horizontally. I'll add automatic constraint to all of them. And then finally, I can change the background of the constraint layout. I'll make the text view components invisible. And that, my friends, is our design. So now we've got to define these components in the Java class. All right, so we've defined the components. Now let's pair them with their IDs. Now let's take the number of digits chosen by the user on the first page from this activity. So for this, I define 3 variables of the Boolean type. I will transfer the data from the first page to these variables. And we will use the getIntent method for this. Now I have to enter the key values that I've previously determined in parentheses. All right, false is the default value. And yeah, so we've got the number of digits chosen by the user just from this activity. So I'm going to want to take a break here, go back and review something if you need to. But what we'll do is continue writing code in our next lesson. All right, so I want to see you there. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we finished up the design of the game activity, and we've gotten that data selected by the user in this activity. So that means in this lesson, we're going to continue to write some code. So we'll go back to Android Studio. And first up, I want to ensure that the number of digits that are chosen by the user will be generated randomly. So to do this, I'll just define an object from the random class and a variable of type integer. So now I'm going to use an if structure. If the user chose the 2-digit number option, the number to be generated must be 2 digits. I'll write random equals r dot next int. If I write 100 here, a number between 0 and 100 will be generated. But I want that number that's produced to be 2 digits, so I'll write 90 in parentheses, and I'll write plus 10. See, that way, if 0 is generated randomly, the 10 value will be transferred to random. If 90 is produced, the maximum value of 99 will be transferred to the random value. Follow? So as the result, a 2-digit number will always be generated. So now I will write this control for the 3-digit and 4-digit selection. So whatever number of digits is chosen by the user, a number of that specific length will be randomly generated. All right, so now we can add a click listener to the button. First, I want to pass the value of the edit text component to a variable of string type. So I'll call this variable guess. Now, first of all, I've got to check whether the guess variable is empty, because the user can press the button without even entering a guess, yeah? So if the guess value is empty, I will show the user a toast message. If it is not empty, first I will make the text view component visible. And now I'll create a variable of type integer. I'll call this variable remaining right, and I'll pass that value 10. So I can decrease the value of remaining right by 1. And then finally, I convert the guess value to integer type. And now I'm just printing the user's last guess and the remaining right to the text view components. All right, so now we will compare the randomly generated number with the user's guess. Now, what if the user's guess is equal to the number produced? Well, we'll write the necessary code here. And if the user's guess is greater than the number produced, guess what? I'll write decrease your guess into the text view hint component. If the user's guess is smaller than the number produced, I'll write increase your guess to the text view hint component. And then we can write the necessary code here when the right of guess is over, or the number of rights, I guess I should say. All right, so now I'm cleaning the edit text component. And sure enough, my friends, just like that, that's looking pretty good. So let's take a break here. And then in the next lesson, we'll continue by writing the necessary code if the user wins or loses the game. All right, see you in the next one. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we compared the randomly generated number with a user's guess. So in this lesson, that means we're going to show an alert dialog for if the user guesses the randomly generated number or if the user's right to guess is over. So this alert dialog will include the randomly generated number, how many steps the user knows this number, and the user's guesses. We're also going to ask the user if they want to play again. All right, so now let's go to Android Studio and write this necessary code. So we're going to keep the user's guesses in an array list. So I'll first create an array list, and it's an integer type. I'll call the array list the guesses list. So I'll also create another variable of the integer type. I'll call this variable user attempts. So this way I will transfer the value of this variable to 0. And I'll increase the value of the variable user attempts within the onClickListener method of the button. Yeah, you follow? So I can also add the value user guess to the guess list array. And now if the user's guess is equal to the randomly generated number, I'll create an object from the class AlertDialogPointBuilder. I'll call this object builder. I'll write gameActivity.this as context. I'll write the title of the dialog using the builderPointSetTitle method. And I'm writing the builder.setCancelable method. I'll write false in parentheses. So it's thanks to this method, if the user clicks out of the dialog, then the dialog will not be closed. So I write the required messages using the builder.setMessage method. And here I can use the reverse/n. So that's a feature to make the sentences appear one after the other when the application runs. All right, so now I can create the positive button. All right, yes, in the text of the button. And I can add a click listener feature to the button. And if the user wants to play again, I'll open the login page with the help of an intent. Now I can also end this page just by using the finish method. Now I'll create the negative button. So I'll write no in the text of the button. And I'll add a quick listener feature to the button. And if the user doesn't want to play again for whatever reason, I can close the application. All right, so the code I'm going to write here is just standard. So these codes are used to terminate the application. Okay, so finally I can use the builder.create.show method, and that'll make the dialog appear. All right, so how's that? Why don't we take a break here, and that way in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code in case the user loses the game. All right, see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code for if the user wins the game. Yay! Now, if the user loses the game, well, we're going to have to write that necessary code as well. So why don't we go ahead and open Android Studio for this? So if the user's guess is run out, we'll show the user an alert dialog. This alert dialog will be the same as the alert dialog that we wrote before. So all I have to do is copy and then paste it. However, I'm going to change some parts of the message. So before we run our application, while we're printing our remaining right and last guess, we will make an arrangement like this. All right, so now we can run and thereby test our application. All right, so there's the splash screen. Don't you just love it? And first of all, I'll press the Start button, and I won't select anything. So snack bar appears. Now I'll select a number of digits and press the Start button. Game activity also opens beautifully, if I do say so myself. So now I'll enter my guesses. So first I'll just write 50 and press a Confirm button. So our last guess gets printed here, 50. Now right below it, it says my right to guess. So my right to guess decreased from 10 to 9. So here it says to decrease my guess. So I'll write my second guess, 30. Okay, it tells me to increase my guess. So now I can write my third guess. I'll just say 40. It tells me to reduce. Writing my fourth guess, 35. Tells me to reduce. Writing my fifth guess is 34. Tells me to reduce my guess. So I'm writing my sixth guess as 33. And it tells me to reduce my guess. Writing my seventh guess is 32. Tells me to reduce. Writing my eighth guess, 31. And what do you think? The right guess. So the randomly generated number must be 31. All right, so in my eighth attempt, I made the right guess. Boy, I was getting a little nervous there. So our guesses are also written here, is the point. So I press the Yes button for the new game. The game starts again. Now this time I'll choose the 4-digit number option. And here I'll start the game. So I can write my first guess, 5,000. All right, tells me to increase. I'll write a second guess, 6,000. Tells me to reduce. All right, so I'll write my third guess, 5,500. Tells me to increase. Write my fourth guess, 5,600. Increase. Write my fifth guess, 5,700. Tells me to increase. Writing my sixth guess as 5,800. Tells me to reduce. I'm writing my seventh guess, 5,750. And it tells me to reduce my guess. Wow, I'm writing my eighth guess as 5,740. And it tells me to reduce. So I'll write my ninth guess, 5,730. It tells me to reduce. So I'll write my last guess here as 5,720. Oh no, I don't know how you feel about losing the game, but that's it. So the randomly generated number is 5,728. And here's where our guesses are written. And this time I'll press a no button. Our application closes. Not that I am bitter or disappointed or anything else, but I know you figured that, hey, because I wrote the game, I'd be able to win. That's okay. The application works, and it works fine and smoothly. The inspiration is to, hey, let's do it again, right? So, of course, you can develop this application even more, even better. You can make it more beautiful. It's seriously only limited by your imagination to develop this. But for here, I'm going to leave it with you, and I want to move on to another project. Maybe I'll see you there. Maybe you'll play with this. In any event, eventually we'll catch up in the next project. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to make a new application. This time, the name of our application is Flag Quiz. So in this application, we're going to use the SQLite database. And with this application, you will be able to develop your knowledge about SQLite database and also learn how to use an external database. All right, so let's have a look at the finished version of our application so you know what I've got in mind and where I'm leading you. So first, there will be a login activity that greets the user. And by clicking the button here, it will open the quiz activity. And there are 3 text views on this page. Now, the text view components will keep the number of correct answers as well as wrong answers and the number of questions. So here there's one image view component. So flags will be included in this component. And then finally, there will be 4 options. And if the correct option is checked, the background color will be green. And if you choose the wrong option, the background color will turn red. So the background color of the correct option will also be green. And then you can click on the next button at the bottom and the next question will appear. So a new activity will not open for the consequential or other questions. The data of the components included here will change. So in total, there will be, let's say, 10 quizzes. There will be 20 flags in our database. So yeah, that was sort of a general and pretty quick overview. But hope you understand the result because it's open here. So on this page, that's where we'll write the total number of correct, total number of wrong, what the success rate is. Also, the user will be able to play again or just exit the game using these buttons here. All right, so that's just some quick information just to give you a little idea. Why don't we go ahead, finish up this lesson, and we'll start designing our app in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will design the flag quiz application. So after finishing the design of our application, we will write the Java code. So I'm going to open Android Studio. And first, we're going to design our, well, you know what? It's the very first page. So I'll add a text view to the design area. And I'm changing the ID of the text view component. And I'll write, welcome to Flag Quiz Game in the text of the text view. And you know what? Let's make the size 36. I'll turn the color black. make the text alignment property center. So now I can add a button. And I'll change its ID. I'll make the width 350. I'll change the background color. And I'll write Start Quiz in this text. I'll just turn the size 36, and I'll make the color white. Now I'll center both components horizontally. I'll define automatic constraint values. Now I can finally change the background color of constraint layout. Okay, so let's define the components that we've created in the Java class. So I've identified the components. Now I can match the components with their IDs. Now I'll add the click listener feature to the button. And when the button is pressed, the quiz activity will open. And that's how we have created the first quiz activity. All right, so now we can write the necessary code. So I just write the transition code to the quiz activity using the intent method. And there you go. That's pretty much the design of this first page. So now let's go ahead and design the quiz activity. So I'll add a text view to the design area. And I'll change its ID to text view correct. And I'll change the constraint values. And I'm changing the text. I'll make the size 20. And also make the color white. I'll make the text style property bold. So now I'll copy and paste this text view document. I'll change its ID to text view wrong. And I am changing the constraint values. So I'll copy and paste them one more time. I'll change its ID to text view empty. And I'm changing the value of constraint. So I'll center it horizontally. And I'll add one more text view. And now I'll change its ID to text view question. And I'll change its text. I'll make the size 24. I'll change the color. And I'll make the text style property bold. Now I'll change the constraint values. And now I will add one image view. But first, I need to copy the flags to the drawable folder. And now I'll add an image view. I'll choose a flag. And I'm changing its ID to image view flag. And now I'll change the size. So I'll change the scale type property to fit XY. And I'm changing the values for constraint. Now I can add one vertical linear layout. Change the width and the height of linear layout to wrap content. I'll add one button inside the linear layout. And I'll change its ID to button A. I'll make the width 300. I'll change the background color. And I'll make the size 24. Make the color white. And I'll change the text alignment property to center. So now all I have to do is copy this button and paste it 3 times. And I'll do this in the XML section. So now I'll just change the IDs of the buttons. So I'll select all the buttons and set the margin feature to 5. I'll change the constraint values of linear layout. Cool. So let's move on to the next question. So I will add one next button. For this, I'll select an image from the vector asset file. And now I'll add image view to the design field and select the picture I just created. I'll center it horizontally. Now I can change the background color of the constraint layout. And yeah, it looks pretty good, huh? Okay, so let's take a break. And then in the next lesson, we can define the components in Java class and create the result activity. All right, so we'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we designed the home page as well as the game page. So in this lesson, we will describe the components on the game page in the Java class. So we'll also design the results page. So let's open up Android Studio. And first up, I will define the text view components. And now I'll define the image view component. And finally, I'll define the buttons. So now I'm going to pair these components with their IDs. Now I add the on-click feature to the buttons. And there is our game page. Yeah, that looks right. So now let's design the result activity. So I'm creating a new activity for this one. And the name of the activity will be result activity. Result activity is here. So what we can do is add a text view to the design area. And I'm changing its ID to text view total correct. And in the text section, I can write total correct answer. I'll make the size 30. Make the color green. And I'll make the text style property bold. I'll copy this text view component and paste it 3 times. And then I can just change the ID of the second text view component. So now in the text section, I write total wrong answer. I'll change the color. So now I'm changing the ID of the third text view component. And in the text section, I'll write total empty answer. Change the color. And I'll just change the ID of the fourth text view component. So in the text section, I'll write success rate. And change the color. Okay, so now I'll select all text view components and change the constraint values. Now I'll add a button. And I'll change the ID of the button to button again. I'll make the width 350. Change the background color. In the text section, I'll write play again. And I'll make the size 36. Make the color white. And I'll copy and paste this button. I'm only going to change the ID and text. And then I can select both buttons and change the constraint value. I'll also change the background color of constraint layout. So I think, my friends, our design is happening. Well, I mean, it's finished and you know the components. So now why don't we define these components in Java class? So I first like to define the text view component. And now I can define the buttons. So I'm going to pair the components with their IDs. And then finally, I'll add the on-click feature to the buttons. And that finishes the design of the application. We've also defined all the components in Java class. So now we can go ahead and write the necessary code. So in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code. All right, so I'll see you there. Hello, friends. In our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So in this lesson, we will create the database. All right, so first of all, I've got to state that we will not save any data to the database in this application. We're not going to delete any data from the database either. We're going to create a database and then pull data from that database that we create. Now, in our later applications, we will add, update, as well as delete data in the database. But first, we have to learn how to create an external database for Android applications. All right? So let's go ahead and use the database browser for SQLite. And it's a program that you can download the database browser application from this link. And we can create the database ourselves. Or we can include previously created databases in our application as well. So for this, I'll open the database browser application. You can create a new database from the tab here, or you can open a previously created database from the tab here. Okay, so we will create a new database. We'll select the file where the database we will create will be saved. All right, so now we need to determine the properties of the table that we will create within this database. So I'll write flag quiz game in the name of the table. And just by pressing the Add button, I'll define the columns of the table and the properties of these columns. Now our database will consist of 3 columns. The name of the first column will be flag ID, and its type will be integer. The name of the second column will be flag name, and put its type to be text. And then the name of the third column will be flag image, and its type will be text. All right, so we have now created our database and table. Now we have to add the data to our database. Now, an important point to note here is that the names of the flags we added to the drawable folder and the flag names in the flag image column in the database, they've got to be the same. Otherwise, we won't be able to pull flags out of the database. Yeah? Okay. So I'll add the first flag. And I'll add the second flag. And by doing it this way, I will add 20 flags. So all of the flags are added. I'll save the changes that I've made. All right, so that's our database. And in our next lesson, we're going to add the database into our application. All right, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created our database. So in this lesson, we will add the database to our application. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio for this. So first, we'll need to create a folder where we're going to add our database to. So in order to do this, I'll just hover over the app folder and right-click. And I'll select New Folder, Assets folder as my option. Press the OK button. And the asset folder has now been created. So now I will copy the database to the asset folder. And sure enough, we've added our database to our application. So when working with external databases, there is a Java class that we need to use. The name of this class is Database Copy Helper. So thanks to this class, our database and application will work in an integrated manner. So let's add this class to our application. The Database Copy Helper class is derived from the SQLite Open Helper class. So it's all because of this class the necessary queries can be made easily in databases. So the database name in the Database Copy Helper class must match the database name that we created. Cool, so it's in this file. We will only change the name of the database. All right, good. So this class is a standard class. It includes methods such as where to save the database in the application, opening the database, creating the database if it doesn't exist already or if it's deleted. So I want to share this class on GitHub. So let's create the model class of our database. And I'll call the model class flags model. I will create 3 variables in this class. Cool. So the variables that I'm going to create in this class will be the same as the column names in the database. All right, so now I just create the constructors. And for this, I right-click. I'll choose Generate for my option. And first, I'll create the empty constructor. And then the full constructor. And finally, I'll create the getter and setter methods. And sure enough, my friends, there you have it. So we'll take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we're going to continue to create the necessary classes. All right, I'll see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we added the database to our application, and we talked about the database copy helper class. So in this lesson, we're going to create the database class. So we'll open up Android Studio, and I'll create a new class. And I'll call this class Flags Database. So this class is going to be derived from the SQLite Open Helper class. And we have to implement a few methods in this class. So here we will add the onCreate and onUpgrade methods. And finally, we'll need to add a constructor. So here, I'll just delete data other than context, because we will create that for ourselves. We will write the name of our database in the name section. We will write null in the factory section. And we're going to write 1 in the version section. However, the extension of the database must be the same as the extension of the database in the asset folder. So I'll write .db. Likewise, I'm making this arrangement in the database copy helper class. Remember, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to pull data from the database. All right, so now I'm going to add a table to the database within the onCreate method. I use the db object here for that. And I'll just write db.exec SQL. And I'll need to write the SQL codes required to create a table in parentheses. So I need to write these codes in string type. I open the database for this, and I'll copy the necessary code from the database. And I select the table that we created and select the Modify Table option. Now I can copy the code contained here. I'll paste it in parentheses. And finally, I'll write if not exists right here. Thus, if the table is not created for any reason, it will be created thanks to this code. All right, so now let's write the necessary code in the onUpgrade method. So here I'm also using the SQL query drop table if exists. Then finally, I update the database using the onCreate method. And there you have it, my friends. So we'll take a break here, and in our next lesson, we'll write the code to access a database and then pull that data in. Cool. See you next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the database class. So in this lesson, we will create a class to access and get data from the database. So we'll open up Android Studio for this. Now, first up, I will create a new class, and I'll call this class Flags DAO. Now, I have to pull data from the database in two different ways. So firstly, I need to get the 10 questions from the database. Okay, so secondly, well, except for the correct answer, I have to get 3 wrong answers from the database. And we'll also keep the data that I pull from the database in an array list. So here I will write a method that returns array list. And is the type model class. So also, this method will take an object from the database class. I create the required method, and now I am creating an array list that will hold the questions. And then next I can create an object from the SQLite database class to query. And here I'm just writing the f-d.get writable database method using the object of the database class that I created above. Now I create an object from the class cursor to read the data line by line. And I'm writing the lightdatabase.rawQuery method using the object that I created from the SQLite database class. So now I need to write 2 parameters in parentheses. First, I'll write the necessary SQLite query statements. So with this statement, I'll be able to get all the data from the database, but I do want some random, in fact, I want random 10 data. So therefore, I will add the following statements to the SQLite query. And now I will set the second parameter to be null. So now I'm going to read line by line thanks to the cursor object. Therefore, I will create 3 variables of the type integer. I will pass the column information to these variables. And now I'll create a while loop. So I write the cursor point move to next as my method in parentheses. And it's all thanks to this method that the cursor object will start from the first data cell in the database and will read until the last cell of the database. Great, so now let's transfer the red data to an object that we will create from our model class. So this statement that we wrote here is a standard statement for pulling data. And finally, we'll transfer the captured data to our array. And sure enough, my friends, that is the necessary code to get 10 questions from the database. Very cool. Let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we'll write code to get the wrong answers. All right, see you next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to get 10 questions from the database. So in this lesson, we will get 3 wrong options from the database. So let's open up Android Studio. So to get the wrong options from the database, we're going to use a similar SQL query here. So what I'll do is I'll copy and paste this method, and I'm changing the name of the method. And this method, unlike the above method, I'm going to write an integer type flag ID in parentheses. So this flag ID will belong to the correct answer. So when querying from the database, we will get 3 options apart from flag ID here. Otherwise, the correct answer can be printed twice in the options. So I'm changing my SQL query like this. Now here I'm restricting the query using the where structure. So I'm writing 3 instead of 10. And this way, except for the correct answer, I will get 3 wrong answers from the database. If you want to, we can do these queries in the database browser to make the subject even more understandable. So for that, all I have to do is open up the database browser. And I'll open the SQL Queries tab here. So first, let's just randomly pull out 10 questions from the database. And yeah, there are 10 different questions. If this query is run again, a different 10 questions will combine. And now let's write our query for the wrong answer. And here, 3 different answers will be retrieved whose ID is not 5. So let's run this query again. And there you go. You see, that's how we always get different answers whose ID is not 5. All right, so there's a different spin, but I think that queries are now a little bit more understandable. So why don't we take a break here and we'll continue where we left off in the next lesson. All right, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created necessary queries so that we can get data from the database. Now we will reflect that data that we captured into our application. So why don't we just open up Android Studio? All right, so first up, I'll need to copy the database as soon as the application is open. So to do that, we will use the database copy helper class. And I'll just create a method in the main activity. I'll call the method copy database. So I have to copy the database within the try and catch structure. Otherwise, we will get an error. Android Studio always forces users to use the try and catch structure in database operations because when working with databases, errors can be encountered, right? So in that case, we'll use the try and catch structure, and that way the application won't crash. All right, so I'll create an object from the database copy helper class. I create the database using the helper object that I've created. And if the database has been created, I open the database, and then I can write this method in the onCreate method. And then as soon as my application runs, the database will be copied. So the database will be ready to receive data. So now we can open up the quiz activity. Questions ought to be loaded as soon as the quiz activity is open. All right, so now we've got access to the getRandom10question method, which I created in the flags DAO class within this onCreate method. So to do this, I need to create an object from the database class. Also, I have to import the questions from the database into an array. So now I will write the necessary code in the onCreate method. And then as soon as the quiz activity is open, we're going to take 10 questions from the database and then transfer the questions that we receive into an array. So let's take a short break here, why don't we? And then we'll continue where we left off in the next lesson. Cool, so I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous video, we learned how to get our questions from the database. So in this lesson, we're going to print the questions that we receive. So we'll go to Android Studio. And here I will create 3 variables of the type integer so that we can print the number of the correct, the empty, the wrong, and the questions. So I will pass the value 0 to the initial values of these variables. Okay, so now I've got to create a method to show the questions in the component. So I create a method called loadQuestion. And I'll call this method in the onCreate method. And now I will write the necessary code in the method. First of all, I'll need to write the number of questions into the TextViewQuestion component. And now I have to transfer the questions that I get from the database to a variable, respectively. So I'll create an object from my model class above. And now I will upload the questions that I get from the database to this variable, respectively. So when the load question method first runs, the value of the question variable is 0. The first element of the array questions list will be transferred to the correct flag variable. And then every time this method is called, that is, when a new question is loaded, then a new flag will be loaded in the correct flag variable, since the value of the question variable will increase. Excellent. So now we're going to load the flags that we receive from the database to the image view flag component. Now here we have to create a dynamic structure. So for that, I will use the setImageResource as my method, and I've got to write 3 parameters here. First parameter will be the name of the flag that I load. And for this, I will use the correctFlag object. So at this point, the flag names in the database will be compared to the flag names in the drawable folder, okay? So if the flag names are different, no pictures will be uploaded. So for this reason, the flag names registered in the database must be the same as the flag names in the drawable folder. Right, so I just wanted to point that out. Now, the second parameter, I will write the name of the drawable folder. Third parameter, I will write the package name of the application. And thus the first flag was loaded on the image view flag component. So now we need to get the 3 wrong options from the database. Now here I have to create an array. So now I will import 3 of these data into the wrong options list array. And I'll need to write 2 parameters in parentheses. The first parameter, I'll write the object that I created from the database class. Second parameter, I'll write the ID of the correct answer. So I will get 3 wrong answers from the database, apart from the correct answer. All right, so that looks like that is it. So we've gotten our questions and our wrong answer options from the database. So now we can create the options. So we'll take a short break here, and that way we'll continue the next lesson where we're going to create these options, all right? I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we uploaded the flags that we got from the database into the component. We also got 3 wrong answer options from the database. So in this lesson, we will print the right and the wrong answers in the options. So why don't we just go ahead and open Android Studio Pronto. All right, so first of all, in every question, the right and the wrong answer options need to be replaced. All right, so I'm going to do this using the hash set, because hash set keeps data randomly, not regularly. So here we're going to use the feature hash set. And for that reason, I will create the hash set above. Now, made a mistake when printing the number of questions on the screen. We have to write question plus 1 here, okay? I can just fix that easily. And now I just wanted to show you how to do that. So now we can create the hash set series. And the hash set has occurred. Cool. So first of all, I'm going to clear the mix options array. Now I can add the right and the wrong answer options to the mix options array. However, we won't be able to print the data in the hash set by index number. It's just a feature of the hash set array. So for this reason, we will create another array list. We will transfer the data in the hash set to the array list. So here we will clear the options array. And I'll just create a for loop. And the options were transferred to the options array in a mixed form. So I'm printing my data to the text of the options. And thus, the right and the wrong answers were printed into the text of the options. Cool. So now let's add an on-click feature. And this goes to the image view next component. So when the next button is pressed, I will increase the value of the question variable by 1. I'll also call the load question method here. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's take a step back for a second, and we'll run and then test our application. Just so that we can make sure that everything is working the way that we want it to. And yes, my friends, the flag and the options are loaded beautifully without any problems. What if I press the next button, and the new flag and the new options have also been loaded quite beautifully, if I might say so myself? However, have you noticed there is a problem printing the number of questions? You know what the fix is? Well, we'll do it right now. If we put the statement here in parentheses, the problem gets solved. You see why? And there you go. The application works. Jim Dandy, fine. So, all right, so we're going to take another short break, and we will code everything that will occur when the options are pressed in our next lesson. All right? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we got the data from the database and printed it on the components. So in this lesson, when we press options, we will change the numbers of true or false. And we're also going to change the background colors of the buttons. So why don't we go ahead, open Android Studio and get started. So when the buttons are pressed, I'll create a method that checks to see whether the button pressed is the right or the wrong answer. So I'll call this method answer control method. And in addition, so this method is going to take an object from the button class. So when the button is pressed, I transfer the text of the button, that is the country name, to a variable of the string type. I transfer the text of the correct answer to a variable of the string type. Now, using the if-else structure, we'll check to see if the selected button is correct. And if the answer is correct, I increase the value of the correct variable by 1. And I'll make the button's background color green. But if the answer is wrong, I increase the value of the wrong variable by 1. And I make the background color of the button red. And also, I'll make the background color of the correct answer option green. All right, so I'll create another if structure. If the correct answer is button A, I change the background color. I also create this method for the other buttons. So now I'll set the click property of all the buttons to false to prevent the user from choosing another option. Then finally, I'll write the value of the true and false variables to the text view correct and the text view wrong components. So now I call the answer control method in the button click method. But when the user goes to the next question, the click feature of the buttons must be true. Now, I also need to convert the background colors back to the initial color. So for this, I will write the necessary code in the click method of the ImageViewNext component. So now let's run and test our application. The flag and the options are loaded beautifully. Now I'll choose the right option. And as you can see, the background color of the button turns green. The correct number also increases by 1. And I'll press another option. There's no change, right? Because the click feature of the buttons became false. So we'll move on to the next question. Background colors of the buttons changes back to the initial color. Let me choose the wrong option. The background color of the wrong option has become red, and the background color of the right option turns green. All right, so that's working pretty well. We'll take a short break here, and I want to ask you a question to think about. What will happen if the user does not choose any option? Haha! So for that, we're going to write some code in the next lesson. All right, so see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary methods for the correct and the incorrect answers, right? So in this lesson, if the user doesn't answer the question, we're going to write some code that will, well, answer your question. So let's go into Android Studio. So first, we are going to need to check to see if the user chooses any options, right? So I'll create a Boolean variable for this. I'll set the first value of this variable to be false. So now in the answer control method, I'll set the value of the button control variable to be true. And now I will create an if-else structure inside the click method of the ImageViewNext component. So if the value of the button control variable is false, that is, if no option has been selected by the user, and the number of questions is fewer than 10, that is, if the user hasn't reached the last question yet, I'll increase the value of the variable empty by 1. So I'll also write the value empty to the text view empty component. Also, I'll write the load question method to load the questions. So if the value of the button control variable is true, that is, if the user selected an option, and the number of questions is less than 10, I'll write the codes that I wrote before here. If the user reaches the last question, that is, the value of the variable question is 10, I open the result activity with the help of intent. with the put extra method, I will send the number of true, false, and empty to the result activity. And then here I can finally set the value of the button control variable to be false. Okay, so let's run this and test it out. Application opens. So I'll answer the first question correctly. Background color changes to green. The correct number also increases by 1. Now I'll move on to the next question. I'll answer this question incorrectly. Number of wrong increases by 1. Background color is red. So I can move on to the next question. Now I'm not going to answer this question. I'll try and move on to the next question. And as you can see, the number of empty has also increased. Now I'll answer the questions quickly. And then for the last question, the value of the variable question is 9. So pressing the next button once again, the value of the question variable will be 10, and the result activity will be opened. So there you go, my friends. The application works pretty smoothly. So that means in the next lesson, we're going to take these numbers of the true and the false and the empty in the result activity and then print them on the screen. Okay? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So, of course, our previous video, we sent the correct, empty, and the wrong numbers to the result activity. So in this lesson, we're going to receive that data that we send in the result activity. So we will also print this data to the screen. And then finally, we're going to write the necessary code to terminate the game or open up a new game. So we'll go to Android Studio for all this. I'll open the result activity. I'll just create 3 variables of the type integer. Now, using the getIntent method, I'll transfer the data that I got from the quiz activity to the variables that I just created. And now I will print the correct number on the text view total correct component. I will print the wrong number on the text view total wrong component. I will print the number of empties on the text view total empty component. And then finally, I'll print the percentage of success on the text view success component. All right, so now if the user wants to play again, I'll just turn on the activity main with the help of intent. And then I can now write the finish method. So if the user wants to quit the game, I've got to write the code to terminate the application. To close the application, we had written a block of code in previous applications. This time we're going to write a different block of code, I think. Yes, yes, we will write a different block of code. This time we're going to write, you can just choose whatever block of code that you want to use. I created the required code block with the help of intent. Okay, so before running our application, we will need to remove the quiz activity from the backstack. All right, so let's test the application. Okay, so it works. I'll answer the questions quickly. And there's a number of correct, false, and empty is printed on the result screen. Now let me just press the play again button, and the main activity opens. All right, again, I'll just rush through the questions quickly. And now I'll press the quit game button. And just like that, the application closes. All right, so hey, that finishes our application. But I'll tell you, even though it was a whole lot of fun, you learned quite a lot. And it's because of all this information that you gleaned from this application, you can use a ready-made database or even create a whole database yourself and then add it into your application. So we use 20 flags in this application. You can include the flags of all countries. You can create different categories. But whatever you choose to do, this is the end of the lesson. And I want you to continue developing it just to develop your skills. For now, I'm going to sign off, but I am going to see you in the next project. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to make an entirely new application. Our application will be called My Album. So while doing this application, we're going to use a new concept called Architectural Room Database instead of the SQLite database. So the Room database was introduced by Google in the Google I/O 27 event. The Room database creates an abstract layer above the SQLite database. So what's the purpose of this database? Well, it makes the SQLite database a whole lot easier to use. For example, when using the SQLite database, we need to use a series of queries to pull data from the database. And if you happen to make a typo in the queries, SQLite doesn't warn us about the error. However, when we run the program, we might see the errors, it might crash, it's just going to cause havoc. But in the Room database, before compiling the application, we can see any spelling mistakes or typos that are made while writing the queries. Okay, so that might be a useful thing, right? But in addition to that, Room database, it saves us from complicated and tiring blocks of code, as you might be aware of in SQLite database. All right, so that's enough of the sort of explanation. Let's get into it, and if you're ready, we'll take a look at the finished version, or what our application is going to look like. So here it is, my friends. With the floating action button found here, the user will be directed to the photo upload page to this mobile album. When the user presses the image view component on the photo adding page, we're going to ask for permission to access media files on the particular mobile device. And then after the permissions are granted, it will select the photo that they're going to want to add to the album from the mobile device. And again, if the user wants, they'll be able to add a title and a description to the photo. And then when we click on the Save button, the photo will be added to the album and also to our database. Now, the added photos will also be displayed in the Recycler View component. So let's add another photo. And now there are 2 photos in the album. So if the user clicks on any of the photos in their album, the update page will open. So here the user can change the photo title or description. And then if the user wants to delete any of the photos, then they'll be able to delete it just by swiping left or right. So what do you think of that? Simple photo album. Let's see how it works. So if you're ready, we'll take a break here, and we'll continue where we left off in the next video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we're going to add the necessary libraries for this architectural room database that we're going to be using in the app. So first, how about a little about the components of the architectural room database? So the room persistence library provides an abstraction layer over SQLite, and that allows for a more robust database access while harnessing the full power of SQLite. Room database consists of entity, data access object, or DAO, and database components. The entity component represents each piece of data in the database. The DAO component is used to access the database, and we will define the queries related to the database here. Okay. Repository, well, that'll manage the data exchange between databases. View model is a class that allows data to be displayed in the user interface. It'll prevent data loss due to the lifecycle rules in the user interface. Now, live data, that'll monitor changes in the database and reflects these changes to the components. All right, so that's a brief rundown of the tasks in the architectural room database. Why don't we add the necessary libraries to our application? So for this, we're going to add the current libraries to our project from developer.android.com. And from here, I will add the necessary libraries for the room database. All right, so now I'll add the libraries required for the live data and view model. And now I can press this sync button. And yeah, that's all you have to do, my friends, to add the necessary libraries. So in the next lesson, we're going to create the room database components. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friend. So in this lesson, we will create the entity component. All right, so we'll open up Android Studio. First of all, I'll create a model class. I'll set the name of the model class to be my images. Now here I have to perform an annotation operation above the class because the room database will create the necessary tables thanks to the annotation process. And that's why I will write @entity. And I'll write the name of the table that I will create in the database in parentheses. And now we've got a table named my images in the database. All right, so now I've got to create the columns of the table. So the name of the first column will be image ID. Its type will be integer. Also, the ID column should be primary key. And it's got to increase automatically. So the name of the second column will be image title, and its type will be string. The name of the third column will be image description. Its type will be string. Now we're also going to save a picture in the last column. So how do you save an image to an SQLite database? Well, images are saved in the database as BLOB, my friends. Blob. So blob is short for binary large object. So images, sound, or other multimedia objects are stored as blob. So if the blob is stored in binary format, such as an SQL Server image field, you can pass an array of type byte as a binary parameter. So therefore, we will create the type of the last column as an array of bytes. Also, the name of the column will be image. All right, so now I'm going to create the constructor of the model class. I will create the getter methods. And finally, I will create the setter method of the ID column. Now, while it's doing the update process, it's just going to be enough for me to know the ID of the data that I'm going to update, right? Okay. So there you go, my friends. That is the entity component. In the next lesson, we're going to create the DAO class. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we will create the data access object or DAO component. So in this class, we will make the necessary queries for our project, such as insert, update, delete, and query. So if you're ready, let's open up Android Studio and create this DAO class. So first of all, I've got to create the class. So I'm writing my images DAO in the class name section. But this is going to be an interface, not a class. And I want to make this important distinction here. DAO must always be an interface or abstract, because when using the room database, we will only write the method names for the required query operations. Yeah? The methods will not have a body. Room database will do the necessary operations in the background. Cool. So for this reason, DAO should be an interface, not a class. Now, first of all, we've got to define the room database. So this class is the DAO class. Therefore, we've got to do an annotation operation. And you remember that from the last time. So for this, I'm just going to write @DAO. Now I will create the insert method. I'll create an object of the model class in parentheses. Similarly, I will create the delete and update methods. And then finally, I'm going to create the query. So it's thanks to this query that all the data in the My Images table will be printed on the components increasingly according to their ID numbers. So now I have to import all that data that will come from the query into a list. And in addition to that, this series will be under the supervision of live data. In fact, at this point, we can see the difference of the room database. When I mistype the column name here in the query statement, see how the room database gives us a warning? Or let's say there's a misspelling anywhere in the query statement. Room database will still fail. So if we used SQLite instead of room database, we would get these errors during the compilation. So for many other reasons, but like this one in particular, room database provides us with a host of convenient features. So there it is. We've created the DAO interface. So in the next lesson, we will create the database class. See you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will create the database class, the last component of the room database. So for this, why don't we just go ahead and open up Android Studio. And here I will create a new class. Set the name of the class to be My Images Database. Now also, the database class will be an abstract class. So now I will derive this class from the room database class. I will also do annotations in this class. I'll specify the model class and version number using the annotation operation. I'm going to write the version number 1. So if you make a change to the database, such as adding a new table, then you're going to need to change the version number. Otherwise, even if you make changes to the database, a database belonging to the old version number, it's always going to work. But now I've got to make 2 definitions. So first, I will create an object from the database class. This object will be static because I should be able to access this object from anywhere within the database, right? And secondly, I'm going to create a method from the class MyImagesDAO. And this method will be an abstract method also. The method will not have a body, by the way. Necessary operations will be performed by the room database in the background. So now I'm just going to create the necessary method for the database. And this method I will create is a standard method for the database. So I'll write context as a parameter in parentheses. So here we're going to check to see if the instance object is null by using an if structure. If the value of the instance object is null, so if no database has been created, for instance, I will write the necessary code to create the database. So here I'm writing room.databasebuilder. In parentheses, I'll write the name of the database class. And now I can give the database a name as string expression. So I'll write point fallback to destructive migration outside of the parentheses. And then finally, I can write point build. Now here I'll write return instance outside the if structure. All right, so that has now concluded the creation of the database class. Pretty straightforward. All right, so that means in the next lesson, we're going to create our repository class. All right, see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. In our previous lessons, we've created the entity, the DAO, and the database classes. These are the components of the room database. So now we're going to create the repository class. So open up Android Studio if you haven't already. And here I will create a class. I'll set the name of the class to be My Images Repository. And I'm going to make two definitions in the repository class. So first, I'll create an object from the My Images DAO class. And then secondly, I will create a series from the model class. Now this series will be under the supervision of live data. All right, so now I'm going to create one constructor. I'll write application as a parameter in parentheses. And I'll describe the objects that I created above here. Now to do this, I'm going to create an object from the database class. Now using the database object I created, I'll define the My Images DAO object. And then I'll transfer the getAllImages method in the My Images DAO class to the images list array. Now I will create the methods that I created in the My Images DAO class in the repository class. So first I'll create the insert method. Now before I write the necessary code for this method, I'm going to create the other methods in a similar way. All right, so finally I'll create the getAllImages method. Now this method will return the images list array that I created above. Now I'll need to write the necessary code for the insert, delete, and update methods. So for this, I'll create an asynchron task. I'll tell you a little bit about the asynchron task. Asynchron task prevents important operations such as writing files and reading files or downloading data from the internet while the application is running, and then enables them to perform these operations, of course, asynchronously in the background, in other words. So what's the purpose there? Well, that's to prevent the application from running really slowly due to the operations that are going on. So Android operating systems will run an application just in one thread. That thread is called the main thread, and all the components such as activity and the provider used in the application use this main thread. So it's for that reason that we should create the operations that we're going to do in the database as asynchron tasks. Now, already, Architectural Room Database does not allow us to perform database operations in the main thread. So for live data only, we will not create an asynchron task because the Room Database will perform the necessary operations for live data in the main thread. So for this reason, we do not need to deal with this part. But there's other database operations. For example, delete, update, insert. Those we've got to create background trades by ourselves, for ourselves, whatever. Because the Room Database does not allow us to do database operations within the main thread, right? If we do it within the main thread, the application's going to crash and burn. In fact, let me just show you the error that we get, cannot access database on the main thread, since it may potentially lock the UI for a long period of time. And they mean it too. Now, of course, we're talking about different ways to avoid this. So now I want to show you again, it's really not so recommended way. We're going to open the MyImages database class. If you use the allow main thread queries method here while creating an instance in the database class, well, you're not going to get that error. However, since it uses the main thread, it may cause some other problems later on in the user interface and long-running processes. For example, the application interface might actually not even be available. So for this reason, well, we should actually use the better and perhaps the Android recommended method. So in this method, we need to add, delete, and update images in the background and without using the main thread. For this, you remember how we used the async tasks before. And of course, this class was deprecated after API 30. But I do want to show you how to use this class, also what the current method will be. So why don't we just start by banging out the async task first. Then we'll go to the current method. So go back to the repository class. And what we're going to do is create a new class for background operations and extend this class from the async task class. First of all, create an asynchronous task for the insert operation, private static class insert image async task. And this task will extend the async task class. Async task will then take 3 parameters, MyImages, void, void. Let me just go over the explanation of the parameters, even if you think you know them. So there's a method that we need to add here when we use the async task class, right? The method's called do in the background. And that is the method that will do the processes in the background, right? So we'll add this method shortly, but some parameters are needed for this method to work. For example, what's it going to return and what's the parameter that the method's going to take, right? So the first parameter that we're going to write here is the parameter that the method will take. So in other words, we'll give the parameter belonging to the MyImages class to the do in the background method so that it performs insert, delete, or update, right? That's, of course, why we wrote MyImages in the very first parameter. Now we'll go over the third and second in that order. The third one is used to specify the return type of the do in background method. However, we're not going to want this function to return any value. We only want it to perform the operations that we specify. That's why we use for the third parameter void. Second parameter, again, is a parameter of the onProgress update method to be added optionally in the async task class. So in other words, it's used to track the transaction, but we're not going to use this method. That's why we set the second parameter to be void. All right. So now that I've refreshed your memory or introduced you to something totally novel, if you were sleeping earlier, we will need to just continue here where we left off. All right. So we're getting these alerts because we need to do this in the background. But what I'm going to do is override the do in background method because see this? The method's been deprecated. But I still want to show you how to do this so that you know why it is done. See, you're going to see that the async task is still used often out there. You know it. So that's why it's good to know, okay? We'll get to the new method soon. So I'll need to define the myImages DAO here. Now I'll create the constructor of the class. Finally, in the section before the return null statement, I'll write images DAO.insert myImages 0. All right. So in that way, in this section, I have assigned the element in the 0th index of the myImages array. So now going back to the insert method. In the insert method, I'll create an instance of insert image async task. New insert image async task. MyImages DAO.execute myImages. So the insert method and the background task have been prepared now. Now all we have to do is do the same for the other methods, update and delete. And like we did before, I want to copy the entire async task section and paste it below twice, because we're pretty much going to do the same thing. And in the first copy here, I'll just write update image async task instead of insert. And likewise, I'll change the name of the constructor. So I'm writing update instead of insert at the bottom. So for the second one, I'll do the same for delete. And these async tasks must be executed in the same way as above. So first I'm writing update, new update, image async task, myImages DAO.execute myImages. I'll do the same for delete. New delete image async task, myImages DAO.execute myImages. All right, so that finishes the repository class, right? This is where we did use the async task as the first method. We said it's now deprecated, so I just wanted to show you the mechanics involved. So we'll have a look at the second method that we can use instead of async task. So first, we'll turn all the code related to this async task that we used here into a comment line. All right, so now we can start the other method. Now the class that we're going to use here will be the executors class. So using this class, we can do our operations using a different thread. And for that reason, I'm going to first create an object from the executor service class in the repository class. Executor service equals executors dot new single thread executors. Right, so it's because of this method we can perform insert, delete, and update operations in a different thread using the executors object. So first, we're going to perform the insert operation. And in the insert method, I'll write executors.execute. I'll write new in the parentheses and leave a space and press the Control and Space keys on the keyboard and select the runnable class and press Enter. And what do you see? Well, the run method has now been overridden. And it's here that we will do our background processes in the run method. So again, you can think of this as the do in the background method that we use for the async task class. Now let's do the insert operation. Here I'll write myImages DAO.insert. I'll write the myImages parameter in the parentheses. And that's it. As you can see, we can easily do our background processes on a different thread without using a UI thread instead of the async task. So what do you say we do the delete and update operations in a similar way? So I can copy the codes here, paste it inside the update method and inside the delete method. Now, of course, we'll need to change the names of the methods. I'll type update here. I'll type delete in here. Okay, so now update and delete operations are going to be good to go. And there you go, my friends. That completes that repository class. And again, to run it down, we should do the operations related to room database in the background. Previously, the async task class was used for this, but after API 30, that async task class has been deprecated, mainly because it's kind of hard to say real fast. But I did show you both the async task and the new method that you can now use instead of async task. All right, so we're going to take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, when we come back, we're going to create the view model. All right, going to be lots of fun, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, my friends. So in the previous video, we created the repository class. So in this lesson, we're going to create the view model component. So why don't we just go ahead and open up Android Studio. Now first I'm going to create a class. I'll set the name of the class to be my images view model. And I'll derive this class from the Android view model class. Now by clicking on the lamp on the left side here, I'll create the required method. And I'm going to make two definitions for this class. First, I'll create an object from the MyImages repository class. And now I can create an array containing all the pictures. And then finally, in the constructor, I'll make the necessary assignments to the repository and the images list objects. Now I also need to define database operations within this class. So for that, I'll create the insert method. And similarly, I'll create the delete and update methods. And finally, I will create the getAllImages method. Then this method will return the images list array. Okay, so my friends, that is the definitions in the view model. That's the view model class, and we can leave it here, but I do want to define the view model class in the main activity. All right, so first I'll create an object from the MyImages view model class. Now I will write the necessary code in the onCreate method. MyImages view model equals new view model provider dot Android view model factory. All right, get application in parentheses. Dot create. And all right, MyImages view model dot class in parentheses. Okay, so now I can write MyImages view model dot get all images dot observe. I'll write two parameters in parentheses. First, I can write main activity dot this. As the second parameter, we're just going to write the observer method. All right, so that creates the view model class. Very cool. So in the next lesson, we're going to design our application. All right, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in previous lessons, we've created all of the components of our architectural room database. So in this lesson, we're going to be able to design the application. Now, the application is going to consist of three activities. So it's a main activity, add image activity, and an update image activity. So in this lesson, we're going to design the main activity. So if you haven't done so already, open up Android Studio. So first, I'll create a design for the recycler view component. For that, I can just right-click the Layout folder, select New Layout Resource File option, and I'll write Image Card in the File Name section and press the OK button. So now I can add a card view to the design area. I can change the height of the constraint layout component to wrap content. Add a constraint layout to the card view. I'll change the background color. I'll change the height of the card view component to be 150. And I'll change the constraint values. I'll set the card corner radius feature to 5. You can play around with it maybe. But I'll set the layout margin feature to 3. And I'll add one image view to the design area. And I'll choose a picture to be the default. I'll change the height of the image view component to 125 and its width to 100. And I'll center it on the vertical plane. Change the margin left property to 20. All right, so I'll also make the scale type feature fit XY. All right, so now I can add 2 text view components into the design area. I'll change the ID of the first text view component to text view title. And here I'll change the constraint values. Change its width to 240. Its height to 30. I'll set the text size feature to 24. And I'll also make the text color white. I can select the second text view component. I'll change the ID of the second text view component to text view description. So here I'm changing the constraint values. I'll change its width to 240, its height to 80, and I'll make the text size 16. Also make the text color white. Okay, so that's pretty much the design of the card view component. So now I'm going to add a recycler view component to the main activity. So I'll change the ID to be RV. I'll change the constraint values. Now in the list items section, I'll add the image card design that I just created. And now I'll add one floating action button to the design area. But first, I'm going to need to add a plus picture to the drawable folder. All right, so now I can add the floating action button component. and I'll choose the plus picture that I just created. And I'll change the ID and constraint values of the floating action button component. And now I'll define the recycler view and floating action button components in main activity. And I can match the IDs with their components. And finally, I'll add the on-click listener feature to the button. And boy, doesn't time fly. That finishes the design of the main activity. So what do you think? Of course, you can tweak around as you wish, but what I want to do is, in the next lesson, design the add image activity, okay? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our last lesson, of course, we finished the design of our main activity. So in this lesson, we're going to design the add image activity. Of course, in the field of design, there will be one image view, two edit texts, and one button component in the linear layout. Now, in order for the user to add images, we will have to press the image view component. All right, so for this reason, we will need to indicate to the user that they should press the image view component. Now, you can create a couple of different methods for this. I've created a design like this one here using Adobe XD. And you can also create an image with whatever method that you want. Or without even creating an image, you can just specify the action that the user should take using a text view component. All right, so when you're ready, let's just move on over to Android Studio and get started. And we will first create a new activity. I will change the name of the activity to Add Image Activity. And now I will add one image view component to the design area. I'll select the Select Image picture that I created earlier. And I'm going to change the ID of the image view component. And I'll change its width to 300 EP. And its height to 250. Now I'll make the scale type feature to fit center. And then finally I can center it horizontally. I'll also make the margin top feature 20. And now I'm going to just add vertical linear layout to the design area. I'll add a edit text, a multi-line text, and a button to the linear layout component. Now here I'll change the height of the linear layout component to wrap content and width to be match parent. I'll center it on the vertical plane. I'll make the gravity feature center. And then now, by selecting 3 components, I'll set the layout margin feature to 10. And now I can change the ID of the first edit text component. So I'll make the width 300. Also write add title in the hint section. Also, let's make the text color black. And I'll just change the ID of the second edit text component now. Make the width 300 and the height 150. And I'll also write add description in the hint section. And we'll make the text color black. Okay, so I can change the ID of the button component. And make the width 150. Then I'll write save in the text section. And I will make the font size 24. Okay, so that's the design of the add image activity. So now we've got to define these components in the Java class. So now I'll match the components with their IDs. And then I can add the on-click listener feature to the image view as well as the button components. And I can also indicate that this page is the page for adding pictures. So for that, I've got to write the phrase add image in the action bar section under the super.onCreate method. And for this, I will write get support action bar dot set title. And I'll also write add image in parentheses. And finally, in the manifest file, I'll select the main activity as the parent activity of the add image activity. Thus, a navigation button will be created in the action bar, and that will enable us to go back to the main activity. All right, so my friends, that finishes the design of the add image activity. So in the next lesson, we're going to design the update image activity. All right, so see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, of course, we finished the design of the add image activity. So in this lesson, we're going to design the update image activity. The design of the update image activity will be, well, I'd say pretty much the same as the add image activity. So that means that we can copy the components in the add image activity and then just paste it into the update image activity. And then just remember to change the IDs of the components. We're also going to change the text of the button component. And for that, we'll open up Android Studio. All right, so first we're going to create a new activity. Change the name of the activity to Update Image Activity. And I'll press the Finish button. All right, so that's the activity. Now I will copy the components in the add image activity. And paste all that into the update image activity. And then I can just change the IDs of the components. And now I will change the text of the button component. And then we can just define the components in the Java class. So now I'm just going to match the components with their IDs. And then I can add the on-click listener feature to the image view as well as the button components. And also, I'll change the page name in the action bar. And then finally, in the manifest file, I'll select the main activity as the parent activity of the update image activity. All right, so there you go, my friends. That is the design of the application. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to create an adapter class for Recycler View. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lessons, we finished the design of the application. So for this lesson, that means we will create the required adapter class in order to display the data in Recycler View. All right, so we'll open up Android Studio, and I will create a new class. I'll set the name of the class as MyImagesAdapter. Now we can create an array that will transfer the data that we want to get from the database. Now we will create the setter method of this array. And I will create a class under the setter method. Now in this class, we will define the components in the image card design. And I'll set the name of the class to be MyImagesHolder. And then this class will be derived from the recyclerView.viewHolder class. Okie doke. So now I'll define the components in the image card design. And Android Studio throws up a warning. All right, so I'll select the Create Constructor Matching Super option. And here I will match the components to their IDs. All right, so that defines the components in the image card design. So now what we need to do is add the design to the MyImages adapter class. And for this, I'll derive the above adapter class from the recyclerView.adapter class. I can write MyImagesAdapter.MyImagesHolder into parentheses. And Android Studio. Yeah, thank you for this. So I'll tell you what, I'll select the Implements method option. All right, so then 3 methods have been added: onCreateViewHolder, onBindViewHolder, and getItemCount. So now within the onCreateViewHolder method, we will add the image card design. Now for this, I'll create an object from the View class. And I'm writing the LayoutInflator.from method. I'll write parent point get context in parentheses. And the parent is the object of the View group class here. View group represents the recycler view component. And I'll write .inflate outside the parentheses here. And now I need to write 3 parameters in parentheses. The first is the image card design. The second is the parent object. And then the third is false. And then finally, we'll be able to return the view object that we created. Okay, so that completes the onCreateViewHolder method. So now I'll show you that we will use the onBindViewHolder method when printing data on the screen. All right, so since we have yet to add data to the database, we're going to write this method later, okay, but we're going to use it anyway. In the getItemCount method, we will also need to write the amount of data that will be displayed in recyclerView, okay? So in other words, we're going to write the length of the images list created above, okay? So let's create and define the adapter class in the main activity. So I'll create an object from the MyImagesAdapter class. Now we will reassign the adapter object that we created to the recyclerView component. And I also write recyclerView point set layout manager to display the data in recyclerView from top to bottom. Now I'll write new linear layout manager this in parentheses inside the onChanged method. And now I can write adapter.setImagesList. I'll add the MyImages array in parentheses. And then finally, I can write the notifyDataSetChanged method in the setter method in the class MyImagesAdapter. And that'll show the changes in the database in recyclerView. Cool, so we also created our adapter class. Now we can display the data that we will save in the database in recyclerView. So in the next lesson, we're going to ask the user for permission to reach into their media folder on the device. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we are indeed going to ask the user for permission to access the media folder on whatever device. But here I really do need to tell you that while it's sufficient to specify some permissions only in the manifest file, for some permissions, some coding is required in the Java class. For example, while it's sufficient to get the necessary permission in the manifest file for internet, let's say, internet access, well, it's also necessary to make some code in Java class for permissions such as accessing the media folder, using GPS, accessing the camera. You can learn a whole lot more about permissions from clicking on the link here. But if you're ready to move forward, let's open up Android Studio and request the necessary permissions. All right, so first of all, I will write uses permission in the manifest file. And I'm writing read external storage since we will access a user's media file. So now we'll do the necessary code in Java class. So we're going to ask for the permission in the add image activity when the image view component is pressed. And here we'll use an if-else structure. So I'll write context compat.check self permission. And then in parentheses, I'll write add image activity.this. Manifest dot permission dot read external storage. If it is not equal, so I'm writing package manager dot permission granted. So if we have not been given permission by the user before, we will ask for it. So for this, I will write activity compat dot request permission. And we'll write 3 parameters in parentheses. First, add image activity.this. Second, we will write an array of the type string because we can request multiple permissions from the user. And we'll define all the permissions in this array. But we want only one permission here, right? So for this, I'll just write new string manifest permission read external storage. So the third parameter is request code. And you can set the request code to whatever you want. But by using this code, we will be able to take the necessary action after the user gives the consent. So you see, that way we have asked the user for permission. Now, if the user has already given permission, the else block will work. So what that means is I will access the media folder using intent inside the else block. So for this, I'll write intent.actionPick media store dot in parentheses. So as you can see, using this method, we can access files such as pictures, video, and audio on the device. I'll write images because we will have now access to the pictures, and I'm writing .media.external content URI. And finally, we'll need to start the intent. But this time, we're not going to start it with the start activity method because this intent operation will have a result, and we need to follow this result. So in other words, if the user selects an image or not, we need to take the selected image and display it in the image view. So therefore, we will start the intent a little bit differently. Before API 30, the start activity for result method was used. Okay? This method is now deprecated after API 30. So instead, the activity result launcher class gets used. So what do you say? Why don't we learn how to use this class? First of all, let's create an object from the activity result launcher class in the global area. We must also specify the type of this class, and its type will be intent. And we can name the object activity result launcher for select image. Now we need to do a registration process, and we should do this in the onCreate method. Otherwise, the intent is not going to work, right? So why don't we just create a new method for the register operation and call this method inside the onCreate method. See where we're going? That way we'll avoid a bit too much code in the onCreate. So the name of this method can be register activity for select image. Now let's call this method inside the onCreate method. Now we can write the necessary code for the register activity for select image method. And I'm writing the object that we created from the activity result launcher class, and that is activity result launcher for select image. After the equal sign, I'm going to write register for activity result as the method. So this method will take two parameters. For the first method, I'll type new, leave a space, press Control and space, and choose the activity result contracts.startActivity for result class suggested by the code editor. See why I like that? So we've created the first parameter, if you get your keyboard shortcut right. Now let's create the second parameter. So I'll type new, I'll leave a space, press the Control and space on the keyboard and select activity result callback as the option. So as you can see, the onActivityResult method has now been overridden. So finally, I can put a semicolon at the end of the method, and we will check in the onActivityResult method whether the user has selected an image, but we're going to save that for later. So we're going to start the intent here. And for this, I'll just write activity result launcher for select image dot launch in here. I'll write the intent object in parentheses, and that way we start the intent process. Cool. So now let's check the result of the permission we requested from the user. We use the onRequestPermissionResult method for this. Now I will create this method besides the onCreate method. So it's thanks to this method, if the user allows it, we will access the media file on the device. So let's write our method immediately. I'm just writing onRequestPermissionResult. So now using the if statement, I will write three parameters in parentheses if the request code is equal to 1. And the length of the grant result array is greater than 0. And the first element of the grant result array is package manager.permission granted. The user has given permission. Therefore, I will write the intent method that I wrote above to access the media folder here. Yes, my friends, we asked for the necessary permissions to access the media folder on the device. So that means in the next lesson, if the user selects a picture from the device, we can write the necessary codes for that. So I want to see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we asked the user for permission to access the media folder. So in this lesson, we're going to select a picture from the media folder and show the picture that we have selected in the image view component. Because that's the way the world works, because we tell it to. Let's open Android Studio. Now, in that previous lesson, I'm sure you remember that I said, if the user selects an image or not, we will display the selected image in the image view component within the onActivityResult method. Okay, with that as starting point, we're going to write the necessary codes in the onActivityResult method. So first of all, we'll need to check whether the user has selected an image just by using the result parameter here. Because after the user opens a gallery, well, they can give up choosing a picture and return to the application. So we're just going to check this out. First, I will create a variable of the type integer, and I'm writing int result code equals, and now I will pass the result code to this variable using the result parameter. So here I'm writing result.getResultCode. Now let's take the data that is the result of intent, and for this I'm writing intent data equal result.getData. Okay, so now let's check these parameters with the if statement. If the result code is result OK, and if data is not equal to null, well, that just means that the user has selected an image. So, of course, first of all, we should convert the selected picture to the type bitmap. And for this, we'll just create an object of the type bitmap. All right. So now I will transfer the selected image to the selected image object that I created. I'll write mediastore.images.media.getBitmap. And I'll write two parameters in parentheses. The first is getContentResolver for the method. And the second one is data.getData. Now also here we're going to have to use the try and catch block. Then finally, I'll just place the selected image in the image view component. And for this, I can write image view add image dot set image bitmap selected image. And there you go, my friends. So now we can write the necessary code for opening the add image activity when the floating action button in the main activity is pressed, and we can then test our application. All right, so we can write the necessary codes using the intent method. Intent equals new intent, main activity dot this, add image activity dot class. Now here again, we'll start the intent for a result. Therefore, we will use the activity result launcher as well. First, I'll create an object from the activity result launcher class in the global area. The type of this class will be intent. The name of the object can be activity result launcher for add image. Now I will register activity for the result in the onCreate method, but I'm going to create a new method for this operation. Right? So outside the onCreate method, I'll write public void register activity for add image. Now I'm going to call this method inside the onCreate method. And now we can write the necessary code for the register operation. So I'm writing the object that we created from the activity result launcher class, and that is activity result launcher for add image. After the equal sign, I'll write register for activity result as the method. Naturally, this method will take two parameters. For the first parameter, I'll type new, leave a space, then press Control and Space key on the keyboard and click the activity result contracts.start activity for result class adjusted by the code editor. All right, so we've created the first parameter. Now let's create the second parameter. I'll type new, leave a space, press Control and Space key on the keyboard and select activity result callback option. And there you go. You can see the onActivity result method has now been overridden. And finally, I'll put a semicolon at the end of the method. So we'll take the picture, the title, and description that the user selected in the add image activity in the onActivity result method and add it to the database. But we're going to do that in our next lessons coming up. All right. So finally, let's start the intent. For this, I'm writing activity result launcher for add image.launch here. I'll write the intent object in parentheses. Okay, so that way we'll start the intent process. Now we can run and test our application. So the application's open, and I'm opening the add image activity. Click the image view component. And here, as you can see, the application's requesting permission to access the media folder. Yippee! So I'll press the allow button. Now I'll choose a picture from the device. And there you go. You can see the picture's been uploaded. So pretty cool, my friends. We're going to take a short break here now. But in the next lesson, we're going to save data to the database, right? All right. So I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So here we are in the next video, and we're going to reduce the size of the image in order to save the data into the database, because the size of the images that we're going to be saving in the SQLite database has got to be as small as possible, right? Otherwise, the application is going to crash. So let's open up Android Studio. And first of all, we're going to have to transfer the data in the components to the variables. So I transfer the data into the edit text components to the variables. However, we just cannot transfer the image directly to variables. So first of all, we've got to convert it to the byte type. For this, we will use the byte array output stream class. Now, in addition to this, the images that we're going to save to the SQLite database should be small in size. Otherwise, the application is going to crash. So for this, we'll use the compress method. And I'm going to write 3 parameters in parentheses. The first is the format of the image. The second is the quality. The third is the output stream object. All right, so we're going to use PNG as a format. Now, the quality of the image should also be between 0 and 100, but this method is not going to cut it for us because the size of the image can still be kind of large. So we are going to create a method to reduce the dimensions of the selected image. All right, so we're going to create a bitmap type method that returns a scaled image. So this method is going to take a picture of the bitmap type and max size object of the integer type as a parameter. All right, so now I've got to transfer the width and the height of the image into the variables. And I'm going to get a reduction ratio by dividing the width of the image by its height. Now, by using the if-else structure, I can reduce the width and height of the image within this ratio, right? So if the width of the image is larger than its height, I will set its width to max size. I'll decrease the height by the rate above. If the height of the image is larger, I will set its height to max size. And I will decrease the width by the rate above. And finally, I'm writing the return bitmap.create scaled bitmap method. And I'll write image width, height, and true in parentheses. Now I will create an object of the bitmap type above. And in the onClick method of the save button, I'm going to write scaled image.make small. I will write 2 parameters in parentheses. The first is selected image. The second is max size in integer type. And I will set the second parameter to be 300. And finally, we will create an array of byte types and convert the image into byte array. How's that? Now, in addition to all this, if the user presses the Save button without selecting a picture, the application is going to crash. So I'm going to create an if else structure. If the user doesn't select an image, in other words, if the selected image is null, I will show the user a toast message. Okay, so there you go, my friends. We have reduced the size of the selected image in order to save the image to the database. So in the next lesson, we're going to save the data in the database in the main activity. So I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we reduced the dimensions of the image. So in this lesson, we're going to save the data in the database. So we're going to save the data in the main activity. So we will first send the data to the main activity. And for that, we'll open up Android Studio. So first, we've got to send data in the variables to the main activity using intent. All right, so I write intent equals new intent. Now I'll send the data using the put extra method. Now first, I will send the title. So I want to write intent.put extra title. And secondly, I will send the description. So I write intent.put extra description. And then last up, I will send the image. So I write intent.put extra image. All right, so I start the intent using the set result method. And finally, I'm just writing the finish method. All right, so now in the main activity, I will be able to receive the data. So as I mentioned in the previous lesson, I'm going to get the data in the onActivityResult method. For that reason, we're going to write code in the onActivityResult method. Okay, so that means we will first have to check if the user is sending the data, because after the user opens the add image activity, they can always return to the main activity without actually selecting any image or typing any title and description or whatever. All right, so now we're going to check this out. First, I will create a variable of type integer. So I'm writing int result code equals, now I'm going to pass the result code to this variable using the result parameter. And I'm writing result.getResultCode. So now we can take the data that is the result of intent. For this, I'll just write intent data equals result.getData. Okay? So now let's check the parameters with the if statement. And if the result code is result OK, and if data is not equal to null, well, this means that the user has sent data from the add image activity. All right, so this all looks good. So I want to transfer the incoming data to variables using keywords and the data object. So I write string title equals data dot get string extra title. String description equals data dot get string extra description. Byte, square brackets, image equals data dot get byte array extra image. All right, so now I will create an object from the MyImages class. And I'll write these variables as constructors: title, description, image. So finally, I will save the data in the database using the MyImagesViewModel object and the insert method. All right, my friends, so we've now saved the data in the database. Now to be able to show the data on the screen, we're going to have to write some more code in the onBindViewHolder method, which is in the adapter class. So I got to create an object from the MyImages class. I'll write images list.getPosition. Now I will print the data on the components using the holder object. Holder.textViewTitle.setText MyImages.getImageTitle holder.textViewDescription.setText MyImages.getImageDescription holder.imageView.setImageBitmap. Right, so inside the parentheses, I write bitmap factory dot decode byte array. You got that? So I'll write 3 parameters then in parentheses. The first one is myimages.getImage. Second is 0. And the third one is myimages.getImage.length. So we printed the data on the components. Let's run and test the application. Cool, so application opens. I'll choose a picture. All right, title 1, description 1. I'll also save it. And look at that. The data was pretty seamlessly recorded in the database and displayed on the screen. Why don't we try another picture? Maybe that was just lucky. I don't know. So first of all, I'll click Save without selecting a picture, and there's the toast message. So now I'll choose a new picture. And let me just write something for title and description. Click Save. All right. Yes, my friends, that's falling together quite nicely, right? It's pretty smooth. So why don't we just take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to figure out how to delete some data, because you never know when you're going to want to do that, or maybe even need to. In any event, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we saved the data into the database. So in this lesson, we're going to delete the data from the database using the delete method. So in the main activity, we'll delete the data by sliding the data on the screen to the right or left. Okay, so we'll open Android Studio. So to be able to delete, I'll just need to add a method to recyclerView as our method inside the onCreate method. And that's just below the click method of the floating action button. So I'll just call new item touch helper. I'll also call new item touch helper dot simple callback in parentheses. So this method will activate the slide to the right or left in the recyclerView. Now there are 2 methods here. One of them is the onMove method, and the other one is the onSwipe method. OnMove is the method that's used for drag and drop in Android. For example, you can hold an item with your finger and drag it to the trash can. This is a method that you'll use for that. But in this lesson, we're just going to use the onSwipe method. Now, in the meantime, the simple callback method gives a warning. So I have to assign some values up in here. So I'll write here which direction to slide. I'll write 0 for the first parameter. And this value is for drag and drop, so I'll not use this method. For this reason, I'm writing 0. Now, after the comma, I can determine which direction I'm going to go. So I'll type item touch helper dot left. That is a drag that will run to the left. Then after that, I'll just put the and sign. And with this sign, I can also add a drag to the right. So I'm writing item touch helper dot right. So that makes a drag that will run to the right, okay? So currently Recycler View will support dragging left and right. Now I will do the deletion in the onSwipe method. First of all, we'll need to determine which data the user wants to delete, right? So I'm just going to write here my images view model dot delete. And if I write viewholder dot get adapter position in parentheses, it will give us an integer type, a position. But in the delete method, we must write an object from the myImages class. Therefore, I'm going to write a new method in the myImages adapter class. And this method will return an object of the type myImages. I will write int position as constructor. And then finally, I'll write return images list dot get position. And now I will write this method in the onSwiped method. I'll write adapter dot get position in the delete method. I'll write view helper dot get adapter position in parentheses. And then finally, I'll attach the item touch helper method to the recycler view component. All right, so let's go ahead and run it and see how it works. Our application opens. So let me just swipe to the right. I'll swipe to the left. And as you can see, we've deleted the data from the database if you've been swiping with me. Okay, so no problems. So that means in the next lesson, we're going to update the data. All right, see you in the next video. Well, here we are. Hello, my friends. So last time we deleted the data from the database. In this lesson, we're going to update the data. So first, we will send the data from main activity to update image activity. Then after that, we will send the updated data from update image activity to main activity. Sounds simple enough, but also, since the process of updating the data and adding data to the database is kind of similar, we're also going to copy many of the methods from the add image activity and then just paste it into the update image activity. If you haven't done that yet because you're 3 steps ahead of me, join me and open Android Studio. All right, so first of all, you got to remember that the user needs to click anywhere in the image card design in order to update the data, right? So in the myImages adapter class, I just want to create an interface to activate the click feature. So I write public interface on image click listener. Now also, I will create a method without a body and interface. So I write void on image click. And I write an object of the myImages class in parentheses. Then I will create an object from the onImageClick listener interface. So I'll write private onImageClick listener. So now I can create the setter method of the onImageClick listener interface. Right, so since the user will click on the image card design, we're going to make some necessary code in the myImages holder constructor. Now, using the item view object, I just want to add a click listener to the card view. I'll write item view dot set on click listener new view on click listener. Now, first of all, I will create the position variable, and that's going to be of the integer type. I'll transfer the location of information of the adapter to this variable. I'll also use an if statement here. If the listener object is not null, and no empty space is clicked in the recycler view component, I will write listener.onImage click. I write image list.getPosition in parentheses. Okay, so this way we have added the click feature to the recycler view component. Now let's go to the main activity and send the data to the update image activity. Just below the item touch helper method, I write adapter.setListener. New myImagesAdapter. Now I'll be able to send the data to the update image activity using intent. Intent equals new intent main activity dot this update image activity dot class. Now check it out though. Here I will send the ID differently because I will learn what data to update, right? So it's thanks to this ID. Also, if you don't use ID, it may just create a new ID, by way of the database. So we're going to make changes to the existing ID. Now watch carefully. I will send the data using the myImages object. So first I will send the ID, intent.putExtra. The keyword can be ID. The value will be myImages.getImageID. Now secondly, I'm going to send the title, intent.putExtra, and the keyword can be title. The value will be myImages.getImageTitle. Now third, I'm going to send the description. So intent.putExtra, the keyword can be description. And then the value will be myImages.getImageDescription. Okay, so then last, I'm going to send the image, intent.putExtra, the keyword will be image, and the value will be myImages.getImage. Cool. Now, here we're going to start the intent for a result. Therefore, we will use the activity result launcher here as well. First off, I will create an object from the activity result launcher class in the global area. The type of this class will be intent. The name of the object can be activity result launcher for update image. Now I'm going to register activity for the result in the onCreate method, but I will create a new method for this operation because you remember how to do that. And outside the onCreate method, I'll write public void register activity for update image. See, so now I'll be able to call this method inside the onCreate method. All right, so let's write the necessary code for the register operation. So here I'm just writing the object that we created from the activity result launcher class. So that is activity result launcher for update image. Then after the equal sign, I'll write register for activity result for the method. And this method will take two parameters. For the first parameter, I'll type in new, leave a space, then press Control space key. Choose the activity result contracts.start activity for result class suggested by the Genius Code Editor. Okay, so that's the first parameter created. Let's create the second one. So I'll type new, leave a space, press the Control space keys, and select activity result callback as the option. And as you can see, the onActivity result method has now been overridden. And finally, I'll put a semicolon at the end of the method. All right, so we're going to take the picture, the title, and the description that the user updated in the update image activity in the onActivity result method, and we will update them in the database. But we're going to do that in the next lesson. So for now, we'll start the intent. And for this, I'm just writing activity result launcher for update image.launch. And then I'll write the intent object in parentheses. All right, very good, my friends. So we've started the intent process, and we are sending the data to the update image activity. Now we're going to take the data and print it to the components in the update image activity. So first of all, we got to create the variables that we will transfer the data that we send from the main activity, right? So private string title description, private int ID, private byte, square brackets, image. Now I'll transfer the data to the variables using the getIntent method in the onCreate method. ID equals getIntent dot getIntExtra. The keyword will be ID. Okay? So I'm going to set the default value to be -1 because a negative ID can never be given by the database. So when sending the data to the main activity, we're going to check it. If the ID is -1, that means there's a problem. Therefore, I will set the default value to be -1. So let's get the other data. Title equals getIntent dot getStringExtra title. Description equals getIntent dot getStringExtra description. Image equals getIntent dot getByteArrayExtra image. Now I will print the data on the components. Edit text update title dot set text title. Edit text update description dot set text description. Image view update image dot set image bitmap. Bitmap factory dot decode byte array. And if you remember correctly, this method takes 3 parameters. The first will be image. Second will be 0. The third parameter will be image.length. And what do you think, my friends? Yes, indeed. That's the way we print the data to be updated on the components. So we'll be ready to, in our next lesson, send the data from the update image activity to the main activity. All right, so stick around. There's some fireworks ahead. All right, hello, my friends. So the previous lesson, right, we sent the data to the update image activity. So that means now we're going to send the updated data to the main activity. So let's open up Android Studio. All right, so first of all, what we'll do is send the updated activity to the main activity. And for this, just need to create the update data method. Public void update data. And I'll write the necessary code for this method and call this method in the update button. But first of all, I want to copy the required codes from the add image activity. Now first, I'll copy the bitmap objects and the activity result launcher object that we created to send the selected image to the main activity, and then paste them in the update image activity. So now I'm just copying the intent codes that we created to select images from the gallery. And I will paste it in the click listener of the image view. All right, so now I'm going to copy the codes that we wrote inside the Save button to send the data to the main activity. And then I'm going to paste them inside the Update Data method. And finally for this, I'll copy the register activity for add image and make small methods that we created outside of the onCreate method. And I'm going to paste them outside the onCreate method of the Update Image activity. All right, my friends, so we've copied and pasted the necessary code. So let's make some changes to the variable names. So I'm going to write the image view update image instead of the image view add image. Now I'll change the context of the toast message, and I'll write update image activity dot this. Now I'll just change the name of edit texts, and I'll write edit text update title instead of edit text add title. And instead of edit text add description, I'll just write edit text update description. And of course, we need to change the name of the containers. So this can be update title. This can be update description. So we made the necessary changes. Now we can send the data to the main activity. But first of all, I do want to do an ID check. So remember, if the ID is -1, I want to show a toast message because it means that a problem's occurred. So I'm going to cut this toast message and paste it here. Also, the message can be, hey, there's a problem. So if the ID is not negative, we can send the data to the main activity. And for this, I'll cut these codes and paste them inside the else block. But first, what I want to do is send the ID and the data in the edit text components. For this, I just cut the code of the title and description here and paste it inside the outer else block. And that is outside the inner if block. So I also cut and paste the intent codes other than the put extra method that we wrote for the image. Okay. Now, additionally to the title and description, let's send the ID to main activity. Intent.putExtra ID. And now I will send the image. So if the user did not select any images, that is, didn't update the image, I should send the image that I got from the main activity back to the main activity. Yeah? So I'll write intent.putExtra image. So if the user selects an image, I will send the selected image. And finally, I will cut the setResult method and finish method and paste them outside the inner if-else block. And then we can change the keywords inside the putExtra method. Now for this one, I'll write update title, and the description will be update description. Okay. All right, my friends. So we have now sent the updated data to the main activity. We can now take this data from the main activity, and like I mentioned in the previous lesson, I want to get data in the onActivity result. So for this reason, we will write the necessary codes in the onActivity result method. But you know the drill by now, right? We've got to first check to see if the user is actually sending the data, because after the user opens the update image activity, well, they might just return to the main activity without updating anything. So we're just going to check it out first. So I'll create a variable of type integer, and I'm writing int result code equals. I want to pass the result code to this variable using the result parameter. So I'm writing result.getResultCode. Now let's take the data that is the result of intent. So for this, I'm writing intent data equal result.getData. Now we can check these parameters with the if statement. If the result code is result OK, and if data is not equal to null, this means that the user has sent data from the update image activity. And I will transfer the incoming data to variables using the keywords and the data object. So I'll write string title equals data.get string extra update title. String description equals data.get string extra update description. byte square brackets image equals data dot get byte array extra image. Now I'll also pass the ID that I sent from the update image activity to a variable. Int ID equals data dot get int extra ID minus 1. And then I'll create an object from the myImages class. I'll write these variables as constructors: title, description, image. And then I can write myImages.setImageID. All right, so I'll write the variable ID in parentheses. And finally, I'll update the data in the database using the myImagesViewModel object and the update method. Okay, so write myImagesViewModel.update myImages. Okay, my friends, so looks like we've finished updating the data. So why don't we just run it and test it out? So there the application opens. So I want to add an image. I'll write something for the title and maybe the description too. And I'll just click on the Save button. And look at that, the new image was added. So now let's see if the update image works. So I'll select another image from the gallery. And I will change the title and description. Click the update button. What do you think? The data has now been updated. Looks like the application is working smoothly. So my friends, well, we've finished the application. Well, at least, what I wanted to show you here. You can take it and run with it, make it even better. But I do want to tell you that in the next lesson, we're going to display the data that we added to the database using Database Browser. You're going to want to stick around for that, all right? So before you start playing around with it, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friend. So congratulations on finishing the My Photo Album application. So in this lesson, I want to show you something a little different, okay? We'll open the database that we created using the database browser for SQLite. All right, so this is a useful application, and we'll also be able to do another couple of tips and tricks. We've also got to learn where the database is stored. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio. And first of all, we'll add a few more pictures to our application. Okay, so let's have a look at the created database. Now, in the navigation bar, you can open the View Tool Windows Device File Explorer window. Now, in this window, we can open the Data folder. So here we're going to choose the package name of the application. So you can look at the package name from the main activity, in fact. So we'll save the databases folder in the package to our computer. Now we can open up the database we saved using the database browser for SQLite application. So as you can see here, a table with the name of the table that we set in the myImages class has been created. So now we can look at the data in our table. And what do you see here? The data that we saved is right here, accessible and very readable. Now, in addition to that, the images have been saved as the blob type. And the width and the height of the images are saved as 300 pixels at the most. So yeah, my friends, that is actually the completion of the project. We'll start another one soon, so I'll see you in the next project. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, using Firebase, we're going to make a chat application. So we can look at the finished application, and I'll show you a few things so that you know what we're going to do before you get into it. All right, so the first page of our application will be a login page. Now, if the user will be using the application for the very first time, they'll be directed to the registration screen just by pressing the Sign Up button. So on the registration screen, they'll be able to register by entering email address, password, username. In addition to all that, the user will also be able to choose a profile picture. They'll be able to change the profile later in the app. And then after registration is complete, the page showing all the users will be open. So when any user here is selected, they'll be able to message with that selected user. And the user can change their profile and exit the application from the menu in the main activity. Now, if they exit using the sign out option, they'll have to enter a mail and password to log in again. But if the application exits without logging off, the application will open directly. All right, my friends, that is our task. Our application will be just like this. So why don't you go ahead, take a short break and gather the resources that you need, and we will start designing our application in the next lesson. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will integrate our application with Firebase. So for this, I'll open up the Firebase site from the browser. I'll add a new project, and I'll determine the name of the project. I'll choose my account. All right, so that creates our project. Let's add our application now. So in the first step, I'll write the package name of the application. In the second step, we download the required JSON file. And add it to the application. So now the second step is also complete. So I'll do my third step in Android Studio. I'll select the Firebase option from the Tools tab. And since our application will include database, image storage, and authentication, I'll add the relevant libraries to the application. All right, so that's the third step. So now we'll go back to Firebase for the fourth step. And I'll skip this step, and that completes the integration of our application to Firebase. So in the next lesson, we're going to design our application. All right? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design our application. So first, we're going to design the login activity. So why don't we just open up Android Studio? And I'm here creating a new activity. First, I'll add one image view. I'll choose one of the pictures that I added to the drawable folder. And I am going to change the required properties of the components. Now I'll add two text input layouts to the design area. Now this feature of the text input layout component is that when the user writes something, the hint part comes up to the top here. In addition to that, a material design library is required to use these components. So I'll select two text input layout components and change their common properties. I'm changing their IDs. And I'll change the hint feature. So now I can add 2 buttons to the design area. And I'll select 2 button components and change their common properties. I'll also change some other features. And I'm changing their IDs. So finally, I'll add 1 text view, and I am going to change the required properties of the text view components. And I'm changing text. Now I'll define the components in the Java class. Great. So now I'll need to match the IDs. And yes, my friends, that finishes the design of the login screen. In the next lesson, we're going to create the sign up screen. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design the registration screen. So on the screen, there will be 1 image view, 3 text input layouts, and 1 button. So to make the images look round, we're going to add the library here to our application. So we're going to go to Android Studio, and we'll add the necessary library. Now I want to create a new activity. So let's create the image view component of this class. Now, by default, I'll select an image that I'll add to the drawable folder, and I select this image from the vector asset file. So now I can change the required properties of the circle image view component. And now I can add 3 text input layouts to the design area. I'll also change the required properties of these components. And finally, I'll add a button. Now, I also change the necessary features of the button. And now I can define the components in the Java class. So what I'll do is I'll just match the components to their IDs. All right, so that's the design of the registration screen. In the next lesson, we're going to design the password reset screen. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design the password reset screen. Now, there's going to be one image view for this, one edit text, and one button on the screen. So let's open up Android Studio. And here I will create a new activity. So for this, I'm going to add one image view component. So I select one image from the drawable folder. I'll change the required properties of this image view component. So now I'll add a text input layout to the design area. I'll change its ID and required properties. And finally, I'll add a button. All right, so I've got to change the ID and the required properties of the button. Cool. So now let's define the button and edit text in the Java class. And now we're ready to match their IDs. All right, my friends, that was simple. So we have now completed the necessary designs for the user to register. So in the next lesson, we're going to write the code necessary for the user to register. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to need to write some code for Firebase authentication transactions. All right, so it might not be as complicated as it sounds. So we'll write some necessary code for the user to log in to the application in Android Studio. So I'll add an on-click listener feature to the buttons and the text view component. So now when I press the sign up button and the text view forget component, I will write the necessary code to open the related activities. Then I create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the auth object in the onCreate method. And I'm creating a new method. And I'll write the necessary code in this method. So this method will take an email and password as parameters. So I'll write auth.signin with email and password. I'll write email and password values in parentheses. I'm writing the .add on complete listener method. Using the task object here, we will check to see whether the operation has taken place. If task is successful, main activity will open. We can also show a toast message. If the task is not successful, we can show a toast message. Cool. So now I'll write the sign in method inside the method of clicking the sign in button. Now I have to pass the email and password written by the user to the variables. Using an if-else structure here, we can make sure that the user enters email and password. All right, my friends, well done. So now the user can enter the application using email and password. So in the next lesson, we're going to write some necessary code for the user registration. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will write some code for user registration. So why don't we just head right on into Android Studio. So first of all, I'm going to add an on-click feature to the image view and button components. So if the user wants to select a picture, we will need to show the photos on the device to the user. So we did this in my photo album, if you remember. However, in order to prevent our lesson from getting any longer, we will not obtain permission from the user. So I'm just going to create a new method to access the photos on the device. But this will be a different method here. So if you remember, we used the method in my photo album application. You can use these two different methods. They're not necessarily interchangeable, but my purpose here is to show you how to use both methods, right? So now what we'll do is show the image that the user chooses in the image view component by using the onActivityResult method. To do this, we used the bitmap class in the My Photo Album application. So here we're going to use the Picasso library instead of bitmap. Of course, both methods are available. And like I said before, my purpose here is to show you the different methods, not necessarily showing you the same thing twice. All right, so I've added the Picasso library to the application. Now we can transfer the selected image to the image view component. So I write picasso.getLoad. I'll need to write the file path of the selected image in parentheses. Now we'll get the file path by using the data object. So now I'll write the image URI object in parentheses. All right, dot into. And here I must specify in parentheses where the selected image will be displayed. So I'm writing image view circle. All right. That way, the picture chosen by the user gets transferred to the component. And let's say the user doesn't choose an image. I have to check on this by creating a Boolean type variable. So now I'll write the image chooser method in the click method of the image view component. All right, so now I'll receive email, password, and username from the user. I'm also going to do a check using the if-else structure. And I'll create the sign-up method for user registration. All right, so why don't we take a break here, and we're going to write some code for this method in the next lesson. All right, see you in the next one. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to select photos from the device. So in this lesson, we're going to create a user account and save the user's information in the Firebase database. So let's go ahead and open Android Studio for this. I'll create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the object auth in the onCreate method. In the signup method, I write auth.createUser with email and password. I write email and password values in parentheses. I'm writing the .addOnCompleteListener method. If the task is successful, I will save the username to the database. For this, I'll create an object from the Firebase database and database reference classes. I define these objects within the onCreate method. And now, in the signup method, I will save the username to the database. I write reference.childauth.getuid.username .setValueUsername. So in the database, I created the user ID parent under the user's parent. Under that, I created a child named username with a value of username. So that saves the username into the database. But we will need to open Firebase and indicate that the user registration will be created using email and password, right? So for that, I'll open Firebase, open the authentication section, and I'll open the sign in method tab. So I activate the email and password part. All right, now we can go back to our app. Also, since we'll save the selected image to the database, I will create an if-else structure here. If the user has chosen an image, I will write the necessary code. If the user has not chosen an image, I will print null in the database. So let's see. Apart from the if structure, I will open main activity using intent. I will also send the username to the main activity. Now, if the user account is not created, we can show the user a toast message. Very cool. So let's take a break here. And in the next lesson, we're going to save the selected image to the database. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the user registration. So that means in this lesson, we will save the picture chosen by the user into the database. So why don't we go ahead and open Android Studio for this? First, I'm going to create an object from the Firebase storage class and the storage reference class. Now I'll define these objects in the onCreate method. All right, so now I've got to write some code in the signup method. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, because when we're storing pictures, we're going to need to identify a different identity for each picture. So for this, we're going to create an object from the user unique ID class. This class will create a different ID for each image. So we'll set the file name string type by using random ID object. Now we can store our picture. And here I'm writing storage reference dot child image name dot put file. So I've got to write the image URI object in parentheses. Therefore, I will define the image URI object in the global area. And I'm writing the image URI dot add on success listener method. Actually, at this stage, the picture was stored, but we do need to get the URL address of the image saved in the database, because we can print the picture to the component that we want by using the URL. So I will create a new reference for this. The object myStorageRef represents the saved image. So I'm writing the method of myStorageRef.get download URL.add on success listener. The URI object here represents the URL of the saved image. I'll convert the URI object to a string type. I will save the file path object to the database, and I'll copy the method below. Now I'm writing the object file path instead of null. Thus, registration to the database is now finished. What do you think? Yeah, we've got to check to see whether the process is successful or not. So I am adding add on success listener. So here we can show a toast message. So that means I'll just add an add on failure listener as well. So if the operation fails, we can show a toast message. And then finally, in the image chooser method, I'll write image instead of images. Great. Now, before we run and test the application, I want to select the login activity as a launcher activity from the manifest file. All right, cool. So now we can run and test our application. So I'll press the sign up button. I'll choose an image. I'll enter an email address and password. Change the input type property of the edit text password component later. So I'll enter the username. I can press the sign up button. Main activity is opened. Cool, so now let's open Firebase and check it out there. All right, so first I want to look at the authentication section. So let's look at the storage section. As you can see, the picture is stored. Let's have a look at the database. Username and address of the saved image are saved in the database. So my friends, let's take a short break here. And in the next lesson, we are going to write necessary code for password reset. All right? See you then. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to write some code to reset the password. Let's say that the user forgets a password, because that's never happened to me. All right, so let's open Android Studio. And before we start writing code, let's hide the passwords written by the user in the edit text components. So open the design files, and I'll write, well, here I'm changing the input type properties of the edit text components. Okay, good. So now we can do the password reset. So for that, I can just open the forget activity. I'll create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the auth object in the onCreate method. And now I will create a new method. So I've got to write the email address of the user as a parameter. I'll write auth.sendPasswordResetEmail. I write the email object in parentheses. I write .addOnCompleteListener. If the process is successful, we can show a toast message. So now let's define this method in the onClick listener. And I'm transferring the user's email address to a string type variable. Here we can create an if structure. All right, my friends, that pretty much is the password reset process. So Firebase will send a reset link to the user's email address. When the user clicks on the link, they will be asked to create a new password. Go ahead, test it out yourself. There is one more thing we'll need to do. If the user has created an account and exited the application without logging off, main activity should be opened instead of login activity when they re-enter the application, right? So for this, I'll just open the login activity. I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. I'll define the new Firebase user object in the onStart method. And I'm going to create an if structure. If the Firebase user object is not null, that is, if the user account has been created, I open the main activity using intent. All right, let's run that and test to see how it works. So as you can see, the main activity has been opened instead of the login activity because there was an account that we created earlier. Well done. We'll take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to add an options menu to the main activity. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we're going to create an options menu. Got to have options. So when the user clicks on the profile item in the menu, a new activity will open where they'll be able to update the profile. If they happen to click on the sign out item, the session will be closed and the login activity will open. So I go ahead and open up Android Studio. So here I'm going to create a new menu folder inside the res folder. Now I'm going to create a new menu design. And I'll add 2 menu items to the design area. I'm changing the ID and the text of the first menu item. I'm also changing the properties of the second menu item. Now in the main activity, we will define the menu that we created. So I'm going to create two methods under the onCreate method. First, I'll create the onCreate options menu. Using the menu inflator class, I will add the menu I created to the main activity. Now I'll create the onOptionsItemSelected method. If the profile item is clicked, I will open the profile activity. If the sign out item is clicked, I will log out. And I will use the Firebase authentication class to log out. All right, so now let's create the profile activity. So my friends, I'm going to copy the image view, edit text username, and button components from the signup activity. And I can just paste them into the design of the profile activity. And I am going to change the required properties of the components. And I will also add one text view component. All right, so now I'm going to define the components in the Java class. I'm going to add a on-click listener feature to the button. And there you go, my friends. That finishes the design of the profile activity. Very cool. So in the next lesson, we will write the necessary code to update the user's profile. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we created the profile activity. So in this lesson, we will write the necessary code for the user to update their profile information. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio. And here I'm going to create an object from the Firebase database and database storage classes. I'll define these objects in the onCreate method. So now when the user opens the profile activity, we need to show the necessary data from the database. So therefore, I will create a new method. And now I will be able to access the database using the database reference object. All right, so that way I can import the username and image address from the database into string variables. So I print the username on the edit text component. If the user has not yet saved an image in a database, that is, the object is null, or the object image is null, I should say, I will load the default image in the image view component. Make sense? So if the image object is not null, I will upload the image to the image view component using the Picasso library. So for all this, I will call the getUserInfo method in the onCreate method. And I'll add the onClickListener feature to the image view component. Now I can create a new method for updating the information. So first of all, I'll need to save the username to the database. And now we'll be able to copy and paste the code necessary for the user to choose a new image from the sign-up activity. All right, so finally, I will call the update profile method within the click feature of the button. All right, so let's go ahead and run and test the application. The app opens, and I'll just click on the sign out item. All right, so now let me log in. And as you can see, login activity opens, enter my email and password. Main activity opens. Now this time I'll click on the profile item. And here I'll just change the profile picture and username. User information has been updated. Now, let's make sure and check it out from Firebase. Yeah, see, there you go. The profile picture and username have been updated. So, my friends, let's take a break. And then in the next lesson, let's show the users registered in the application in the main activity. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we updated the user information. So in this lesson, we're going to show the users in main activity. So I'll open Android Studio. Now, before writing any code, we're going to need to make a correction to the profile activity. If the user does not choose an image, we need to print image instead of null in the database because the user may have chosen a picture in the registration activity. Right? So for this reason, we must write the object image instead of null. For this, I'll define the image object in the global area. Now we can move on to the main activity. So I delete the text view component since we will show users in recycler view. I'll add a recycler view to the design area. And I'm changing its ID. And I'm changing the constraint values. So I'm going to need to create one design file for recycler view. I'll add a constraint layout to the design area. I will change the required properties of the card view component. And I will add one circle image view and one text view to the constraint layout component. Now here I've got to change the required properties of the component. All right, so that's our design. Now we've got to define the recycler view component in the main activity. All right, so for that, let's create the adapter class. Now I'm just going to quickly create standard methods of the adapter class. All right, so there are the standard methods. And you know what? I'll tell you, let's take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we will write the necessary code inside of these methods. Cool? All right. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. In the previous lesson, we created the standard methods of the adapter class. So that means in this lesson, we're going to continue where we left off. So going back to Android Studio, I need to define the user's card design in the adapter class. I will also create context and username as constructor, because the user will click on the card view component for messaging and the messaging screen will open. That means that a new activity will open, yeah? So therefore, I will create a context object so that I can use the activity properties in the adapter class. So if you remember in the My Photo Album application, we created the on-click listener method feature for the recycler view component. But we're going to follow a different path here. In fact, both methods can be used, but I do want to show you this method. So we're also going to need to use the username object when saving messages to the database. All right, so I created the constructors. So I'll need to open the main activity. So first we'll get the username from the database. We can get the username in two different ways. First, we can get it from the database itself. Second, we can get the sign-up activity with the help of intent. So you can use one or both methods. It's up to you. For now, I'm just going to get it from the database here. Therefore, I'll delete the put extra method from the sign-up activity. All right, so now let's make our definitions for the database. Now I'll need a reference and an authentication object for this. And I create it immediately. We can get the username using the reference object. I'll write reference.childusers.childuser.getUID because we use the user unique identity in the registration process. Now I will transfer the username to the username variable by using the snapshot object. All right, so we got the username. Now we've got to create the method where we're going to show the other users. I do want to point out something here, so pay attention. You just need to show the other users. It wouldn't make any sense to show the user themselves on the messaging screen, yeah? So that means that I must first get the user unique IDs. So for this, I'm going to use the add child event listener method. Using the snapshot.getKey method, I pass the user unique ID to a variable of string type. Now I can create an if structure using the key variable. If the value of the key variable is not equal to the user point get ID, I will add the key variables into an array. I immediately create a new array in the global area. And an object from the user's adapter class. Now I can define the getUsers method. Finally, I'll add the adapter object to the recycler view component. And that's how you get the usernames from the database. Cool, so let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to show the users on the screen. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we got the users from the database. So in this lesson, we're going to show the users on the screen. So for that, we need to open Android Studio. I'll open up the adapter class. Now, first of all, I'm going to create the necessary objects to access the database. So in the onBindViewHolder method, I'll write the necessary code to get the data. I write user list point get position. So I'll get the user unique identity. Using the snapshot object, I will pass the username and URL of the image to string variables. And now I'm using the holder and name object to print the username to the TextView users component. I will create an if structure for the user profile picture. If the image object is null, I will upload the default image to the image view users component. If not, I will load the image object. All right, so now I can add the on-click listener feature to the card view component. Let's open the chat activity using intent. All right, I will create the My Chat activity soon. Also, I'm going to send the username and the name of the person to whom we will send the message. So the other name variable to the My Chat activity. Now we wrote down the necessary code to open the other activity. So now let's create the My Chat activity itself. All right, so the activity is there. So let's run it and test the application, see how it works. Of course, there's only one user. I'm adding a new user. And as you can see, the other user appears on the screen. Let's add another. Okay, so now to send a message to the user named Sarah, let's open up the chat screen. And there you go, my friends. The application runs pretty smoothly. Let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to design the My Chat activity. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we showed the users on the screen, and we created the chat activity. So in this lesson, we need to design the chat activity. So on the chat screen, there will be one text view in linear layout and one image view, one recycler view, one multi-line text, and floating action button in linear layout. So let's open up Android Studio and we'll do up a lovely design. All right, so first up, I'm going to remove the action bar feature from the styles file. But in this case, the action bar feature in all activities will disappear. So therefore, I've got to create a new theme. And I'll define this theme that I've created in the manifest file to all activities. All right, great. So now we can start the new design. So I'll add a horizontal linear layout to the design area. I make the height of wrap content. Now I can add an image view and one text view. I'll change the required properties of the image view and text view components. And I'll add one more horizontal linear layout. I'll add a multi-line edit text and one floating action button. And let's change some of the properties of the components. Now, finally, I'll add a recycler view to the design area. And I'm changing the constraint values. And I'm changing its ID. Now, finally, I can define these components in Java class. So here, I probably don't need to show you, but here we go, matching components with their IDs. And just like that, we have finished the design of the My Chat activity, my friends. So let's take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to create the design required for Recycler View. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we designed the chat activity. So in this lesson, we will make the design necessary so that we can show the messages. So here, there's going to be two separate designs on the chat screen. First design will be for sent messages, and the second design will be for the received messages. So let's open up Android Studio and start designing. All right, so first up, I'm going to create a design for sending messages. Let's just make the height of the constraint layout component wrap content. I'll set the margin and padding features to 3. And I'll add one more constraint layout to the design area. I'll change the width of the constraint layout component to 300 and its height to wrap content. I'll create a design to align the messages that I send to the right of the screen. All right, so now I'm going to add a card view to the design area. So I'm changing the required features of the card view component. I'll add another constraint layout to the design area. I'm also going to change the width feature of the constraint layout to be wrap content. The gravity feature will be end. All right, so finally I'll add one text view component, and I'll change these properties of the text view component. And just like that, we have created the necessary design for sent messages. So now I've got to create a design file to show the received messages, yes? So for this, I can just copy and paste the card send design. And just make a few rather necessary changes. And there you go, my friends. We have now finished the design required for the messages to be displayed, both sent and received. All right, so we'll take a break here, and then in our next lesson, we will create the adapter class. All right, so I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the messaging screen. So in this lesson, we will write the necessary code to send those messages. So we'll open up Android Studio. And first up, we're going to need to get the username and other name variables incoming from the user's adapter class. And for that, we'll use the getIntent method. Now I'm going to write the other name variable to the text view chat component. And I'll add the onClick Listener feature to the image view back component. So when this component is pressed, I'll write the necessary code to open the main activity. Now I'll add the onClick Listener feature to the floating action button component. And I'll transfer the written messages to the variable of the string type. And then using the if structure, I will check to see if a message has been written by the user. If the message variable is not empty, I will create the send message method. And I'll also clean the edit text message component. All right, cool. So now let's create the send message method. In order to save the messages in the database, I'll create objects from the Firebase database and database reference classes. And I'll define the objects that I created. All right, so now I can write some necessary code. So while saving the messages in the database, we've got to create a different key for each message. Otherwise, when one user deletes the message, messages can also be deleted from the other user's phone. For this, we can use Firebase's push point get key method. All right, so we're also going to have two different variables when recording messages. The first is the message itself. The second is the name of the sender of the message. Now, since there are two different parameters, I'm going to create a map array. I'll add the message and the username to the message map array. And now I'm going to need to get in there and write some code to save the messages in the database. I'll save the messages in the messages parent. And there you go, my friends. Those are the code to save the messages. So now we can, let's have a go. Let's give it a shot. We'll open up the application and test it out. Okay, so there it goes. And we'll send a message to Sarah. Let's check the message that we sent in the database. And there you go, sending the message has been successful. All right, so we're going to take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to show the messages. All right, I'll see you then. Hello, friends. In our previous lesson, we wrote down the necessary code for sending messages. So in this lesson, we're going to write some code required to show the messages on the messaging screen. So I'll open up Android Studio, and first we're going to create a model class. There will be two parameters in the model class. The first is the message itself. The second is the person who sent the message. I will create the constructors of the model class, getter and setter methods. Now I'm going to create an adapter class. So I'll quickly create standard methods for the adapter class. First, I'll create one array and one variable of the string type. Now I'll create this constructor method. And I'll create the viewHolder class. And I'm creating a constructor. I'll define the text view component. And now I can add the viewHolder class to the adapter class. Now we're going to define the designs that we made to show the messages in the adapter class. But we do have two designs. Therefore, we've got to use the viewType variable here. And I'll create the required method below. So if the person sending the message is the user themselves, I'm going to need to return a value of the integer type. Now, again, there are two different situations here. So let's say the person's either the sender of the message or the receiver, right? So for this reason, I'm going to create a variable of the Boolean type. Now, I do have to determine the initial values of these variables in the constructor. Now I can write the required return values. And now I'll add the design. Create an object from the view class. If the value of the view type variable is equal to the value of the send variable, that is, if a message is sent, I add the card send design. If not, I will add the card receive design. And then I can now return to the view object. And now I will define the adapter class in the MyChat activity. Okay, my friends, so we have now created the adapter class. So we're going to take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to, well, yeah, we'll have to continue where we left off. So I'm going to see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the adapter class. So in this lesson, we're going to write some necessary methods for the messages to be displayed on the screen. Okay, so let's open up Android Studio, and I will create a new method. And I'll get messages from the database using the reference object. Now I'm going to create an object from the model class. Using the snapshot object, I get the message and from values in the database. Now I'll add the model class object to the list array. And here I'm using the adapter.notifyDataSetChanged method. Finally, I use the recyclerView.scrollToPosition method to show the most recent message on the screen. I'll write list.-1 in parentheses. That way, the last message sent will always be on the message screen. And finally, I can add the adapter object to the recyclerView component. I'll write the list array and username variable as parameters. Coolio, so now I've got to print messages on the screen in the adapter class. So for that, I've got to match the text view component to the ID in the messages view holder class. I will use a status variable for this. If the value of the status variable is true, that is, if a message has been sent, I will match it with text view sent. If not, I will match it with text view received. Finally, I will print the messages on the screen in the onBindViewHolder method. All right, so let's run it and test it out. There the application opens, and let's have some messages between Sarah and Ronaldo. And sure, as you can see, they are great at sending messages to each other. Our application works very well. So that finishes up this project, my friends. I certainly hope this has been useful to you. I know it has been. It's been a lot of fun for me. And I'm serious. Keep practicing, expand on it, and we're going to just finish this lesson here. I'll see you on the next project. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will make a weather application. And we're going to do this application by getting data from the internet. So we'll get data from the Open Weather Map site. And to get the data, we're going to use the retrofit library. And that way we'll be able to get the weather conditions in two different ways into our application. First, we will find the user's position and get the weather conditions based on that position. And then second, we'll get the weather forecast by city name. So I'm just going to show you the finished application now, see what it looks like at the moment, and show you where we're going to go. So my friends, the way we need to build this is we need to ask the permission of the user to find the position, right? Then the weather information will come back to us according to the user's position. And as you can see, the weather information for the city of London is here. And the location was set to London, right? So let's change the location now. I'll set the location to Washington. As you can see now, the weather information for the city of Washington. Now, just by pressing on the button here, we will switch to the page where we're going to make the query according to the city name. So I'll type in New York in Edit Text. And press the search button. And what do you see? The weather information for the city of New York is right here before your eyes. So yes, indeed, my friends, that's the way the application looks. I want to take a short break after this introduction, and in the next lesson, we're going to have a look at the website from where we got the data. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we examined the finished version of the application that we're going to build together. So in this lesson, we're going to examine the website where we get the data from. For this, we'll immediately write in open weathermap.org into the internet browser of your choice. Click on the API tab. And since we will get instant weather information in our application, we're going to examine the current weather data section. Click on the API document tab. And here are a few different ways that we can get this weather information. We can get it by city name, city ID, or geographic coordinates. Now, in order to get weather information according to geographic coordinates, we will need 3 parameters to be precise: latitude, longitude, and API key. So we can find the latitude and longitude information just by taking the user's location. And we will receive the API key as a member of this site. So that's why I press the Sign In tab. So if you don't happen to have an account, you can always complete the registration process just by clicking the Create Account tab. And then after registration is complete, the home page will open. Then by clicking the API Keys tab here, we can get the API key information that we need. So now let's go ahead and open the API document page again, and first we'll query the weather information based on geographic coordinates. So I'll copy the web address here, paste it into the browser, and write the API key in the App ID section. And we will write the latitude information in the LAT part, the longitude information on the LON part. So for an example, we can write the latitude and longitude information of the fair city of London. Now, of course, we will automatically get location information from our application. Then finally, we can write units equals metric so that the temperature values are Celsius. Now, if you write units equals imperial, the temperature values will come to us as Fahrenheit. Not easy to spell. All right, well, it is for you. So if we don't write anything down, the temperature values will come in as Kelvin, which is interesting. You don't know too many people who know the Kelvin scale, but that's another story and another lesson. So we can always access this information from within the site. Now we're going to get some necessary information just by pressing the Enter key or button. So as you can see here, the weather information for the fair city of London is brought to us in vivid detail. So we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we will examine the details even further. Lots more to come. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we started to examine the website. And by using the latitude and longitude information, we obtained weather information for the City of London. So in this lesson, we're going to examine weather information in a little more detail. So we're also going to learn how to get weather information using the city name. So for this, I'll just open my browser, and you can, of course, open your favorite browser. Now, when you look at it like this, the weather information looks fairly complicated. So to examine it more easily, I'm going to type jasoneditoronline.org into the browser. So I'll copy the weather information and paste it in here. Now, by clicking the Code or Tree tab from here, we can make some weather information more understandable to our human brains. And if we look a little deeper, you can see that there is latitude and longitude information under the heading Coordinate. And then under the heading Weather, there is weather information and the code of the icon representing the weather condition. Now here, under the heading Main, there are temperature values, pressure, humidity. Just below, there is visibility and wind information. Now, under the heading SYS, there are country names, sunrise and sunset information. And just below that, the city name information. So to get more details, you can check the site. Right now, I'm going to make an inquiry by city name. So for this, I'll just copy this necessary link here from the Open Weather app site. I'll write in London again as a city. And when I press the Enter button, we have access to the weather information of the City of London. All right, so that's enough for now to be able to access weather information. Now we can start building our application, switching over to Android Studio. All right, so we'll take a short break here. We'll design our application in the next lesson. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lessons, we examined the website from which we will get our weather information, right? So in our lesson following, we will design our application. So the application is going to consist of two activities. The first activity, we're going to get this weather information based on the user's location. And then within the second activity, we're going to get the weather information according to the city name. So the first activity is going to include the city name, country name, temperature, values, and the icon representing the weather and some other details. And then using the button here, we're going to move on to the second activity. The design of the second activity will be similar to the design of the first activity, but the only difference will be that in this activity, there will be an edit text component, as well as a search button where the user can type in the city name. Also, the first activity will be the parent activity of the second activity. And then by using the arrow icon here, we'll be able to move on to the first activity. All right, my friends, that's what the application is going to look like. So why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio now and start designing. Now, of course, I've created this project earlier, my friends. So I'll just delete the text view component here. And I'll choose the Show System UI option. Now, since there will be more than one component in the design area, it's going to be easier to use the linear layout instead of constraint layout. And I'll write linear layout instead of constraint layout. And I'll make the orientation value to be vertical. So now I'll just change the background color. And finally, I'll set an ID. And then just below that, I'll create a text view that will show the city name and the country name. I'll change the required properties of the text view component. And I'll make the value of the layout margin 7. And that way there will be a 7 dp space around the text view component. Now I'll create a linear layout. So in this layout, there will be a weather icon, as well as temperature information. So make the orientation value to be horizontal. Make the margin top feature 3. I'll add an image view. Then by default, I'll choose an image. So I'll just change the required properties. I'm going to add another linear layout. So temperature information will be included in this linear layout. And I'll make the orientation vertical. I'll make the margin start value 10. Also going to add 2 text views into this linear layout. So the temperature value will take its place in the very first text view component. Second text view component will also contain the weather information. So I'll just change the required properties of the text view component. And I'll create a text view component. And there will be details as my title in this text view component. Now, just below, I can add a linear layout. Make the orientation horizontal. Now I'm going to add 2 more linear layouts to this linear layout. So in the first linear layout, there will be the titles of the detailed information. There will also be the detailed information in our second linear layout. Cool, so now I'm adding the necessary text view components. So finally, I will add a constraint layout. And I'll also add a floating action button in the constraint layout. So for this, I'm going to add the material design library into our project. All right, so once the material design library has been uploaded, I'll just add a plus sign into the drawable folder. Now we can add our button. So for the image, I'll choose the plus sign. And I can change the constraint values. All right, my friends, so that's rapidly finishing the design of the first activity. Let's take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we'll design our second activity. All right, see you on the other side. Well, hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we designed the first activity. So in this lesson, we will design the second activity. So we've got to get right into Android Studio, and we will create a new activity. I'll define the name of the activity as weather activity. And this activity is now complete. So now I can create the pictures that I need in the drawable folder. Also, for the design of the edit text component, I will create a new file in the drawable folder. I'll set the name of the file to be background file. And I can write shape in the root element section and create the file. Inside the corners tag, I can set the radius value to be 50. Inside the stroke tag, I'll determine the color and width values. All right, so that is our basic design. Now I'll continue to design the application. So I can write linear layout instead of constraint layout here. Make the orientation vertical. And I'll just change the background color. And I'll create a linear layout. Make the orientation, horizontal. And then I make the value of the margin top 5. And then here I'll add edit text and one button. So that's one of each into this linear layout. Now I'm changing the required properties of the edit text component. And for a background, I can add the background file that I created in the drawable folder. So for the drawable start, I'll choose the picture of the location city. just set the background for the button as the search picture. I'm also going to change some other required properties of this button. So I'll create a new linear layout, copy and paste the design of the first activity into it. And we'll make some necessary changes. So I forgot to set the ID of the image view and the text view components. So I'll create the necessary ID. All right, my friends, that finishes the design here. So we'll take a short break. And then in the next lesson, we're going to get to coding. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application, basically. So in this lesson, we're going to add retrofit, Picasso, and JSON libraries into our project. All right, so for this, I'll just immediately go to my browser. So we're first going to add the retrofit library. And then we will add the Picasso library. And finally, we will add the JSON library. All right, so there are our necessary libraries, and now they've been loaded. All right, so now we can move on and define our components. So first of all, I will define the components in the main activity. And now I'll just match the components to their IDs. So then I will be able to define the components in the weather activity. And then I'll just match the components to their IDs. And there you go, my friends. That's it. We've now defined our components. So we'll take a short break, and in the next lesson, we're going to continue for some more coding, all right? See you in the next one. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we added the necessary libraries to our project and defined the components. So that means in this lesson, we're going to create the model classes required to retrieve data from the website. We can create the model class in two different ways. First, we can create it manually. And then secondly, we can create it automatically from the website here. What? Yeah, in fact, since there's more than just one piece of data for this application, we're going to create the model class automatically. So for this, I can just open the JSON schema to pojo.org in my browser. And now I can copy and paste the weather information. And I'll write the package name of our application in the package section. And then in the class name section, I'll write a class name. And I'll choose Java as the target language. And I'll choose JSON as the source type. I'll choose JSON as the annotation style. And then just by clicking on the preview button below, there you can see the model classes have been created. Now, of course, if we were to create these classes manually, we could have used a lot more time, and, well, we'd also be more likely to make mistakes. So in my view, this makes our job a lot easier. So now we can download the created model classes as a zip file and include it in our project. All right, so now that the zip file's been loaded, I'll just extract the zip file and include model classes into my project. Yes, my friends, just like that, we created our model classes. Pretty easy, huh? All right, so why don't we take a short break here? And then in the next lesson, we're going to create the necessary interfaces for retrieving some data, all right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created model classes. So in this lesson, we will create the classes required to get that data. So it's thanks to these classes that we will create that we'll be able to make a request to the website and then receive that necessary information. So with that, we're going to get right into Android Studio. First of all, we'll create a new class. I'll just name the class Retrofit Weather. And then later I'll create an object from the retrofit class. So now I will create a method that returns to us a retrofit type object. And that'll be able to be accessed from anywhere within the application. So I'll use an if statement inside of this method. If the retrofit object is null, then retrofit equals new retrofit.builder.base URL. In parentheses, we'll write the basic address of the website from which we will receive the data. So I'm typing in .add converter factory and write JSON converter factory.create in parentheses. And finally, I'll write .build and complete this class by typing return retrofit. So this class is standard. Only the base URL may change according to the application that you'll make. Okay, so now we can create an interface. So I'll just name the interface as Weather API. So in this interface, we will make some necessary queries. So here, we're also going to state that we will get the data by location and city name. So we'll use the get method for this. We'll put the part of the website outside the base URL in parentheses. We will also get the data with the call method. The data will be of the model class type that we just created. Now here I'll just name the method. I'll write the query method in parentheses. And thus we'll get the weather information based on the user's location. So now I'll just copy and paste this query method. And that way we'll be able to make a similar query according to the city name. And just like that, my friends, we've created our required classes and queries. So let's take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we'll find the user's location. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the required classes to get the data. So in this lesson, we're going to find the user's location. So for this, when you get right into Android Studio, we'll make a fix in the Weather API interface. Now, both methods have the same name. So I'll just rename the second method. And now let's open the main activity. And here I will create an object from the location manager and the location listener classes. And I will also create variables of the type double for latitude and longitude values. Then in the onCreate method, I will define location manager and the location listener variables. So I'll write location manager equals get system service. I'll write context.location service in parentheses. Now I will define the location listener object. So as you can see, my friends for methods have been implemented. So now I'll choose the onLocationChanged method. We'll get the latitude and longitude information just by using the location object in parentheses. All right, so that's how you get the user's location. However, in order to get the user's location, we do need to ask the user for permission. So for this, we will get internet and location permissions from the manifest file. All right, so now we've got to do some coding for location permission. Now, we've already requested permission to access the user's gallery before, so we'll use a similar method here. So it previously did not allow us to access the location, so we can ask for the necessary permission. If it is allowed, I'll write the location manager.request location updates method. And then this method will take 4 parameters. First, location manager.gps provider. So this parameter will find the location by accessing the GPS. Second parameter is minimum time interval between location updates. So we can write in 500 milliseconds. Third parameter is minimum distance between location updates. And we'll write in 50 meters. Then finally, we'll write the location listener object. Outside, for the onCreate method, I'm creating the onRequestPermissionResult method. So if the user grants access to the location, I'll write the same method as above. So now let's show the user's location in the logcat screen. As you can see, we get the user's location, and that's that. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we can extract the data from the website and print it onto the components. I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we got the user's location information. So in this lesson, we're going to take the weather information from the website and print it on the components based on the user's location. So for this, we'll get right into Android Studio. I'll create a new method. And we'll get the data in this method. So this method will take latitude and longitude values as parameters. Now I'll create an object from the Weather API interface. So I'll write Weather API equals retrofitweather.getClient.create. And then I'll write Weather API.class in parentheses. Just below, I will create an open weather map type call object. And then I pass the getWeatherWithLocation method in the Weather API interface to the call object. So here I'll write latitude and longitude information in parentheses. Now I'll write call point in queue. All right, so this method will allow us to retrieve the data asynchronously. In other words, in the background. So I'll write the new callback in parentheses. And then when I press enter, two methods will occur. Okay, so the first method is a method that will get the data. And then the second method is the method where we will specify what to do in case an error occurs while retrieving the data. Then using the response object here, just print the data onto the components. So we access the OpenWeatherMap class with the response.body method. With the getName method, we can get the city name. Now let's grab that country name. So since the country name is in the sys class, I'll get the country name by typing response.body.get_sys.getCountry. So in this way, we'll just take all the values and then print them on the components. We can get the Celsius sign from the temperature on the internet. Now we'll get the weather icon. So first, let's pass the code of the icon to a string type variable. And then, using the Picasso library, we'll print the weather icon on the image view component. So now I'll get the link for the weather icon from the Open Weather Map site. Now, instead of the icon code here, I'm writing icon code variable. And then finally, I can write the get weather data method into the onLocationChanged method. All right, latitude and longitude values as parameters. Now let's run our application so that we can test it out. All right, my friends, yeah, there's an error. I knew that was going to happen. So to solve this error, we just need to add Java 8 into our project. All right, now let's run it and test it. And there you go. We get the weather information. And I can just change the location now. And the weather information of the city of Paris. And now I think there's a problem with the image. Now we're going to solve that later. Have no worries. We're just testing out some mechanics here. So I'll change the location again. All right, cool. So there you have it, my friends. We'll take a short break, and then in our next lesson, we're going to get the weather information based on the city name. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we received the weather information based on the user's location. So in this lesson, we're going to get some weather information by the city name. Now, since the code that we write will be the same, we're just going to be able to copy and paste the code from the first activity. So for all of this, let's go right into Android Studio. All right, so first of all, there was a problem uploading the image. So let's solve that now. So you can just fix this by typing HTTPS instead of HTTP. And now let's run the application to test it. Okay, so the weather information has also been uploaded quite easily. So now we can get our weather information by city name. So first, we'll write in the code to move on to the second activity by using intent. So we'll set the main activity as the parent activity in the manifest file. Now we can copy the code that we wrote and paste it into the weather activity. So I'll just change the name of the components and the method name. And then as a parameter, I'll write the name of the city. I'll also write the getWeatherData method into the onClick method of the button. And now I'm going to transfer the data in the editText component to a variable of the string type. I'll write city name as a parameter. And finally, I'll clean the editText component. Also, if the user types in something other than a city name, the application is going to throw up an error. All right, so let's check this actually with an if statement. So if the response is successful, I will paste the code that we wrote here. If not, we can show a short message to the user. All right, my friends, so let's test it out. So there the application opens. I'll turn on the other activity. I'll type in Paris in the search bar. And there you can see we get the weather information successfully. So now I'll write in something other than a city name. And there's our toast message. All right, my friends, so our application is working. So if you want to change around visuals, you can do other things. You can do other images. You can do whatever you want that the site offers us. All right, so just have at it and play around. And my friends, that's the end of this project. So have fun with it. See you on the next one. Hello, my friends. So here's a new application, right? So in this lesson, we're going to make a music player application. And then while making this application, we're going to use the media player class. Also, you're going to be able to understand all the details about how to access any file on our device. All right, so we'll have a look at the finished version of the application, and you'll get a better idea of where we're going. So first up, we're going to need to ask the user for permission to access file on the device. So our application will consist of two activities. In the first activity, we will list all of the audio files on our device. Then by clicking on any audio file, the second activity will open and the audio file will start playing. And the name of the audio file will move from right to left. And we'll be able to increase and decrease the volume of the music with or the audio file, whatever it'll be, with a seek bar located here. And then with the play pause button, we'll be able to pause and play the music. We'll also be able to fast forward or rewind the audio file with the seek bar. And then below the seek bar will be the total length of the audio file and the instant progress of time. We'll also be able to play the previous or the next audio file with the next and previous buttons. Also, when the audio file changes, the animation is going to refresh as well. Then finally, if the audio file ends, the next audio file will be played automatically. Also, if we press the next button while the last audio file is playing, or if the last audio file ends by itself, the first audio file will continue to play. And if we press the previous button while playing the first audio file, the last audio file will be played. You know how it works. So that's cool, my friends. That's what it's going to look like. That's what we're going to do. So we'll take a short break here and begin designing our application in the next lesson. So, see you then. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, gave a brief outline about what our application is going to do. So in this lesson, we're going to start designing our application. So in the first activity, there's going to be two. In the first activity, there will be a recycler view. So we're going to show the audio files in recycler view. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and open up Android Studio and start designing. So I'm going to add recycler view and card view. So these two components to my project. I want to find the recycler view component from the palette and click the download button to the right. So I'll add the recycler view component to my project by clicking the OK button in this window here that opens. So now I want to find the card view component from the palette and click the download button on the right and click OK. All right, my friends, those are the necessary components in the project. So now I've got to create a design for the recycler view. So what I'll do is I'll hover over the layout folder in the resource folder right over here on the left and right click. So I'll choose the new layout resource file option and I'll write in the name that I'm going to give the design in this file name section. You can, of course, name it anything you want. And finally, I'll create the design just by clicking the OK button. So now I'll add a card view component to the design area. And the constraint values, I'll make the width match parent and set its height to be 50. Now I'll add a horizontal linear layout into the card view component. Also add an image view component into the linear layout component. I'll make the width and height of the image view component 20. And here I'll add the note image that I downloaded from the vector asset folder from before. And I'll make the layout gravity property, center vertical. All right, so that makes it, of course, vertically centered. All right, so now I'll do a 10 dp margin start. All right, so therefore, the design of the image view component looks finished. Now I want to add a text view component, so I'll set the width and height to wrap content. And I'll determine its ID. I'll make the layout gravity property, center vertical. I'll write something into the text property just by default. So I'm making the text size 14. And I am making the text color property black. Make the margin start 20. And then finally, I can set the max line property to 1. So even if the name of the audio file is long, it's never going to go to the second line, ever. All right? So also, I'll define the ellipsize feature as the end. So thanks to this feature, if the name of the sound file does not fit on the first line, it's going to put 3 dots at the end, right? An ellipses, as we say. So my friends, the first activity design is now finished. Now, I do want to create a new design file in the drawable folder in order to separate the names of the sound files, and it's going to create a much sleeker looking design. So I'll hover over the drawable folder in the resource folder on the left and right click and choose the new drawable folder resource file option. And I'll write the name that I'm going to give to the design in the file name section. Of course, you can name it what you want. And I'll write shape in the root element section. Then finally, I can create the design file just by clicking OK. Now, inside the stroke tag, I'll make the width property 1 dp. You can also change the color of the frame using the color property if you want. Also, using the corners feature, you can curl the corners. Or you can change the fill color using the solid property. For me, for now, just going to use the stroke attribute. All right, so now I'm going to add the design that we made to the background of the linear layout component. And there you go. I have now finished the design of the card view component. And now I can add a linear layout component to the design file of the main activity. So I'm going to make its width match parent and make its height 200. Determine its ID. And so I'll add the design that I created in the drawable folder to the background property. And finally, I can change the constraint values. And now I'll just add an image view into the linear layout. So I'm choosing an image from the drawable folder. And we can scale it to fit center. And I'll change the padding value to 20. Now I can add a recycler view component to the design area. And determine its ID. And I'll make its width match parent. Make its height 0. And now I can change the constraint values. Now I'll also add a card design to the list item feature. And that way I can test what the design looks like so far. All right, my friends, the design of the application is finished, so we can define the recycler view component in the main activity. Now I'll match it to its ID. And finally, I will determine how the design will look just by using the set layout manager method. So it's thanks to this method that all the audio files will be sorted one by one. And if we use the staggered grid layout manager method instead of the linear layout manager, we can make the design appear in this grid structure. All right, cool. So let's create our second activity. I'm changing the name of the new activity. I'll create my activity by clicking the Finish button. All right, so there's the second activity. So we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to design the second activity. All right, my friends, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the main activity. So in this lesson, we will design the second activity, the musical activity, right? So here, there will be 2 seek bars in this music activity. So thanks to the first seek bar, we will be able to decrease and increase the volume of whatever the audio file is. And the second seek bar will control and give us the ability to forward or rewind the. In addition to that, under the seek bar, there will be text view components that show the length and instant progress of the audio file. And in addition, thanks to the next previous play and pause buttons, we'll be able to play the audio file and open the next or previous audio file. And of course, there will be a text view component with the name of the audio file. Now, since the number of components in this particular activity is high, we can use a linear layout instead of the constraint layout. Now, of course, you can always use a constraint layout if you want to, but a linear layout will make our job a little easier. So also, we're going to get some images that we use in this activity from the vector asset folder. Now, I have downloaded these images before, just so that I don't have to make you sit there and watch me download stuff. So why don't we just go ahead and, if you don't have it, of course, just download it from the vector asset folder. But let's go ahead and get started in Android Studio so we can make this design happen. So first up, I do want to make a correction. I have to wrap content right here at the height of the constraint layout component in the main activity. So yeah, if I didn't make that fix, only one audio file will be displayed on the screen. All right, so now we can start designing the music activity. So I'll just type linear layout instead of constraint layout here. Make the orientation vertical. Now I'll create a new linear layout. And just like I said earlier, there will be a volume seek bar in this layout. I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. Now also, I'll make the orientation horizontal. Going to make the margin top value 10. Now I can add an image view, and I'll make that 30 width and height. I'll select the volume down picture from the drawable folder. I'll also make the margin start value 5. Now I can add a seek bar. So I'll make this 300 for the width, and the height will wrap content. I'll set the max value to 100. Also make the progress value 50. I'll make the layout gravity value center. Also making the layout weight feature 1. And now I can determine its ID. So I'll just add one more one more image view. So for this, I'll just copy and paste the first image view component. And I'm just changing the image of the image view component. So now I'll add a text view. Now the name of the audio file will be written in the text view component. So I'll just make the width and height wrap content. And I'll write something into the text property for a default value. And I'll set the value of the max align to 1. And I'll make the text size 20. Also make the text color black. And I'm going to make the margin top value 20 and make the layout gravity center. And then finally, I can determine its ID. Now I'll add an image view. Width and height, 200. I'll choose an image from the drawable folder. Layout gravity, center. And the top margin value will be 50. And I can make the padding value 30. And I'll add a seek bar. So for this, I can just copy and paste the seek bar above. I'll change its ID and width. And I'll delete the max, progress, and layout weight values. And I'll make the margin top value to be 70. And make the margin start and margin end value to be 10. And now I'll add a linear layout. So this layout will show the length and the current state of the audio file. And I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. I'll make the orientation value horizontal. I'll also make the margin top value 10. Now I can add a text view, making the width and the height wrap content. And I'll write something into the text property by default. I'll make the text size 16. I'll also make the text color black. And make the margin start feature 25. And then we can determine its ID. Now for the second text view, I'll just copy and paste this. All right, so here I can change the ID and margin start value. Add a linear layout. Our buttons will also be right here in this layout. So I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. And I will make the orientation horizontal. I'll make the margin top value 5. Also change the gravity value to center, and I will create a button. All right, so I'll make the width and the height 60. I can choose an image from the drawable folder. And then determine its ID. So I'll copy and paste this button twice. And I'll change the ID and picture of the second button. Also, I'll make the width and height 90. And finally, I can make the margin start and margin end value 15. I can change the ID and picture of the third button. All right, my friends, the design of the second activity is finished. So now let's define the components that we created. First of all, I'll define the buttons. So I can define the text view components. And I can define the seek bar components. Now let's match the components to their IDs. All right, so that finishes the design of the second activity. All right, my friends, we'll take a short break here. So in the next lesson, we're going to ask the user for permission to access files on their device. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So that means in this lesson, we're going to ask the user for permission to access files on their device. So here I do want to say that while it is usually sufficient to specify some permissions only in the manifest file, for some permissions, some coding is required in the Java class. For example, while it's usually sufficient to get necessary permission in the manifest file for internet access permission, well, it's also necessary to make some code in the Java class for permissions, such as accessing the media folder using the GPS and accessing the camera. So you can learn a whole lot more about permissions from the link here. But for now, that's sufficient. So why don't we get into Android Studio and request these permissions? So first up, we're going to need to define the permission that we will get in and from the manifest file. So I'll just write uses permission in the manifest file. And since we will be accessing the files on the device, we will ask for the read external storage permission. And now we can write some code in our main activity. So since we're going to ask the user for permission as soon as the application opens, we will write the necessary code in the onCreate method. So here we're going to use an if-else statement. By writing the context combat.check self-permission method in parentheses, we'll be able to check whether it's been previously allowed or not. So we can write two parameters in parentheses. First parameter will be context, that is main activity.this. And as a second parameter, we will write which permission we will request, right? So I'll write in manifest.permission.read external storage. And Outside of the parentheses, I will write not equal. Package manager dot permission granted. So we will write what we should do if not previously allowed by the user. So if not allowed by the user, we can ask the user for permission. So for this, I'll write activity combat dot request permission. And I will write 3 parameters in parentheses. First parameter, it'll be context, that is main activity.this. Second parameter, it will be an array of the string type, and we will specify the permissions that we want in this array. So I'll create a new array of the string type. All right, manifest dot permission dot read external storage in parentheses. Now, if there were other permissions we would ask from the user, we would have to specify those permissions here as well. That's why we need to create an array here. So as the third parameter, we will need to specify the request code. You can specify any number of integer types as the request code. So using this code, we will check to see if the user has given permission. So I'll write 1 as a request code. And my friends, if the user has not given permission before, we have to write another bit of code. So if the user has previously given permission, we will need to show all the audio files on the device on the screen, right? So I'll create a method for this here. I'll name the method get all audio files. And we'll also create the code for this method in our next lesson. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. If the request code is 1, and if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, I'll have to show all of the audio files on the device on the screen. So that's why I'm calling the get all audio files method here as well. All right, my friends, so that is asking the user for the necessary permission. Now let's test it out. So there our application opens, and now it's asking for permission to access the files. I'll press on the allow button and look at the result. Awesome. So we get the user permissions to access the files. So my friends, we'll take a short break here, and then in the next tutorial, we're going to create the adapter class. Cool. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we asked the user for permission to access files on the device. So in this lesson, we're going to create the adapter class required for Recycler View. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio and get started by first creating a new class. So I'm going to name the class Music Adapter. All right, and now that we have a Music Adapter class, there are 2 variables that I have to create in the adapter class. So first, it will be an array of the string type because we will keep all of the audio files in this series. The second parameter will be a variable of the type context. So it's thanks to this variable that we'll be able to use activities features. Otherwise, we'll have to do kind of complex, but certainly different code structure for the data transfer between activities. All right, so now I'm going to create the variables. I will create a full constructor of these variables. And now I can create a new class inside the music adapter class. So this class is responsible for defining the card music design that we made in the adapter class. And I'll name the class Music View Holder. And also this class will be derived from the recyclerView.viewHolder class. So Android Studio throws a warning because we have to create a constructor for this class. Now, of course, we know this, so you can just click on the light bulb, which is here on the left, and I'll choose the Create Constructor Matching Super option. And there's the constructor. So now I can define the text view component in the card music design. And I'll define the card view component. And now in the constructor, I will match components to their IDs. So for this, we can use the item view object representing the card view design. So I can just write in item view dot find view by ID. And I can write the ID of the text view component in parentheses. And now I'm just going to match the card view object. So I don't know that we have defined any ID for the card view component. So let's go ahead and open the card view design, and I'll determine the ID of the card view component. And now I can match it appropriately. All right, my friends, that is the creation of the Music View Holder class. Now I can derive the Music Adapter class from the recyclerView.adapter class. So inside the tags, I'll write musicadapter.musicViewHolder. And Android Studio very judiciously throws a warning because there are methods that we have to implement. So just click on the light bulb, and I'll choose the Implement Methods option. Now, of course, there are 3 methods that we have to implement. I'll press OK, and that implements the methods. So the first method, onCreateViewHolder. In this method, we will add to the card music design that we made. Second method, onBindViewHolder. In this method, we'll do some operations, such as printing the name of the audio file on the screen, and then what happens to the design when it's clicked. So the third method will be the length of the array we created. So I'll create this right now. So in the onCreateViewHolder method, let's add the card music design. First, we'll create an object from the view class and pass the design to this object. So now I'll write layout inflator. We can write mContext in parentheses. If we're not going to create an object from the context class, we could always write parent.getContext using the parent object here. The parent object represents the activity that contains the recycler view, that is the main activity. So I'll write .inflate outside the parentheses. And I'll write 3 parameters in parentheses. First parameter will be the card music design. The second parameter will be the parent object. And the third parameter will be false. In fact, these operations that we've done are standard operations for the adapter class. All right, so finally we can pass the view object to the music view holder method as a parameter. And that's that, my friends. That is the coding for the adapter class. And then we can write whatever code we need for the onBind view holder class after we get the audio files. So we'll take a break right in here, and in the next lesson, we can write that code to get that audio file or those audio files on the device. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, previously we created the adapter class. So that means in this lesson, we will get the audio files that are on the device. So for this, we'll open up Android Studio. Now, to be able to access audio files on the device, yes, indeed, we definitely need to access the main storage directory. So for this, we will use a method just like this. So this is called environment.getExternalStorageDirectory.getPath. And this method will return to us a file path of the string type. So for this reason, I'll create a final static object of string type and pass the file path to this variable. So to make it clearer, why don't we show the string expression that's returned by this method on the logcat screen. So here I'm typing log.e, and I will write 2 parameters of the string type inside the parenthesis. First is the tag. The second is the file path. So now let's test out the application. I'll show you what happens. So I'll open up the logcat window. I'll choose the error option from here. And what do you see? It returned to us a file path, but it's not enough for us because we need folders with audio files. So that's why I'm going to write / at the end of the string statement. So this way I will be able to access the main folder and the folders that are hierarchically underneath of it. Okay, so now we will write the necessary code into the getAllAudioFiles method. So first of all, I've got to check to see if the media path object is empty. If media path is not equal to null, I will create an object from the file class. And here I'll write the media path object as the constructor. Now I'll just create an array of the file type. So right here, main file.list files. Now, it's all thanks to this method. All these files on the device will be transferred to the file list array, respectively. So now we will create a for loop and transfer each element of the file list array, that is, each file, to an object of the type file. Now, at this stage, if you want to, and I think we should, we'll display the file object on the logcat screen. So now I'm running the application. And as you can see, we have accessed all of the subfolders on the device, but we don't know the folder with the audio files yet. So therefore, we will use an if-else statement inside the for loop. I'll write file.is directory in parentheses. Now, if the file object is a file directory, I'll create a new method. And then using this method, I'll be able to reach the lowest file in the folder. Now, don't worry, we'll build this method shortly. But if the file object is not a file directory, I'll create a variable of the string type. So I'm using the file.getAbsolutePath method here. All right, so we've got the file path. Now I'm going to create another if statement. All right, path.ends with, in parentheses. So if the path object ends in .mp3, all right, it's a sound file, right? So now I can import this audio file into an array. I'm creating an array above. Now I'm adding the audio file to the array. And now I'll create the scan directory method. So I will create an object of the type called file as a parameter. Now, if the directory is not equal to null, I'll copy and paste the above code block. So I'll be writing the directory object instead of the main file object. And then it's thanks to this method, if the resulting file is a directory, this cycle will continue until it reaches the bottom of the file. All right, so that makes sense. If the directory runs out, in other words, the bottom file or last file is accessed, right, this time the end of the file path will be checked. And if the path ends in .mp3, then it recognizes that it's a sound file and now can be added to the array. All right, my friends, so that is how we've accessed all of the audio files on the device. So I'm going to go ahead and take a short break, and then in the next lesson, we'll print the name of the audio files on the screen. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we accessed all the folders on the device and then transferred the paths ending with .mp3 into an array. So then in this lesson, we will show the names of the audio files on the screen. All right, so for this, we'll open up Android Studio, and first of all, I'll create an object from the music adapter class in the main activity. So now I'm going to define the adapter class inside the getAllAudioFiles method. I'm going to write two parameters in parentheses. First is going to be the song list. The second one is main activity.this. And then also just below the songlist.add method, I'm going to write the adapter.notifyDatasetChanged method. And it's all because of this method. When a new path is added to the array, the adapter will be stimulated. That's, of course, the sound effect that it's going to make. But in any event, I'll define the adapter object to the recycler view component. So now let's move on to the adapter class, and I'll make the necessary codes in the onBind view holder. So first, I'm going to pass the path of the audio files to a variable of the string type. I'm also going to transfer all the file paths to the file path variable using the list.getPosition method. So you know what? Why don't we go ahead and show the file object path in the logcat screen? That's what it's for. So we'll run the application, and what do you see? We've accessed all the audio files ending in .mp3. All right, so now we're ready to print the name of the audio files on the screen. So for this, I'll create a new variable of the string type and use the substring method. And I'll write file path.substring. So inside the parenthesis, I will write file path.last index of. I'll write slash in parentheses. And now I can write +1. See, that way the statement after the last slash in the file path, well, that's the name of the audio file. And that's what will be printed on the screen. All right, so now let's write the name of the audio file in the text view component. So we'll use the holder object for this. And also when the user will click on any audio file, the music activity should open. Therefore, I'll add an on-click listener property to the card view component. And then using intent, I will open the music activity. So I'll write mContext in parentheses. Also, I've got to send the music activity, the name of the sound file, the path, which sound file the user clicked on, and that is the position object and the sound file list. And I will use putExtra method for this. And first, I'll send the name of the audio file. Now I'll send the path to the audio file. And now I'm sending the position object. And now I can send the list series. Now to switch to the other activity, I will use the start activity method. But since the adapter class has no activity, we'll need to switch to the other activity using the mContext object. So if we weren't creating an object from the context class, we would have to do different and, well, I would say far more complex code for this transition. All right, so now let's go ahead and get the information that we've sent in the music activity. So first, I will create some variables that will pass the information from the adapter class. Now, I'm going to pass the relevant values to the variables using the getIntent method. All right, so that should do that. Why don't we go ahead and test the application? So we'll run it by opening the application. And you can see all the audio files are shown here on the screen. So let's click on, well, just any audio file at random. That's a pretty amazing result, huh? Our application works really well. Well, I'm not surprised, but you may be. No, I don't know. It's just great. I think it's great that we can do this. So my friends, let's celebrate the marvels, take a short break, and in the next lesson, we're going to play the audio file. Ha ha, that's what it's all about. So see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Are you as excited as I am? Because in the previous lesson, we were able to display all the audio files on screen, and we sent the necessary information to the music activity. So in this lesson, we will play the audio files. All right? So let's dig right into Android Studio. So first up, I'll create an object from the Media Player class. Now I'm going to define the Media Player object in the onCreate method. And then as soon as the music activity opens, I want the audio file selected by the user to play. So therefore, we're going to need to write some code in the onCreate method. So first, we're going to use mediaplayer.setDataSource. So inside the parentheses, I'll write the path to the sound file, the file path object. And Android Studio is kind enough to warn us because I've got to write this method in try and catch. So all you do is you click the light bulb on the left, and I'll choose the option Surround with Try and Catch. Great, so now I'm using the mediaplayer.prepare method. This method will prepare the media player to play audio files. And then finally, I'll jam in here mediaplayer.start. Okay, my friends, that's the necessary code to play the audio file. But before testing the application, let's just make sure that the coding is correct for the play and pause button. So first of all, we need to add an on-click listener feature to all buttons. Now we can write the necessary code in the method of clicking the play button. So by using the if-else statement, I have to check to see if the audio file is playing, right? So if the media player dot is playing, that is, audio file is playing, I have to pause that audio file. So for this, I can use the media player.pause method. Also, I've got to change the background image of the button, huh? So for this, I'll use the method button play pause dot set background resource. So in the parenthesis, I've got to write the path to the picture that I'll choose. So for this, I'll select the play image in the drawable folder. And then if the audio file is not playing, I have to play the audio file. So for this, I will use the media player.start method. And I'll also change the background image to pause. And now to print the name of the audio file on the text view component. All right, so that is complete. So now we can test and run our application. So let's open it up, choose one of the audio files. Now that's an amazing result, don't you think? As you can see, the audio file started playing. The name of the sound file was also successfully printed on the screen. Now let me just press the pause button. Excellent. The audio file has stopped and the button's background image has changed. So now let me just press the play button. Audio file continues to play. Yes, indeed, my friends, as you can see, the application works very well. So why don't we take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we can write up some code for the next and previous button. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to play and pause the audio file. So in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to play the next or previous audio file. So for this, we'll go straight into Android Studio. And first up, we'll write the necessary code to play the previous audio file. So that means I've got to initialize the media player object. So for this, I can use the media player.reset method. Now, if we do not do this, the application will crash, okay? So now I've got to determine the position of the new audio file. So by decreasing the value of the position variable by 1, I determine the location of the new sound file. But here, I've got to use an if-else statement. You know why? Because currently the first audio file on our list, namely the audio file with position number 0, well, that could be playing, right? So in this case, if we press the previous button, the new value of the variable position will be -1. That too will cause this application to crash. So what we got to do then is write a check like this. If the variable position is 0, I will pass the position of the last sound file in the list to the variable position. You follow? Now, if it's not 0, I'll decrease the variable position by 1. So now I have to pass the path of the new audio file to a string variable. So I'll just copy and paste the try and catch structure from above. Also, I have to make pause the background image of the button, because if the user presses the previous button after pausing the audio file, the background image of the button will be play while the new audio file is already playing, right? So finally, see how we got to think through all this? It's amazing. I have to print the name of the audio file to the text view component. So for that, I can just copy and paste the required line of code from the adapter class. So now I can just change the name of the string variable. And I can delete the holder object. So now I'll copy all the code that I've written here and paste it into the next button. All right. So if the last audio file is playing, I pass the value 0 to the position variable. Also, I can increment the value of the variable position by 1. All right. So now let's test the application, make sure it works. Whoa, just a minute. I'm sorry, I forgot to change the file path object in the set data source method. So if you forgot right along there with me, I'll just do it right now. I'll write new file path instead of file path. And now we can run the application and test it. Yeah, so the application opens. Click on the first audio file. Audio file is playing. Now I'm going to press the previous button. And yeah, so that triggers the last audio file to play. Now let me see what happens when I press on the next button. Unbelievable. Everything works perfectly. And once again, I am not surprised. Okay, my friends, so why don't we just take a short break here? And in the next lesson, we're going to write the code for the seek bar components. All right, we'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we were able to play the previous and next audio files, even if I did happen to leave something out. But we got it, right? And I did that with you in mind. I only do that so that we can, be fresh and learn something in the moment. Anyway, what we're going to do now is write the necessary code for the seek bar components. So for this, we'll go right into Android Studio, and we'll do all the necessary coding for the seek bar volume component. So just below the next button, I'll add the on seek bar change listener feature to the seek bar volume component. So with this method, we'll be able to observe the changes in the seek bar component. And this method will offer us 3 different parameters. First is an object from the seek bar class. The second is the position of the seek bar. And the third is going to be a Boolean type variable that controls whether the user has made changes in the seek bar. So if from user is true, that is, if the user has modified the seek bar, I write seek bar volume.setProgress. I'll write progress in parentheses. Thus, the location of the seek bar will be updated. All right, so, also using the mediaPlayer.setVolume method will also decrease and increase the volume. So this method requires two variables of the float type. So with the magnitude of these variables, the sound will decrease or increase. So for this, I'll create a float type. And so this is a variable as well. I'll divide the value of the progress variable by 100. And then to convert it to a float type, I'll just add f at the end. I'll write the volume level variable as a parameter. And that's it. That's all we have to do for the sound. So now I got to add the change listener feature to the seek bar music component. If from user is true, I will use the media.seek2 method. So it's all because of this method, the audio file will rewind or fast forward according to the change in the progress bar. So I'll update the progress bar just by using the seekbarmusic.setProgress method. But this won't be enough for us here because the progress bar will only change when the user changes it. So in other words, while the audio file is playing, there's not going to be any changes in the progress bar to look like it's not progressing. So for this, we've got to use the runnable and handler classes. So up in here, I'm creating an object from the runnable and handler classes. I'll also create an integer type variable that will transfer the total duration of the audio file. Now, just below the click method of the seek bar music component, I'll define the handler and runnable objects. And I will do the necessary code in the run method. All right, so what I'll do is I'll pass the length of the audio file to the total time variable. And I'll write the seek bar music.setMax. I'll also write the total time variable in parentheses. All right, so thus we determine the maximum value of the progress bar. So now I'll create a variable of the integer type. And I'm going to pass the current location of the audio file to this variable. Now I'll update the seek bar with the seek bar music point set progress method. Now I also want this process to be done every second. Therefore, I will use the handler point post delayed method. And I'm going to write in two parameters in parentheses. The first is the runnable object. The second is the update time of the progress bar in milliseconds. So I'll write in here 1,000 milliseconds, which means 1 second, yeah. You can, of course, set this period to whatever you want. But then outside of the runnable method, we can write a handler.post. Oh, and I also want to write the runnable object in parentheses. So now we can run our application and test it out. So the application opens, I'll choose an audio file. And the audio file is playing. Great, so first of all, I'll lower the volume. Now see how I can increase it. Now let me fast forward. And now I'll do a little rewinding. All right, my friends, there you have it. The application runs pretty smoothly. So we're going to take a short break here. In the next lesson, we're going to print the instant progress time as well as the total length of the audio file on the screen. See you in the next lesson. Well, hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code as the seek bar components. So in this lesson, we're going to print the instant progress time of the audio file and the length of the audio file on the screen. So for this, let's open up Android Studio, and I will create a new method. So this method will return an object of the string type. It will also take an integer object as a parameter. So I'll be creating a variable of the string type. I'll also create variables in integer type that will pass the minute and second information. Now, I should also note the following. 1 minute equals 60 seconds. One second equals 1,000 milliseconds. Okay, so now I can calculate the minute information. And since the current position value is of the type milliseconds, to calculate the minute information, I'll divide it by 1,000 and then 60. Yeah? Then to calculate the second information, I'll divide the value of the current position by 1,000, and I'll be able to get the mode according to 60. Thus, I will calculate the value of seconds. Now, also using an if statement, I can print the second value in 2 digits. So if the second is less than 10, then the time label equals minutes plus a colon 0 plus seconds. If not, I write time label equals minutes plus colon seconds. Finally, I can return the time label variable. And then in the run method, I will print the duration of the audio file on the screen. So for this, I just need to create 2 variables of the string type. First, I will print the instant duration of the audio file on the screen. And I'll write the current position value in parentheses. And now I'll print out the total time. I'll write the total time value in parentheses. And there's one more thing we'll need to do. What's going to happen to the audio file if it runs out, right? So when it plays to the end. Well, we can control this situation two different ways. First, we can use the mediaplayer.setOnCompletionListener method. And this method is a method where we'll specify what needs to be done when the audio file finishes. But secondly, if the audio file is finished, the elapsed time variable and the last time variable will be the same. So if that's the case, then I can create an if statement. If the elapsed time is equal to the last time variable, that is, if the audio file has been played until its end, I'll copy and paste the whole code block I wrote in the next button to play the next audio file. You follow? Right. So now we can run it and test it. So there the application opens. I'll just click on any audio file. And the audio file's playing. As you can see, the instant progress time and length of the audio file seem to be working. Of course, you don't know how long it is. So now I'll fast forward the audio file to the end. That's good. And the next audio file starts playing. All right, so that means our application is running very smoothly. So my friends, we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, I'm going to add some simple animation to the text view component. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we printed the current time and the total length of the audio file on the screen. So in this lesson, I want to show you how to add some animation to the name of the sound file. So when the audio file is playing, the name of the audio file will also move from right to left, right? So it's going to be on the screen just going, yeah, and that's the sound effect it's going to make too. All right, in any event, a little information about animation. So there's 4 different animation types: scale, alpha, rotate, and translate. So scale animation is about the size of the image getting bigger and or smaller. Alpha animation is about changing the visibility of the image. Rotate animation is about the rotation of the image around itself. Translate animation is about moving the image. So for this, in our application, we're going to use translate animation. So I want to open up Android Studio, and in order to create an animation, we'll need to create an animation folder inside the resource folder. So for this, I can just hover over the res folder and right-click and choose New Android Resource Directory. Then here, I'll choose the anim folder as the resource type, and then I can press OK. So now an animation folder has been created inside of the res folder, and I'll hover over the anim folder and right-click, choose New Animation Resource File. And now I can set the file name to be Translate Animation. Then I'll press OK, and that way the animation file that's required for the text view component is created. So now let's write the necessary code for this animation. So first of all, I'm going to determine the duration of the animation. Now this is going to be 20,000 milliseconds. So now we're going to need to determine the starting point of this animation. But first I want to tell you this. So the far left of the screen, this will be the 0% point. The far right of the screen is going to be the 100% point. And since the animation will start from the far right of the screen, I'm going to make the from x delta property 100%. And I'll add P at the end. Now, incidentally, if you don't type the letter P, the animation will start from the percentage of the text view component, not the screen. So now we need to set the end point of the animation. So we want the animation to finish after the whole text view component disappears from the screen. So that's why I'll make the 2x delta property minus 100%. Also, I want to make the restart the repeat mode feature because I want to make sure that it starts again, right, after the animation finishes. And then finally, I'll determine the amount of repetition of the animation. Now, since our goal is to repeat the animation as long as the audio file is playing, we can write in a relatively high value, let's say 100. Also, by adding an animation listener to the animation object here, we will create in the Java class, we can start the animation again when the animation finishes. But it's not really a method that I prefer. So I'll tell you what, let's just check this by writing a high number here. Okay, so that creates the necessary XML code for animation. So now we want to do some code in the Java class. So first of all, I'll need to create an object from the animation class. Now in the onCreate method, I'll add the translate animation file to the animation object. So for this, animation equals animation utils. I'll write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the context, music activity.this. The second is the animation file that we've created. And now we'll add the animation to the text view component. So I'm typing text view file name music dot. And there are two different animation methods in here. The first is the set animation method. So if we want the animation to start as soon as the activity opens, we must use the set animation method. The second is the start animation method. So if we want the animation to start as a result of a particular action, for example, when the button is pressed, we've got to use the start animation method. Now, since we, of course, want the animation to start as soon as the music activity opens, we're going to use the set animation method. So I also write in animation in parentheses. And yeah, so that's pretty much everything you need to do for, well, this particular animation that we're doing. However, when the user changes the audio file or another audio file starts playing after the audio file finishes, well, the animation needs to be reset and restarted, right? So for that reason, I'm going to use the clear animation method inside the previous button. And now I'll restart the animation using the start animation method. See how that works. It was very clever of me, too, to tell you both methods. In any event, I'll just copy this line of code and paste it into the next button. And then I can paste it into the runnable method. Now we can run the application and test it out. So let's see, the application opens, and I'll choose an audio file. Looks pretty good to me. And as you can see, the animation forms up smoothly. And now I'll just play a next audio file. There you go. The animation starts up again. Let me just play the previous audio file. And sure enough, animation resets and restarts. Now let me just fast forward and see what happens. So yeah, after the audio file finishes, the new audio file opens and the animation restarts. So sure enough, my friends, that is this application in toto. So I hope you had a good time. I know it's going to be very useful for you. Why don't you get in there and fool around with it? I'm sure you can develop it even further. All right, so I wish you well. I'm going to finish this lesson here, but I want to see you on a new project. Goodbye for now. Hello, friends. So I want to tell you that in this lesson, we're going to learn how to make games using our basic knowledge of Java and Android. So the name of this game is going to be the Balloon Burst game. And first I'll show you the finished version of the game so you know where we're going. So first of all, there's going to be a countdown timer to start the game. And after the countdown's over, the balloon will continually move on the screen. Our objective is to pop the balloon. All right, now just above, there's going to be a text view showing the duration of the game. And down at the bottom, there's going to be a text view showing the increasing score each time you pop the balloon. In addition to all that, when the balloon pops, there's going to be a sound of an explosion and a visual showing that, boom, the balloon has blown up. Also, we will be able to turn the popping sound of the balloon on and off with the volume button in the menu. And then after the game is over, the result activity will open. The result activity will include a text view that informs us about the score that we've got. And we'll also be able to see the score and the highest score. And then if you want to continue the game or quit the game, play again, we'll use the buttons here. And what else? Well, that is, in a nutshell, what our game's going to look like, all right? So we'll take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we're going to start designing our game. All right, see you then. Well, hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we outlined and I gave you some information about what the objectives of our game are. So in this lesson, we're going to design our game. Now, our game's going to consist of two activities. The first is the game activity. The second is the result activity. So first up, we're going to design the game activity. Now, inside the game activity, there's going to be 3 different text views and 1 grid layout. The duration of the game will take place in the text view component above. There's going to be a countdown timer in the text view component in the middle. And down here at the bottom, our score is going to be displayed in the text view component. And we're also going to place balloons in the grid layout. So here, I'll just briefly let you in on the secret about the logic of the game. So there's going to be exactly 9 balloons on the screen, all right, not 1, but the balloons will be invisible, and during the time that we're going to determine, only 1 balloon will appear, and which balloon will appear will be randomly determined. So in that way, we're going to use 9 balloons when we're designing it. So why don't we just get into it and start up Android Studio and get to designing. All right, yes, we get to design here, so I'm going to add a text view to the design area. And I'll change the ID to text view time. Its width and height will be wrap content, and I'll change its text. I'll make the text size 20. Also, I'm going to make the text color black. I'm going to copy this text view component and paste it twice. I'm going to change the ID of the second text view component. And I'm changing its text. Going to make the text size 100. I'm changing the ID of the third text view component. Change its text. So now I'm going to select 3 text view components and center them horizontally. I'll set the margin top value of the first text component to 30. Set the bottom margin value of the third text view component to 30 as well. Now I'm going to center the text view component vertically. All right, so now I'm going to add a grid layout to the design area. In order to use the grid layout component, I have to add the necessary libraries to my project. So for this reason, I'm just going to click the download button to the right of the grid layout here and press OK. And that way the grid layout component will be added to my project. All right, so the download is complete. Now I can add a grid layout to the design area, but I want to do the necessary operations for the grid layout component in the XML section. And in fact, that's going to make our jobs even easier. So here I'll choose the split option on the right. And that way, both the XML part and the design part will be displayed together. Cool, so now I can add the grid layout component. I'll make the width and height, wrap content, determine its ID, now since I will center it horizontally and vertically, just kind of copy and paste the constraint values in the text view component. So now we can insert 9 image views in the grid layout. I'll create the first image view component. I'll make the width and the height of the image view component to 120. Determine its ID. Now I'll select the balloon image as the image that I added to the drawable folder earlier. Now also I have to determine the row and column number of this balloon. So in the grid layout component, the first line represents the 0 line, and the second line represents the first line. Also, the first column represents the 0 column, and the second column represents the first column. So it's in this way that the number of rows and columns is gradually increasing. So the first balloon really does have to be at the 0, 0 point of the grid layout component, right? Okay. So for this, I'm just going to make the value of layout row and layout column 0. So that completes the first image view component. So now I can just copy this component and paste it 8 times. Copy and paste operation is now complete. So now I've got to change the ID of the image view components, the row and the column values as well. So I'll make the ID of the second image view component, balloon 2. Number of lines will be 0, and I'll make the number of columns 1. So as you can see, the second balloon appeared, and that's the way that I'm going to make those changes in the other balloons. All right, so I'll make the visibility property of the grid layout component and 2 text view components invisible. All right, so that's the design of the game activity. Now we've got to define the components in the Java class. So first I want to define the text view components. And I'll define the image view components. And then finally, I can define the grid layout component. Now here we must select the Android X library. All right, so now I can match the components to their IDs. And I will copy the text view time component and paste it 12 times. And now I can copy and paste components to match their IDs. All right, my friends, that is the components all defined, I do believe. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to design the second activity. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in the previous lesson, we designed the game activity. So in this lesson, we're going to design the result activity. All right, so in the result activity, there's going to be 3 text views and 2 buttons. So let's get into Android Studio and do it up. All right, so first of all, I'll have to create a new activity. For this, I can hover over the package name on the left and right click. So I'll choose the New Activity, Empty Activity option. I will change the name of the activity. And finally, I can press the Finish button. All right, so that creates the result activity. Now we can design the result activity. So I'll add a text view component to the design area. Change its ID. I'll change its width to make it 300. I'll make its height wrap content. And I can make the text size 30. And for this, I think I want to make the text color red. And I'll make the text alignment feature center. I'll add one more text view component to the design area. So I can change its ID. Its width and height will be wrap content. And I'll change the text. So I'm just going to change the text size to 30. Also make the text color black. So now I want to copy and paste this text view component. And I'll just change the ID and text. Okay, so that's basically the design of the text view components. Now, before we add the buttons, I will create the design file for the backgrounds of the buttons in the drawable folder. So for this, I want to hover over the drawable folder in the resource folder on the left here and just right-click, and you get the option, so choose New Drawable Resource File. I'll write the name that I'm going to give the design in the File Name section. You can, of course, name it whatever you want. So I'm going to write shape in the root element section. And then finally, I'll create the design file just by clicking the OK button. Now, inside the stroke tag, I'll make the width property 2. And by using the color property, I can change the color of the frame to black. And then inside the corners tag, I'll make the radius property 10. And then finally, I can change the fill color by using the color property inside the solid tag. So now I'll add a button in the design area of the result activity. And I'll add the design that I made to the background of the button. All right, so that's a slightly better design. So now I'm just going to change the ID of the button. And I'll make its width match parent. I'll make its height 20. No, I'll make it 60. And I'll change its text. Make the text size 30. We'll stay consistent. And the text color ought to be white. Now also, I'll make the text all caps property false. All right, so that completes the first button. Now, for designing the second button, I'll just copy and paste this first button. And now I can just change the ID and text. Now I'm going to select all the components and center them horizontally. Now here I can change the margin top value of the first text view component to 20. I'll change the margin bottom property of the buttons. And also I'm going to leave space over here to the right and left of the buttons. We'll make it 10. So I'll set the margin start and the margin end attributes 10. And then finally, I'll select both text view components and center them vertically. All right, my friends, that is the result activity finished. Well, the design of it anyway. So why don't we go and define the components in the Java class? All right, so I will define the text view components. Now I can define the buttons. Now I just match the components to their IDs. And thus, my friends, the design of both activities is finished. So why don't we take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to determine the duration of the game using the countdown timer class. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to use the countdown timer class in our app. The countdown timer class is a class in which we determine the amount of time we set and the time to decrease backwards, right? So it's a countdown timer. And what needs to be done when the timer's done, right? So, for example, we want the game screen to open after 5 seconds when the application first opens. We also want the game to end after 30 seconds and the result activity to open. So in these and similar iterations, we can use the countdown timer class. So why don't we just get into Android Studio without any further ado? So in the onCreate method, I'll write new countdown timer. Now I've got to write 2 parameters in parentheses. First one is total time. The second is how much time the total time will decrease, right? So times will be in milliseconds. So I've got to write 5,000 to the first parameter and 1,000 into the second parameter. And then Android Studio warns us. Thank you, Android Studio. Because in order for the countdown timer class to work, 2 methods are needed. So all you got to do is click on the light bulb on the left and choose Implement Methods as the option. Now by pressing the OK, that adds the 2 methods. The first method is the method by which we determine what needs to be done as the time decreases. The second method is the method where we determine what needs to be done when time runs out. Also, in order for these methods to work, you got to write .start outside the parentheses. Now, since I want the time to appear on the screen, that means I've got to print the total time to the screen. So in other words, to the text view countdown component within the onTick method. So for this, I'll write textViewCountdown.setText. And the variable millis until finished. So that's given to us here, and it represents the decreasing time. So therefore, I'm going to write millis until finished in parentheses. And also, since this variable is in milliseconds, I'll divide this variable by 1,000 so that the time is displayed in seconds. And then finally, since this variable is of the long type, I've got to convert it to the string type using the string.valueOf method. So now we're going to need to specify what happens when time is over. So when the time is up, first I got to make the text view countdown component invisible. So for this, I'll write text view countdown dot set visibility. I'll write view dot invisible in parentheses. Now also here, I've got to write the codes that are related to our game. But of course, we're going to do this later. I only want to make the components visible for now. So I also want to start the game when the time is up. Right? So therefore, I'm going to use a new countdown timer class. I'll determine the total duration as 30,000 milliseconds. And I can add here the necessary methods. And now I can print the total time to the screen. So when the time is up, I want the result activity to open. And for that reason, I will have to open the result activity using intents. So that means I should write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the activity that we are in. That is the main activity dot this. The second is the activity we want to open. That is result activity dot class. Now here I'll start the intent using the start activity method. All right, so let's test it out. We'll run the application. So the application opens. Time is decreasing from 5 seconds in 1 second intervals. And the game activity opens. And after 30 seconds, the result activity will open. I'll just kind of fast forward time a little. And the result activity opens. So excellent. Everything seems to work okay. So my friends, we'll take a short break here. In the next lesson, we're going to make it so that when we click on the balloons, we're going to write the code that will increase the score. All right, see you in the next lesson. Well, hello there, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we used the countdown timer class, and we set the duration of the game, and then when time's up, we enable the result activity to be turned on. Okay, so in this lesson, when the user clicks any of the balloons, we're going to increase the score. So for this, we'll just get right into Android Studio. Now, first of all, we're going to have to add a click feature to all the image view components. And since there are 9 image views and I want the same result, that is, the score increases when clicking any image view component, I don't want to add the on-click listener to all the buttons. So instead of this, I want to create a method that increases the score. And for that, I will add that method to all the image view components in the XML file. All right, you'll see what I mean. So I'm going to create a new method for this. Name the method increase score by 1. Also, I want to create an object from the view class as a parameter to represent each image view component. So the view object here represents each component. And now I will define this method in the XML file. So in the tags of the first image view component, I'll write on click, and I'll write the method that I just created. So now I can copy and paste it into the tags of the other image view components. And that way, my friends, whenever any balloon is clicked, this method will be called. And we could try this by adding a click listener to all image view components, but since there are 9 image views and we expect the, same result for every single one of them, doing that is going to make that job a little easier, so we'll be able to write a simpler code. All right? So now I'll create an integer type variable to pass the score. I'll set the first value of this variable to be 0. All right, so now in the increase score by 1 method, I'll increase the value of the score variable. And then the last step will be to print the score to the screen. So I want to rerun it and test it out. It opens, and there's 5 seconds, game screen, and I'll click on any balloon, and what do you see? The score goes up by 1. Click on another. Yeah, so then when the time is over, the result activity is opened. Sure enough, my friends, we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we'll move the balloons using the runnable and handler classes. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we added a click feature to the image views, and when the balloons get clicked, it increases our score and prints it to the screen. So in this lesson, we're going to make the balloons move by using the runnable and handler classes. And then actually what we're going to do is make all of the balloons invisible and make any balloon visible in a certain time period. Therefore, we're going to use runnable and handler classes. So the run method here will be repeated continuously within the time that we set. For example, if we specify 2 seconds as the time, then the run method will run every 2 seconds. The balloons will be invisible first, and then only at the randomly determined balloon will be visible during that time. So if you want to, let's get to work. All right, so first of all, let's get the Android Studio up and running. Now here I can create a new method in which we can control the balloons. So I'll call this method inside the onFinish method in the countdown timer class. And I'll also cut the codes here and paste them into this method. So now I'll create an object from each of the runnable and handler classes. So now I've got to define runnable and handler objects in the balloon control method. And now we just have to write the necessary code into the run method. So first, I'll transfer all the balloons into an array. To do that, I'll create an array of the image view type. And now in the onCreate method, I will pass all the balloons into the array. All right, so that transfers the balloons into the array. So now in the run method, I will make all the balloons invisible by creating a for loop. So it's thanks to this method that all the balloons in the array will be invisible, each one of them. Now also I've got to make the grid layout component visible after the for loop. You follow? Otherwise, when the game activity opens, all the balloon will appear, give away our surprise or our secret, depending upon how you look at it. But anyway, because we don't want this to happen, I'll just cut this line of code and paste it under the for loop. And now we can concentrate on how to make a balloon visible at random. Yes, indeed, we can use the random class for this. So I'll create an object from the random class. Now all I have to do is pass the randomly generated number to an integer type variable. I can use the random.nextInt method to generate a random number. I'll write the size of the balloon array in parentheses. Because the index number of the elements in the array starts from 0, and since we have 9 balloons, the index number of the first balloon in the array will be 0. Index number of the last balloon will be 8. So, random number up to 8 will be generated. And, right, so you know this, right? Because the number 9 is not going to be produced. That's why we'll write the size of the array in parentheses. Now, finally, we've got to make the balloon with the index number, which is equal to the randomly generated number, visible. So let me just summarize this so that we're both clear on this, all right? The application opens, all the balloons disappear. For example, the number 5 was generated randomly, so in this case, only the 5th element of the array will be visible. So that means now we'll have to run the run method continuously using the handler class. So for this, we use the handler point post delayed method. And for that, we've got to write 2 parameters in parentheses. And the first will be the runnable object. The second is how long it takes to repeat the run method. For now, I'll just write 2000 milliseconds. And finally, I can write a handler.post outside of the runnable method. And I'll also write the runnable object in parentheses. All right, so now let's test it out, make sure that it works. So there you go, the application opens, that's good. Balloons are moving, and as you can see, the balloons move every 2 seconds. That's pretty cool. All right, so let's try to click on the balloons. And yeah, so every time I click on the balloon, score increases. All right, my friends, so we're getting there. So let's take a short break, and then in the next lesson, we're going to add the popping sound to the balloons, and we'll also create pictures that show the balloons burst when the balloons are clicked. All right, so see you in the next lesson. Hello there, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we moved the balloons using the runnable and handler classes. So in this lesson, we're going to add the balloon popping sound using the media player class. Now also we're going to change the image of the clicked balloons, right? So for this, let's open up Android Studio. And in order to add any sound file to the project, we'll need to create a new folder under the resource folder. So I'll just right-click on the resource folder and select the Android resource directory as my option. And here I can just choose the raw file from the resource type, and I'll click OK. So we can transfer now the necessary sound files into this folder. So I'll copy the audio file that I created earlier, paste it into this folder. Now I can create an object from the media player class. I'll transfer the sound file to the media player object within the onCreate method. So for this, I'm going to need to write media player equals media player.create. And now I've got to write in two parameters in parentheses. First, I'll write context this. Now, secondly, I'll type the path to the audio file that I will add. And now, in the increase score by 1 method, I have to start the audio file. So first, I have to check if the audio file is playing using the if statement. So if the audio file is playing, I have to rewind the audio file. For this, I can use the mediaplayer.seek2 method. I'll write 0 in parentheses, and just below, I'll write mediaplayer.start. So if the audio file is not playing, I'll just write the mediaplayer.start method. Okay, so that way, if the user clicks on the balloon while the audio file is playing, the audio file will rewind, play again. All right, so now let's change the background picture. In order to change the background image, we will need to find out which balloon was clicked, So we can use the view.getID method for this because the ID of each balloon will be different. And therefore, we will be able to use the if-else statement here. So if the ID of the clicked balloon equals the ID of the first balloon, I will change the background of the first balloon. All right, so I'll change the backgrounds of all the balloons that way. And then finally, I have to restore the backgrounds of the balloons in the for loop in the run method. All right, so now let's run it and test it out. So here the application opens. So I'll click on the balloons. As you can see, there's an explosion sound and the background picture changes. So there you have it, my friends. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we will create an options menu and write in some code to turn the sound of the audio file on and off. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous tutorial, using the media player class, we added a popping sound to the balloons. So in this lesson, I want to create an options menu, and we will be able to turn off and on the popping sound of the balloons with the volume up button in this menu. So why don't we get into Android Studio. Now, in order to create a menu, we'll need to create a menu folder under the resource folder. So for this, I need to right-click on the resource folder. I'll choose the New Android Resource Directory option. And from the resource type section, I'll just choose the menu option and press OK. All right, so we have now created that folder, and I've got to create a new design file in the menu folder. So for this, I'll right-click on the menu folder. I'll choose New Menu Resource File. From the File Name section, I'll determine the name of the design. And then I can create the design file by clicking OK. All right, so now I've got to add a menu item to the design area. And I'll just put in the ID of the menu item component. I'll write mute for the title. For an icon, I'm going to use the icon that I've already taken from the vector asset folder. And finally, I'll choose the always option from show as action. So the volume up button will always appear in the menu. And if we select the with text option, the title and icon will appear together. If we select the never option, the menu sign will appear in the toolbar. And when we click on the menu, we could see the menu item components. Yeah, so there you go. That's the design of the menu file. Now we've got to do some coding in the Java class. So I'll just open up the main activity. Now, apart from the onCreate method, I have to add two methods. First method is the method of introducing the menu that we created to the Java class. Second method is a method where we specify what needs to be done when clicking the menu item component. So first, let me create this first method here. So for this, I'll add the onCreate options menu method. And we'll use the getMenuInflator.inflate method to add the menu file that we created. And we'll write two parameters in parentheses. All right, so the first is the menu design. The second parameter is the menu object. All right, so that's all we need to do to add to the menu. So let's create the second method. So I'm adding the onOptionsItemSelected method. So here I need to use an if statement. So I'll write item.getItemID in parentheses. The item object here represents each item component in the menu. So if the clicked item's ID is volume, we understand that the volume up button has been pressed. Of course, we have to check to see whether the sound is turned on or not. So we've got to use an if statement as well as a Boolean type variable. So if the sound is open, we must turn it off. If the sound is off, we've got to turn it up. So therefore, I'll create this Boolean type variable. I'll make the initial value of the variable false. So in this case, the value of the status variable was false when the sound was turned on. All right, so now we can do the necessary code. If the status variable is not true, is false, that is, the sound is on, I must turn off the sound. So for this, I will use the media player.setVolume method, and we got to write in two parameters in parentheses. These parameters are the parameters in which we're going to specify the level of the sound. So when we set both parameters at 0, the sound will be completely turned off. When the sound is turned off, the icon in the menu should also change. So for this, we need to use the item.setIcon method. I'll write the path of the icon that I got from the vector asset folder in parentheses. Now finally, I've got to set the status variable to true. So if the status variable is true, that is, the sound is off, I have to turn the volume up. So now I can copy and then paste the codes. And I'll make the parameters in parentheses 1. All right, so I'll change the icon, and I'll set status variable to false. All right, so let's test it out. Open the application. Game activity opens, and there's the menu that we created in the toolbar. So now I'll pop some balloons. Yeah, the balloons burst sound is clear, so I'll mute it. Look at that, the icon changes. Pop some balloons again. And the sound turned off. Excellent. So our application works pretty well, wouldn't you say? So in the next lesson, we're going to send the score to the result activity and then save the high score. All right, see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. So if you remember, in the previous lesson, we created the options menu. So in this lesson, we're going to send our score to the result activity. We're also going to save the highest score using shared preferences. And then finally, we're going to show the score and the highest score on screen. So we'll open up Android Studio, and we'll use the put extra method for data transfer between activities. And for that, I will write intent.putExtra under the intent method that we wrote to open the result activity. So I've got to write the data that I'm going to send and the key required to receive this data in parentheses. And then finally, using the finish method, I'll remove this activity from the backstack. Now let's take the data that we sent and the result activity, and I will create a variable that I'm going to transfer the score to. Now I'll transfer the score to the myScore variable using the getIntent method. All right, myScore equals getIntent.getIntegerExtra. All right, the key value in parentheses. Now also, since the score is of the integer type, I've got to set a default value. All right, 0 for this. Okay, so now I want to print the score on the text view myScore component. All right, and that prints the score on the screen. So now we've got to record our score. So for this, I'll create an object from the shared preferences class. In the onCreate method, I'll write shared preferences equals this.getSharedPreferences. And I've got to write two parameters in parentheses. So the first is the name I will give to the database that I will create. So for this, I'll write score. The second parameter is the mode of the data that we're going to save. So for this, I'll write context.modePrivate. Now to get data saved with shared preferences, we are going to use the shared preferences.get method. And since our score is of the integer type, I'll choose the getInt method. And I'll write two parameters in parentheses. First, the name that I'm going to give to the data. And, well, we haven't saved any data yet, but when we play the game for the first time, by default, we'll assume that the highest score is 0, right? So as the first parameter, I'll write the highest score. The second parameter will be the default value. So if no value has been saved in the database yet, that is, the game is played for the very first time, the highest score must be 0. So that's why I write 0 as the second parameter. All right, so we must also pass this value to an integer type variable. Okay, so now we can check to see if the score is the highest score using the if-else construct. So my goal here is not to record the score every time. My goal is to check to see if the score is a high score. So if the score is the highest score, I'll record the score. If the score is greater than or equal to the high score, I should record my score as the high score. So for this, I'll use the shared preferences.edit.putInteger method. And in parentheses, I'll write the name I will give to the data that I'm going to save. Then, as the second parameter, I'll write the data that we will record, that is, the score. And finally, write in .apply, and that saves the new high score to the database. So I should also print the highest score on the screen, right? So if the score is less than the highest score, I will not make any entries in the database. Also, I have to print the highest score on the screen. So now let's run the application and test it out. And there the application opens. Gonna quickly pop some balloons. The game is over, so as you can see, my score has been printed on the screen. Now also, since we didn't save any value in the database, we printed our score as the highest score. So now why don't we play again, and well, it's going to be hard, but I'll try to make a lower score. Game over, and as you can see, because that score is indeed lower than the highest score, The score that I got in the previous game gets printed on the screen as high score. All right, my friends, we're going to take a short break here. In our next lesson, we're going to speed up the game as the score increases. You didn't think it was always going to be that easy, did you? And also, we're going to give some messages to the user according to the status of the score. All right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. All right, so in our previous lesson, we printed the score and kept the highest score and put them on the screen. Also, using shared preferences, we saved the highest score. So in this lesson, we will speed up the game according to the score that we get. We're also going to give some information messages to the user according to that score. So let's open up Android Studio and get to work. So we did the replacement of the balloons by using handlers. And we also specified 2 seconds for duration. Now, the balloons were moving every 2 seconds. So now, using the if statement, we will reduce this time. So if the score is equal to or less than 5, the balloons will move every 2 seconds. If the score is greater than 5 and equal to or less than 10, the balloons will move every 1.5 seconds, we'll say. If the score is greater than 10, equal to or less than 15, the balloons will move every second. You see where we're going with this, right? So if the score is greater than 15, the balloons will move every half second. And therefore, the higher the score, the harder the game will be, or at least the faster moving of the balloons. So now let's have a look at these information messages that we want the user to read. So by comparing the score, we'll get the high score in the result activity. And if the score is equal to or greater than the high score, yeah, we got to connote some congratulations. If the score is less than the high score, we should tell the user, well, just what the difference between the high score and your score is. So if the difference is greater than 10, we can tell the user that needs to speed up. If the difference is greater than 3 and equal to or less than 10, we can tell the user to, well, get a little more better. You see what we're saying here. So if the difference is equal to or less than 3, we can say that the user is approaching the high score. All right, so it gives a little encouragement anyway. So now let's run the application, test it out. So I'll pop some balloons. So my score goes over 5. The game gets a little quicker. And I keep popping the balloons. My score passes 10. The game gets a little faster. I keep popping some balloons. The score goes over 15. Yeah, the game's getting pretty fast. Now it's kind of harder to pop the balloons. Okay, so the game's over. So here is an information message. All right, my friends, we'll take a break here. And then in the next lesson, we're going to write some code to play it again and exit the game. Why you'd want to exit the game, I have no idea. Just kidding. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the codes to speed up the game. So in this lesson, after the game is over, we're going to write the necessary code to replay or exit the game. So we'll open up Android Studio and I'll add an on-click listener to the buttons. So to play again, we'll need to open the main activity using intent. I'll write result activity.this main activity.class in parentheses. Finally, I'll remove this activity from the backstack by writing the finish method. Now I will write the necessary code to exit the game. And the code that I write here, it's all standard. So first of all, I will write the move task to back method. I'll write true in parentheses. Now I'll write android.operating_system.process.killProcess. And I'll write android.operating_system.process.myPID in parentheses. And finally, I'll write system.exit. So then this method will terminate the running Java virtual machine. I'll write 0 in parentheses. So now the argument acts as a status code. Now, just as a rule, a non-zero status code indicates abnormal termination. So now let's run the application, test it out, see what happens. So there our application opens. So I'll try to pop some balloons. Game over. So first of all, I'll press the play again button. And sure enough, the game starts up again. And here I'll pop some balloons. Oops. Game over. Now I'll press the quit game button. And that exits the game. So there you have it, my friends. Our application, our game, our fun together is through. So of course, you can get in here, go back and develop this application a whole lot further. You know what to do now. Go ahead, make it even beautiful. Create some more sections or, increase the levels or make some beautiful designs. Whatever you do, I hope you have fun. All right, so I want to see you on the next project. Goodbye for now.